Good morning, Honorable Founder President, sir, respected Chancellor, sir, respected Vice Chancellor, Madam, esteemed panelists on the dais, campus heads, deans, HOIs, and faculty members of all AUUP campuses. I extend my wishes of good health to one and all present here who have joined us from across all AUUP campuses on the second day of the workshop on 21st of June 2021. This is Professor Dr. Alpana Kakkar, Dean Student Support and Academic Affairs, and I, along with my colleague, Dr. R.S. Rai, welcome you all on this platform of very important two-day workshop on curriculum design, e-content development, and quality assurance for flipped mode and online teaching and learning. This is a step towards planning of the next academic year, 21-22 odd semester. With blessings of our visionary Honorable Founder President Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan sir and dynamic leadership of respected Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan sir, with hard work, mentoring of an unstoppable leader Dr. Balwinder Shukla Madam, Vice Chancellor of AUP, the university is ranked among top 3% of the universities globally by QS ranking and is ranked India's #1 private university. AUUP is the Asia's only university with the highest US and UK accreditation, as we all know. Dr. Shukla is an architect of unique flexi framework that includes flexi choice based credit system, outcome based education, and education 4.0. And Madam has introduced this choice based credit system much before MHRD initiated and UGC announced the CBSE system. Going a step ahead, Madam is mentoring and leading a diligent team of deans, HOIs, faculty members to implement National Education Policy 2020 from the academic year 21-22. This two-day workshop is to bring all concerned on one platform for better understanding of quality education and effectiveness in teaching, learning, and assessment. Day one of the workshop started with the address of respected Vice Chancellor about the implementation of NEP 2020 for multidisciplinary curriculum and holistic development for enhancing employability. My senior colleagues had addressed about integrating UGC quality mandate in curriculum design, teaching, learning, and assessment, followed by alignment of course curriculum, master session plan, and e-content development for effective student learning. Day one also covered master session plan and lesson plan creation using 4-quadrant approach on technology platform, e-content development using 4-quadrant approach, various ICT tools for e-content development. Each quadrant was discussed in much detail. Quadrant 1 of e-tutorial, Professor Angel and team shared how to create an effective video recording for each subtitle of the course lesson plan. Quadrant 2, e-content, Professor Rai shared with us how to access, from where to access and share the reading material, reference materials, case studies from Scopus, Directory of Open Access Journals, DOAJ, and MET e-library. Quadrant 3, discussion forum. Dr. D.K. Bandyopadhyay sir with his team covered the concept and importance of the discussion forum along with the technical aspects of how to create breakout rooms on MET LMS and Microsoft Teams. Today, we will start from quadrant 4, which is about how to develop online formative and summative assessment methods using ICT tools. Followed by that, MET LMS demo on 4-quad creation of e-content development will be taken by Mr. Senthil Kumarji. Now, I invite my colleague Dr. K.M. Soni to address and coordinate for session about quadrant 4. Dr. Soni, please.
Dr. Soni, 1 second. Before you start, let me announce the topper of the quiz is Stuti Gupta ma'am. Stuti Gupta ji, if you can write your institution in the chat box. She got 19 out of 20. And then there are 3 who have got 18 out of 20. Rohit Verma sir, Vivek Verma sir, and Abhishek Singhal sir. If you also can write your institution. So Ms. Stuti Verma is from SEBAS. Many congratulations to SEBAS team and Stuti Verma. Yes, Dr. Soni sir, you can.
Thank you so much. This time is 9:18. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, panel member, advisors, deans, HODs, and faculty members. I'm going to present one of the most important topic for the assessment. So far, we have discussed assessment platform, assessment tool, and assessment methods. But important point, how to design this assessment instruments or assessment questions for the assessment. First, I'm sorry to say that I could not make this PPT very attractive, which can amuse you, but I have tried to write more text so that it becomes self-explanatory. As Dr. Rai has said yesterday or day before yesterday, this will be shared with all. So it will be for all of you future reference. We know assessment is of two types, formative assessment and summative assessment. I will not take much of time. We have already discussed this. Formative assessment is assessment for learning. It provides a continuous way of checks and balances in the teaching learning process. Teachers to frequently check their learners' progress and the effectiveness of their own practice, thus allowing for self-assessment of the students. And formative assessment can be like a quiz, test, observations. Summative assessment of learning. How much learning takes place in the class, you can assess in the form of summative assessment. And the goal of summative assessment is to evaluate student learning at the end of an instructional unit, module, or course. And examples of this: midterm exam, the final project, end semester examination, etc. So, what is the question? What is the test item? It is the instrument by which not only we assess the competence of students, but also we assess the attainment of unit, module, course, learning outcome. Sometimes a student says that this question is very easy, and some students may say this question is very difficult. How can anybody say this question is difficult or easy? So we have a analysis based on some data or evidence. We can say this particular question is easy or difficult. So question is how to calculate the easiness or difficultness of the question. A teacher may say this year I will set difficult questions in the examination, but query may be how he or she will say, on what basis he can say. So there is a procedure to finding out the easiness or difficultness of the question by which you can say, let us examine a batch of 60 students, which test items has been conducted. Question 1 was answered by all students correctly, and question 2, none of the students answered correctly. That means question 1 is very easy. So we define the easiness or quality of the question by facilitation value, FB. So FB of test item is 1, means that the item is very easy. If FB of test item is 0, nobody is able to attend that question, then FB is 0 means test item is irrelevant. We should not say it is very difficult, since nobody attempted, so this is not relevant. That's why none of the students corrected. Important point, if none of the students answered test item 2 correctly, and you wanted to measure one of the course outcomes through test item 2, it implies that course outcome with respect to test item 2 is not achievable, or teaching learning process which takes place in the class, which you follow to achieve that CO, has not catered properly. I will not go to detail since we have very limited time. There is a formula to calculate FB. That is right answer by upper group. We take 30% students or 25% students in some references as a upper group, how they have attempted, and in lower group divide by number 2n. So this will give the FB value. And I said FB of test item, say for example, this quiz of have 5 questions. Every question has 4 alternate, 4 choices, and 10 students are attempted. So you take first 3, upper 3 and lower 3, and you can calculate the FB value, resulting value of test item 1, for example. Correct answer is C. So top 3, first 3 attempts correct answer, and last 3 you can say 2 attempts correct answer. So 5 upon 6 becomes FB value. Similarly, FB value of test item 3 becomes 0.067, and FB of test item 5, you can say second last column. This all attempted correctly. 6 out of 6 is one. So we say this particular question of 5 is very easy. And in general, test item having facilitation value 0.4 to 0.7 is considered as a novel test item or good test item. Same principle we can apply for subjective type questions. You take the score of first 30% students and last 30% students and add these two, divide by number of 2n and total marks of the question, you can have the value of FB. I am again, this is mathematics, you can see.
Sir, 2 minutes more you have.
Dr. Ryan?
2 minutes more you have.
So 980 multiple choice questions. So types of MCQ, there are three types of MCQ, only one answer is correct. Multiple select answer questions, one answer is correct and other may also be correct relatively, comparatively or somewhat. Like for example, if you can see this first question, what is determinant of A is a one answer will be correct, determinant is 1, for example. Similarly, question number 2, you can see only one answer is correct, that is 1 and 3 is correct here. So there are particular procedure to set the questions, but only one answer is correct. Like you can give the questions like a matching type, or you can combine 3-4 questions together and you can have answers like this. Like matching answers, the 3 images you are required to match with second column. So question is, you can see question is little difficult. Like this, multiple select questions like of this type, Bloom's taxonomy facilitates these 2. Out of these 4 answers, correct answers are A and D, technical learning outcomes and classification of teaching, learning and assessments. So possible attempts and marks, respectively, you can say if you attempt A or D, he or she will get 50% marks. If you take both A and D, 100% marks. He attempted any correct, but any one with the wrong answer, one wrong answer in addition to few or all correct answer will lead to 0 marks. Or how we can set the questions? Same question can be set at 2 times, multiple select or one answer correct, like this. I have taken this question from the Ramayana. Which of the following are true? You can see in first there are 3 answers are correct, so this is considered multiple select question. And same question I have drawn written is false. Answer is only 1. Answer C. Same question you can write in 2 ways or multiple select question or only one answer is correct. Outcome based education and learning. Next analysis, I will not go in detail since time is very less. Like this, you can see a very basic question, mathematics question. What is the correct answer of this multiplication? If you see question on the left hand side and right hand side, you can easily say question without choices. Question 1 is difficult. Question 2 on right hand side is easy. The multiplication of 2 numbers and 3 numbers, 3-digit numbers. But if you see the multiple choices given here, so anybody can attempt question on the left hand side within a fraction of seconds. Since we know 5 into 5 must be 25 and last digit should be 5, so C answer is correct. As 3-digit numbers whose last digit was 5, multiplication must be 5. Designing the choice of MCQ question is not the easy question. And if you take the right hand side question, they all are having last digit 5. So question is easy, but by giving the choices, question will be difficult or easy. That depend on the choices. So it is not only that all time there will be only 4 choices. Choices will be maybe less. Like 8 square, there are 3 choices only. So designing a multiple choice question is not that easy. If we design, we have not go into this detail. This is one second factor by which you can check the effectiveness of the question or difficulty or easiness of the question. How do you design a question? Sometimes you design questions like this. All participants, please read this question in 10 seconds. A solid inverted cone floating in an 8 cubic feet cubical tank. So, I mean, this language of the question is not understood to the students. I think not. So the purpose of the question should not be confuse the students whether they are able to attempt or not. So you should not design a question which will confuse the students. You can, the question must be very specific, may have different difficulty level, like determine the time period of simple pendulum of length 1 meter on the surface of you can age. You can add some constant in that difficulty will be increased, but question must be very specific, right? Like write the difference between A and B. So out of this one student writes these 3 differences, one student writes 6 differences, and other students may write 8 differences. So who will get the highest marks? You may say who attempted 8 differences will get 4 marks out of 4. but it is not correct. Why that is not correct? As you have not mentioned that how many differences you want, or students will get highest marks if she or he mentioned 8 differences. Hence, question must be very specific and not ambiguous. Like write the 3 differences between A and B, or differentiate A and B based on some certain criteria. Therefore, ask a specific question. Like third case, like another important thing that the purpose of the assessment to find out the attainment level of COs. Now, suppose you design all course outcomes at design, application, analysis level, and you ask the in semester examination questions such as describe, explain, write, and short note. It's not correct. Many times we have found that before the exam, students are going library to find out the last 2 years or 3 years question paper. Since we not set the question according to course outcomes, so student paper is 100% predictable. So students refer the library just before the examination. Designing a question paper is not the job of 1 hour or 2 hours. It may require several weeks up to 3 months to design a very good assessment paper. But most of the time, sometimes you have started the course just few days back and you are requested to set the question paper. Exam department.
Sir, request to conclude, sir.
Sir, I need 2-3 minutes more. Please allow me. What you will do?
Sir, triple effect हो जाएगा आगे फिर.
Sir, just 2-3 minutes. Sometimes we expect the students must remember big expression formula. What they will do? They will come with a piece of paper, or they will memorize, or ask for other students. They will write on the benches or like that. So you should not ask the big formula. You should provide the formula, and your question must be such a way that you can test their knowledge and skills, not the remembrance ability. Choices in assessment instruments. Choice in assessment instruments depend on the guidelines in force. It is important that the choice does not lead to any gaps in addressing the COs. Unfortunately, one structured template is not applicable to all courses. Test is designed to address all 6 course outcomes. Maybe a course has 6 modules and each module one course outcome. So the question paper has 6 questions, 1 of each question. The students are required to answer only 5 questions. So that means there is a poor way of providing choices. As you are not assessing one of these COs, the student may leave one of the modules. He will not study one of the modules. He need to answer only 5 questions. So better we should share the question with the internal choice. One need to very clear about complexity and difficulty. You know, complexity is strictly defined in terms of cognitive levels.
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Soni, but you have to moderate this entire session. You have to call other team members of your team, please.
Okay, madam.
Sir, we'll share the slides with all attendees. Please mail it.
Thank you so much. So any participant has any query can write in chat or can write directly mail to me. I will explain more in detail. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Rai.
Thank you, Dr. Soni. IT team, please give the sharing rights to me. Meanwhile, let me tell you the second highest marks were with Dr. Rohit Verma, AIAS, and Dr. Abhishek Singhal of ASSET. Congratulations to all the 3 institutions, SEBAS, AIAS, and ASSET. Munazir, please give me the sharing rights.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Soni has already told you about creating the assessment, and it is very important to how to create assessment. Now, many of you would be already using Microsoft Microsoft Forms to take the test. Still, those who have not utilized it, we are going to tell you how to use this Microsoft Teams, and a very powerful platform. And what you could do using Microsoft Teams is you can use it for pre-assessment, whether you want to take a small quiz at the start of the unit, or for formative assessment, creating entry ticket to the class or exit ticket to the class or during the class, or summative assessment for auto grading, manual grading, etc. So let's see this live, how you do it. All you have to do it is you have to go to your Amity email ID and click these 9 dots at left hand side top, and you will get all Office 365 functionalities here, and you have to click forms. So once you have clicked, the previous forms that you have taken will come here, and if you want to make a new quiz, you can click the start new quiz, and you can give the title of the quiz, say day 2 quiz. You can enter a description, the quiz is for 20 minutes, attempt every question, etc., etc. And then you have to click add new. So you can add choice question where you'll have multiple choice question. If you don't want, you can click this pin button and it will get deleted. You can add a text question also. So you can write a question where respondent will enter the text. And if you press this long answer, so respondents will be able to give more text. Also, if you want to take the name, enrollment number, etc. of the students, so click add new, click it text, and click required, so that nobody can skip this question. This question is required. If they will not fill the answer of this question, the response will not be submitted. Also, you can have rating questions. So if you click rating, it will show you 5 star, right? This is level 5. You can change the level, right? You can make it up to 10. If you don't want stars, you want numbers, it will change to numbers, right? So I'm showing you just the quiz that we have done today, right now. These are the, this question has for UGC quality mandate, Mulya Pravah, the inculcation of human values and professional ethics. Now, if your question is there in MS Word file, how you can copy it from there? For example, say this question, first question I have to enter. Let's see, let me enter a new question here. I will click add new and choice. And I have copied the question from the Word file and entered here. Now it shows option 1, option 2. If you click, you can add more options here. If you click plus. If you copy all the 4 options from here, what will happen? It will automatically make 4 options, but it will show it as ABCD. Now, what is the advantage of showing ABCD here is, I'll tell you. Right now, I am removing it once again. And what I do is I remove ABCD from Word file and I copy them like this only and paste it here in the options. Automatically 4 options are created. And now what you can do is on the right hand side, there are 3 dots. You click it and you click shuffle options. So for multiple students, these options will be shuffled, right? Therefore, it is not advisable to write ABCD in front of the options. For some student, it would be A, for some student, it would be B, for some student, it would be C, etc. And then you have to click the right answer. So I've clicked, say, convenience as right answer. And then if you have to type here how many points you want to give to this question, say I have given 1 point, right? So this is how the question is created. Also, you can add pictures to the question. So all you have to do is click here, click images, and you can search image from bench of Microsoft. Say I want solar power. So click solar power and click search. And say I have clicked this picture. So the picture will get added here. And you can ask question here based on picture. This is picture of what types. Also, you can add picture from your desktop. So click it, click image, click upload. And what do I do is when there is a lengthy question, you would just have seen a question, this question on while attempting. So I take a screenshot of that, this question ABCD, because in the question, you can't make a table like that. So I take a screenshot and give it as a picture here. If you have very lengthy some mathematical formula, etc., you can take a screenshot and give. Also, while heading the question, if you want mathematical formula to be activated, click these 3 dots and click math. So when you are typing, the equation will get activated, right? Say I type A plus B and I click square. So A plus B whole square, okay. And it will also give you suggested results that you want to enter as options. So you just click add all, options will be added and correct answer will be added. This is how you create the questions. Then adding images we've discussed, inserting. You can also have branching option. Many times if you are creating survey form, say for example, I am doing a survey on mother dairy. So from which milk booth you take milk, and I entered mother dairy. I have to.
Dr. Rai, you have to wind up in a 1 minute.
Ma'am, I'll take another 2-3 minutes and I'll wind up. Mother dairy and say Amul, etc. And then I want those who have clicked mother dairy only, they can attempt further questions. So what I will have to do is, I'll have to click here and I'll click add branching. And then next question, all those who have entered mother dairy only, they can go to the next question. Those who have not entered mother dairy, they will take end of the form. We can do branching here. Now after this, sharing, very important, click share. And when you are taking test, please click this option, only people in my organization can respond. Or if you have specific group made for your class, you click specific people in my organization can respond. So here you can enter the email ID of those who can respond. And if you click only people in my organization can respond, only students with amity.edu email ID can respond. So the probability of fudging by students reduces very much. And also it clicks, you can respond, one student can respond only at one time, right? And then you get here the link to share. You copy this link and you can share it. Also, if you click this, you will get a QR code to share, which I have just shared today morning to you. Also, if you want, say last year's question, 20 questions you already have, and if you want to just change 2-3 questions, just click link to duplicate and you will get this link, copy it, paste it in the URL and click duplicate. So, and click duplicate it. It will get duplicated and just change the few questions here and there that you want. So you don't need to create whole form again. You can collaborate also your quiz. For example, I have collaborated here with VC ma'am and our QA team. So you have to just type the email to whom you want to collaborate, copy it and send the button. Then last thing, very quick, I am telling you, settings. I have switched off show the result automatically, because what happens, say we have 15-minute quiz, one student has just submitted in 1 minute, he'll get all the results and he can take screenshots and send it to all the class. So I have stopped show results automatically. We will show the result only when I will post it. And also here, who can fill out this form? Only people in my organization. I have clicked record name. If you see, I have not taken any name, but it recorded Sthiti Gupta and other names. And then one response per person. If you check it out, people can give responses more. Then here you can click start time and end time. You see, for this quick, I have clicked 9:10, 9 and 9:10, right? So I will open this quiz again right now, so that who have not entered, they can enter, but their marks will not be considered. Also, you can click allow receipt of response after submission. You'll get all the receipts and get email. And last final thing, once everyone has accepted, click this response. You can review answers manually, or you can just click post scores. Select all names, because I have just posted, so you all have received. It is written here posted. Otherwise, I will have to select all and click here at top post scores. All scholars will get the all students will get the scores. And if you click this open in Excel, you will get a download Excel file of whole result in your download folder. Thank you very much for this. For any query, etc. for MS form, please do write in the chat box. Now I invite next speaker, Dr. Taranjit Duggal. IT, please give sharing rights to Dr. Taranjit Duggal.
Thank you so much, Rai sir. Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. As discussed by Dr. Rai, good morning, everyone. Good morning, VC ma'am. Thanks a lot for giving us this opportunity. As discussed by Soni sir and Rai sir, we're talking about the ICT tools that can be used for the students here. I have been given the charge of discussing about Socrative. I'll quickly give you a presentation on Socrative, and then I'll take 1 minute to show you the live demo for Socrative, how it works. We in behavioral sciences, after every module, we are making a quiz, because that's as per the guidance of the Honorable VC, ma'am. So when we are making a quiz on Socrative, it has actually given us some of the ease out facilities are there for us, and the quiz remains with us there. If I try and show you, you'll have to go to the Google link, and you'll have to type and make your own ID there. It's very easy. With your Gmail IDs, you can create a free account. Now, in case of Socrative, there are two types of versions which are available to us. One is a Socrative which is there, which is free, and the other is Socrative Pro. Socrative Pro has a different facilities which is gives in 3 memberships which is given, and the membership fee for a year's account is also not too high. It is quite an easy amount that would be paid by each one of us. But looking at here, I would not recommend Socrative Pro, because there are very slight differences which are given in a free Socrative version and a Pro version. You would find that a Socrative version which is free says on the site that 50 are the entrants which are required, or they will not allow over and above 50. But we have practiced this in our BS class, and 150 students could also attempt it. So the restriction which is there, which shows on the site, does not apply in practical if we are attempting on it. So once we have created our Socrative IDs with our Gmail IDs, which is very easy, and you create your account on your name, how do you do? You have to, every time when you log in, you'll have to just type Socrative teacher version, and this is how it appears, and it will automatically take you to the test. When you ask the students to attempt it, students will log in from Socrative student version, and they will have to type in your room number. So each one of us, once we make a Socrative ID, we will get our room number, which is there, and the student can have that room number to log into the test that you have made the test live. Now, this is the kind of a room number. This is how the dashboard appears. Like, this is a room number. Maybe it may have your name and some numeric value which is there. Like in my case, when I'll show you my screen, my Socrative ID is Duggal 4685. So this is, you have an option. You can change your profile. You can clear the room. You can change the numeric values. You can do it as per what you want, whatever you are comfortable. But whenever you log into your student's test has to be done, the students will always log in into your room only, which you will always give them in the chat box when you're taking the class. Now, this is how we create a quiz. When you have to create a quiz. When you create a quiz, like Dr. Rai showed in MS Forms, you have various options there. You may have multiple choice. You may have a writing part where a descriptive question can be given, and everything can be accessed very easily. Now, this is one thing. One addition here in Socrative is, which I can just tell you is, you can always move here with the teacher pace. There is an option teacher pace. All the entire quiz can be visible. So the students can see all the 10 questions. or they can see the questions one by one. So you can time yourself with say 60 seconds, the first question, then the second question, then the third question, then the fourth. That is the teacher pace as an option that you pick up. This is how you make the quiz. It is absolutely the same like what Dr. Rai said that we make in MS Forms. It is the same kind. Here you can put in all your options and this is how they get saved. This is how we are creating a multiple choice question paper. We are giving an answer. The correct answer, you can tick it here in the box and the correct answer goes in. So when the assessment is happening, the moment you close the test, you can have an assessment and it can be downloaded in the form of an Excel sheet. It can go to your email ID. It can happen in the choices which are available and you pick up those choices. This is how you get an option to have the report. You can get the report there and then, show it to the students. They will come to know which question they have lost marks, which question was right, what was the right answer. You want to see it in the form of charts. What is the total performance of the class? Who has performed where and what is the total flow of the chart? You want to take it to the dashboard. You want to download it. You have number of options that you can see it. This is how the Excel sheet gets downloaded. You will even get which was the right answer, which was the wrong answer. Even the student-wise assessment sheet is available to us. This is all that I had to make a presentation to. Now I'll quickly take you onto the demo sheet that I will try and give you a quick demo here. My ID is already made, so I am writing here in the bar Socrative, and if you look at it, the teacher login. So if I go to the Socrative login teacher, the moment, because my ID is already created, it will take you to my page, which is Dougal 4685. Now, if I look at it, when I say Dougal 4658, now this is how the page appears. This is how we are going to do. Now we're talking about the quiz. We want to now make the quiz. We are not going to launch the quiz. Launching is once you made, you can save it as per your class timings. Just prior to that, once you're joining the class, you can launch the test. I say quizzes. I go to the quiz. Now, this is the same page, similar kind of a thing what Dr. Rai also showed you in MS Forms. We create, you can search the quiz from the existing quizzes that you have. Like I have created my quizzes, you can always see. Now, this is how the quiz looks like. If I show you an already existing quiz, this is like this, and this is how the answers are coming. In the existing quiz also, you can edit, you can add a question, you can always pick a question. One facility which is here, which I think we as BS faculties have used it because we are less in number and we had huge number of sections to cater to. What we have done is it has an option to import the quiz. So if I take you back here now, if you look at this, there is an option. Now, this is when you have to make a new quiz, you will go to add quiz, create or import. If you have to create a new quiz, you will create from here in the similar manner. Like I'll show you quickly how we create. This is how it comes. You can title the quiz the way you want. Like I want to write BS class test. So it is coming like this. Aligned to a quiz standard, yes. Whether it is an MCQ where you're giving an option, whether it is true and false, or this is a short answer that you want the students to attempt. Like, for example, if you're wanting some subjective questions to answer, you can have 5 multiple choice and then you can have subjective answers also. This is, for example, I'm picking up multiple choice. This is how they show. So I type the first question here, give the options here. You want to add an answer, you can always put in this, and this is going to be your add an answer. This is how we conduct, and this is how we make a quiz when we have to do it. The option that I wanted to show you is here, which is talking about an import option here. If you look at it, we can save and exit from here. Now, when I told you from here that there is an option of doing an add quiz and I told you import. Now, this facility of import is if I want to pass on my quiz to Dr. Rai and I want that he can use the same quiz and we can use it for different modules. Maybe for one module I have made it, second module Dr. Rai wants to make it. So my first quiz can be given to Dr. Rai and I can give here, I can have an import. I can write my ID, I can write an import quiz and it will happen and I will just choose the file and I can attach. So Dr. Rai will get the quiz that I have created for module 1. So this is the way that we have used it in behavioral science classes. Thank you so much. That's all from my side for Socrative. Over to you, Dr. Rai.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dukal. I request Dr. Sarika Jain to tell us about Kahoot and Answer Garden. IT team, please give sharing rights to Dr. Sarika Jain. Meanwhile, I request all the speakers, as soon as your session is over, please keep on sending me 1 or 2 MCQs so that at the end of the day, we have a quiz for today's session. Yes, Dr. Sarika, please.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Honorable VC ma'am, esteemed panelists, and my dear and worthy faculty members. Today, I'll be discussing about the Kahoot and the Answer Garden. So I'm sharing my slide. My screen is visible. So my screen is visible.
It is.
Yeah,
It
visible.
is.
Sarika, you can do
It
full
is.
screen.
Go ahead.
I think it's full screen, sir.
Yes.
Go ahead,
Okay.
please.
Okay. So Kahoot is a very basic tool for the quiz, and I'll be telling you how does Kahoot work, and will be giving a little demo on it. And I hope most of you have already worked upon Kahoot, so we can say this can be just a revising session. So how to create a quiz on Kahoot? It only takes minutes to create a learning game of quiz on any topic or in any language. Then we have to host or share it. Host a live game with questions on a big screen or share a game with remote players. Then we can, in the last, this is again a very fun way of taking this quiz. It can be in the form of playing. So it could be, we can say it's a kind of game. So game on, join a Kahoot with a pin provided by the host and answer the questions on your device. Okay, so now I'll be taking you to the live demo. Just enter Kahoot, okay, on the Google. And I just create, because my login is already being created, otherwise you have to sign up. There are multiple options. Okay, so you can play demo game. Okay, so if you are first one for the Kahoot, you can see for a demo game. Then you can create a Kahoot and then you can host a Kahoot. Okay, so now I am going to create the Kahoot quiz. Okay, now one more thing, there are the various versions of Kahoot, like the basic version and premium version. So some of the facilities are available in basic version, which are free of course. So we can use the basic version of Kahoot. When we are creating, so like a new Kahoot can be created. There are various templates. We can choose any one of them, or we can create our own template. Okay, now I'll start typing my question. Okay, for example, I just say the Roulette Act was passed in, and then I can add the answers. Okay, two options are necessary. Otherwise, there are 3 or 4 options we can give. I can also add media here. Instead of typing the question, I can add the media. Here I can drag and drop, or I can upload the media here. Okay, then in this way, the question is created. Okay, so then similarly, I can add another question. After that, I can also select what is the question type. This is a quiz. It can be a true or false. I can type answer. It can be a puzzle. It could be polling. It could be word cloud, can also be formed. Open-ended, brainstorm also, etc. Okay, so this is way. Okay, so in this way, my Kahoot quiz is being created. Okay, one I have already created. So once we are done with the questions, I can click on done. Okay, now I also have to select one option. Okay, so this is my correct option. I will select this. Okay, then I can also add another question. For this can be a quiz type. Okay, so I can start another question. What is the cause of COVID? So it could be Wuhan, or it could be any other, or the virus. Okay, suppose Wuhan is the correct answer, then I'll click on it. And in this way, my quiz is created. Okay, so in this way, I am done. Now I can enter the title of the quiz. This could be called as GK quiz. Description is optional, and I should continue. Okay, now the Kahoot is ready to be played. We can now host this quiz. Okay, and I can test. Okay, before hosting, I can test this Kahoot. I can play now and I can share it with others. Suppose I want to share it with others. Okay, so in this way, I'll get this link. Okay, I'll copy this link and close. Okay, so I can share it with you, or if I want, I'll just play again, play just now. Okay, so if I okay, so again there will be multiple options. Kahoot is now loading.
Ma'am, request to conclude, please.
Yeah, so there is more on this. Okay, so in this way, Kahoot will be created and we can play. Okay, so this is about the Kahoot. Now my next is Answer Garden. Next, very important and very in fact simple to play is the minimal tool for maximum feedback is Answer Garden. This is a social word cloud that allows team and audiences to share ideas, opinions, and knowledge in an easy and immediate way. This is very easy and fun way of collecting the survey. Okay, so this is for anyone interested in getting feedbacks from a group. And it is generally used by teachers to establish the knowledge level of a class on a certain topic. It can be used at conferences and workshops to break the ice with the audiences. And this is a new minimalistic feedback tool and very easy to use. You just have to plant a question and invite participants to your answer garden, and their answers will instantly form a growing word cloud. You can post it in a tweet or you can embed it on your website or blog to use it as a poll or guest book. You can use Answer Garden for a real-time audience participation. It has many different users also, classroom, conferences, creative teams, onwards, etc. Okay, so now how to create a Answer Garden. So this is just, I have to click on Answer Garden or you will just Google Answer Garden. I want to click this option. So in this way, this is very easy. If you want to create a new Answer Garden, you will type your question here. Okay, so what according to you is the main cause of COVID? Okay, so these are optional options. You can answer garden mode. It could be brainstorm, classroom, moderator, log. You can fix the answer length to 20 or just 40 words. You can create an admin password that enables you to edit this answer garden, okay, in future. And do not forget this password as there is no other way to recover it. And then reminder email. Okay, so you can type your mail here to get about the answers. And then you can also switch on your spam filter that detects and removes common unwanted answers. By default, Answer Garden works with lowercase, but you can also select the other options, uppercase and no change. You can also add local discoverability, like this link is working for 1 hour, 1 day, 1 week, or hidden. Okay, so just the one question I have just entered and I'm creating this. Okay, so this is now being created. Okay, now I can submit my answer here. Suppose I'm writing Wuhan Labs and I'm submitting here. So in this way, this will be created. Now I can share this question with everyone. I can share it, export it, I can generate the QR code, etc. So if I'm sharing, okay, so this can be shared Facebook, Twitter, any of the social platform. Okay, then you can also use this link to refer to your answer garden. Okay, suppose I have got this link. I am posting this link in the chat window. Yes, this is my chat window. So I am giving this link to everyone. So now the participants can answer this question and my clouds of this answer I can see over here. So some of you please answer this question. Some of you please answer this question so that we will see how this will be created.
Dr. Sarika, I have typed it.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir, it will come. Okay, I think you also have typed Wuhan Labs.
Yes.
Yes. So actually what the different answers we will type here, all the answers will appear here, and the most probable answer that will be bold. And all the answers will appear as per their probability. Okay, so for example, like Wuhan Labs 1 or 2 members have typed here, so that will appear here. Other answers will make a cloud. Okay, so I am again sharing my PPT, how these answers will look like. Okay, so these we have discussed the topics required, admin password, etc. Okay, so in this way, this whole cloud will be created. And how this cloud will look like, because I was waiting for some of more answers so I could see how the cloud will look like.
Ma'am, maybe you refresh, you will get the answers
Yes,
because several
yes,
people
I am
have answered it.
answered it. I can also get the option about my quiz on my mail. I have because I have also emailed it to myself like this. Okay, so in this way, this whole cloud will be created. So you see, most of the members have given either the China, 16 members have replied for China, 15 have applied for Wuhan Labs, 15 has just applied for this virus. Okay, then 12 they have used they have written Wuhan Lab. Okay, although the answer is same, but the spelling is different. Some 8 have written Wuhan, and there are other answers. So in this way, we'll get the most probable answer. So this is just a simple and fun way of doing the survey. And this is more generally used other than the technical fields. The other courses could very well use it to collect the feedback, to make a survey, and to get the most probable answer. So in this way, the whole cloud will be created. So this was about the answer garden. So this was all from my side, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sarika, for sharing such important thing. I request Dr. Achalgar to tell us about Slido and Mentimeter.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Sir, I need the share access. Yes, sir, I have got the rights. So today I will be talking about the other two assessment tools, that is the Slido and Mentimeter. So as there is shortage of time, I will be directly taking you to the hands-on session. So if you go to Slido, this is the slido.com. So if you just type on Google Slido, you can click on Slido. I already have a login created here, so I will just log in into my account. And this is the screen that I would be getting. So because I have already have a screen here, just let me close this. So I have a screen like this. What you will do, you will go to the new Slido. So you can either choose a template or you can start it from scratch. I'll show you how to create a Slido. That means assessments from scratch using Slido. So let me give the event name as demo for the workshop. You can fix the time. Here it is 21st to 24 June and there is an event code. You can just click on schedule Slido. Now, by default, there are several options that will appear. Multiple choice questions where you can select a single question, single answer question or a multiple choice answer question. You can have a brainstorming session or something like a feedback where you can get a word cloud. If you can see on the left hand side, you will get a word cloud like this. You can even have a quiz. Then you can have a rating. That means rating this workshop on a scale of 1 to 5. Then you can have an open text where people can give their views, and you can even rank. For example, I want to rank the sessions based on their usefulness. So I can use ranking. So suppose I click on multiple choice question and I type which day is celebrated as the International Yoga Day. So you can add options here. I can write June 21, August 15, October 2, and you can add as many options as you want. So because this is, you have to choose a correct answer, you can write mark the correct answer, and I can choose a correct answer so that I can know how many have answered correctly and how many have answered incorrectly. And if it is a multiple choice question, you can also say allow to select multiple options, but in this case, there is only one correct answer. So I'm choosing only, I'm not selecting allows to select multiple questions. I'll save this. And then once you have saved this, you can click on this green play button. This means it is now ready and you want to launch it for the audience. So this will be displayed like this. In order to test whether this is working fine or not, you can go to the participant mode. So to the participants, the question will appear like this. You can click on June 21, and then you can just click on submit, and you see that you will get that one of the respondent have answered June 21. The other thing you can do is you can just select this, share the link with the participants. You can share it and go to the window, and you can just okay, and the participants can select their answer and then they can send, or they can just open slido.com and here they can enter the code. So if you see, you are getting a code here 434601. So the participants can just enter 434601 and then they can just play it. Right, so it's already entered because it is my same system, so it will not accept the question again. So if you try on your system, you can even get the answer like this. Let me try another. So let me enter 434601, and as soon as I click it, if I enter October 2 and I come back to my screen, I can see that the correct answers, 83% of the people have given June 21 and the others have given as 14% have given it as October 2. Now you can say show the correct answer, so it will highlight the correct answer after the poll is closed. So if you want during the presentation that this question is open for a certain amount of time, after that time has elapsed, you can just close the answer question, so no one will be able to answer this. You can unlock the voting or you can lock the voting, and then you can even if you don't want to show the results further, you can just click on this. You can disable the question or you can activate it. You can even assign it to a session. Suppose, for example, today's workshop is divided amongst different sessions. So you can group the questions into sessions. And then we can also create a poll. Suppose I want to create a word cloud. So what did you like the most about this workshop? So you can allow multiple answers and so on. You can even set the character limit. And then once that is ready, you can again click on the launch button and it will be active. Now, suppose I say interactive. I can even say hands-on. So as you see, whenever this is what the participants will enter, and you are getting such results over here. So you can eventually create multiple choice questions, word clouds. You can have quizzes. You can even have ratings. Suppose I want to say that rate this session on a scale of 1 to 5. So I can see that many of the participants are entering their answers over here. Rate this session on a scale of 1 to 5. So I'll just save, and then I can play it, and then the participants can enter the answers. And likewise, you can create other things like the open text rankings, and you will see that you will get the responses. So here 80% of the people have said that it is a 5 on a 5 scale, and the others are saying that is a 4 scale. So it will give you a feedback, a real-time feedback on your workshop. And similarly, so this was all about Slido. So you can actually also go to the analytics and get feedback on this on each of the questions. So you can see that which day is celebrated, this was the result. Then this was the result for the word cloud, and this was the result for the rate this session. So you can explore it further and see what all features are there, because you can even export the results, but for that we need the paid version. Okay, now similar to this, we have the Mentimeter. So this was a quick overview of the Slido. Now let's move to Mentimeter. Mentimeter is another tool that is used to create assessments. So as soon as you open Mentimeter, I already had a login, so it is I have logged it into the system. You can click on the new presentation, and again I can give some names. So suppose I say demo for the workshop, create presentation. So it's opening the presentation. And here again, like in the Slido, you had the options of multiple choice, word cloud, open-ended scales, rating, question and answers. You have these similar features here. But the difference is that in case of Slido, you can share it on the social media, but with Mentimeter, it is not possible. Now let's just go to the one of the questions, at which day is celebrated International Yoga Day. You can again enter some values. I'm just adding 2 options. And then again, you want the results as bars, you want it as pie charts or donuts, you can select. So I'm selecting it as bar charts. You want to show correct answers, you want to show the results. So you can select any of the options that you wish to. Once it is created, you can click on present. And then what the students can do, they just have to copy this code that is coming on the top of the slide, and they just have to copy this, or you have to share it on the chat window. Once you have shared, I'll open menti.com. I'll copy it over here, that code over here, and then I can just click on the answer and submit. And when I come back, I can see that one of the answers is submitted, and it shows. So it will give you a real-time picture on how, what are the answers. So this is how you will be working with Mentimeter. Similarly, you can create other questions such as word cloud, open-ended questions, and other options that are available. So this was all about Mentimeter, and this is a quick overview in order to save time. This is all from my side. Raisa, we can move to the other participant.
Thank you, Dr. Achal, for sharing Slido and Mentimeter.
Thank you, sir.
I request Dr. Rashmi Singh to share about quizzes. IT team, please give rights to Dr. Rashmi Singh.
Thank you, sir. So good morning to all of the panelists. Honorable VC ma'am, and my dear colleagues. Please give me the right to share. Yes. So today I'll be discussing quizzes. The good thing about the quizzes is we can write equations. We have writing equation tool also. So it allows us to conduct a student-based formative assessment, and it in a very fun way and engaging way also. So we have a full library of quizzes. We can select from this library or create our own quizzes also. So in this session, we see how to create the quiz, how to release the quiz, and how to collect the score from the quizzes. So let us move. I'm going to quizzes, entered quizzes. So we have a few options here. Explore the existing quizzes. And this is my library. I had created so many quizzes here. I may use it in this semester also, and next semester also by upgrading it. And this third one is a collection of report. So first, let us go to explore. Suppose I want to find one quiz on bisection method. I will write bisection method in numerical methods. I have few quizzes here, like this is bisection method. I may start this quiz live or assign it homework. Okay, but I want to create my own quiz. So I'm creating the quiz. I can create two types of quizzes. One is quiz and one is lesson. I'm moving to quizzes. Name your quiz. Let us name this as say roots. It will ask relevant subject, mathematics, and then next. And we have 6 options. The best part of the quizzes, I said, is writing the equations, and it will be very useful for those faculty like me who has to do lot in writing equations. So we have multiple choice question, check boxes where we have more than one correct answer now, and the fill in the blanks. In the filling the blanks, the character limit is 160. We have polls here and open-ended question here. In open-ended question, the character limit is 1000, and then obviously the slides are there. So let us move and create MCQ type question. Now, this is what I am telling this third time, but it is actually very good for those who want to write this equation editor, which I didn't find in many of the assessment tools. So we have this equation editor here. So I'm writing an equation. Is say find x squared is equal to say 0. Okay, insert this equation, write the answer. I'm writing 1, here I'm writing 0. I'm taking only 2 options. Otherwise, there are 5 options available. You may choose all 5. And if you want to write equation in these 5 options, then also it is available. Apart from these, you can read out the question like find the root of x square minus 2x plus 1. But this feature is paid. Audio and video feature is paid. It is of $2. So I'm moving to this. Now, if you want to explain the student why the answer is correct, you may write the explanation here. You may put the time for each question, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. So this may vary with each of the questions. You have to write the correct answer here and then move, save. So this first question is saved. And next part, which I'm going to show you, is the next question. Suppose you want to assess the students as per what you have taught a day before. Like the students were attentive in mathematics class or not, they've comprehended the things or not. So whatever you have taught, you may take your notes here, click, say, a picture of this note. Okay, I hope I have clicked it correctly. And go to images section. So this is T2 a topological space? So I've written it here. Yes, it is done. And it is done very quickly. You can see the question is here on the screen. T2 is a topological space. Student may answer. Since I had got this a day before, I'll write no. Choose the correct answer as yes. And in this way, you can check whether your student was attentive in, say, previous classes or not. Okay. Right. Okay, I have one quiz of 2 questions. So you may end the quiz. See, here we have a publish button. You may publish the quiz. Before publishing the quiz, you want to add an image to the quiz, you can do it. And here we have the option, this quiz is public or not, and this is one of the most important thing. See, language is English, grade, taking the grade to, say, university level. If the quiz is set to public, visible to everyone, then everyone can see the quiz. And good part is this, that your colleague can see the quiz, and bad part is this, that your student can also see the quiz and the answer. So while giving this quiz to students, you may make this quiz private, visible to you only, and save it. So we have quiz ready of 2 questions. We may publish the quiz. Okay. Right. So after doing this, I have 2 options. First, start a live quiz. Second is assign it as a homework. You can assign it as a homework for those quizzes for which you are going to take classes the next day. And for those quizzes which are based on the previous class, you may start a live quiz before starting this class, today's class. So we may start the live quiz also. Let us go to the live quiz, start a live quiz. Now we have 2 options. One is teacher paced. The teacher will give question, release a question as per their wish, like 1 minute. And the classic one gives you the option that the student who is doing good will come first in this classic version, or who can say write quickly. So I'm going to the classic version only. So after choosing the classic version, I have these options. Power tips available to students. I have switched it off. Yes, shuffle question. I have switched it on. You may switch it off. Shuffle question, shuffle the answers. Yes, shuffle the answer. Then redemption question. If you want to give, then give. If you don't want to give for the university students, you may always skip it. And then this is option. This will look good. Actually, if you don't want to select it, don't select it. But I have selected it and I'm moving. So once I have started the quiz, this code, joining code, will appear on my dashboard. And now I will join this quiz I have created through my Gmail ID. Now I'm going to join the same quiz as a student. And you may also join, and if anyone wants to join. I'm joining the same quiz through my Microsoft ID, that is amity.edu ID. I will answer the quiz and then this. Okay. Then I will join with the Gmail ID only. Okay. So if anyone wants to join with this code, please join it. The time is, we may check the answers also. Yes. So I'm starting this. Thank you, sir, for joining. Thank you, sir. Okay, Sharma ji. Okay, I'm this. Okay, we have the sound here. You may switch off the sound. If it is irritating, you may switch on the sound. So on the board, you can see 2 of the students have answered, and they have answered it correctly. Okay. So since it was classic, so in this way, students may answer. So I'm ending the quiz. So once I end the quiz, see, you can see who is first. So the person who has joined with the name S is first. And we have this sheet where question number 1 was answered correctly. And this question is answered correctly by the first one. And then Riju has also answered both the question correctly. Then Silki Sharma has also answered both the question correctly. And then when we go to next one, then one correctly, maybe the time I had ended, by that time I had ended. And this way we can see the score.
I'm request to conclude, please.
Time taken by, yes, you can see the time taken by these students. Okay.
Dr. Rashmi, how much time?
Just 1 minute.
Right.
So reports, all quizzes which you have taken, you may check out reports here of the previous quizzes. In this way, when I started the presentation, we created the quiz, we released the quiz, the score of the students, and this is all from my side. Thank you. So on quiz also I post a link. So this is all from my side, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rashmi, for sharing such important presentation. Now I request Professor Mehrdad Mohases from our Amity University Dubai campus to share his views. Professor Mohases.
Sure. If I have a sharing right, please.
Yeah, IT team, please give sharing rights to Professor Mehrdad Mohases.
Already given, sir.
Okay, thank you. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Great. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mo Mohasses. I'm with the Amity campus in Dubai. When Dr. Rai asked me to prepare presentation related to formative and summative, and I look at the list of what is already been prepared, this is sort of what so far we went through, more or less. It's a good collection of different things, but mainly focus, although some of them could be used as formative assessment and summative. They have dual role, but most of these tools are good for giving quizzes or continuously assess student progress. One of the things, and when I look at what we are practicing here, one of the tools we are using, and I'm sure everybody is familiar with it, especially if you are teaching any course, media course or art course, is concept mapping. And I thought I refresh your memory rather than tell you something new, because as I said, as an educator, we all familiar with this concept, but the problem is sometimes the things we know goes back of our mind and we are not practicing that. And we don't see the benefit, especially what it got for our student. So if I would like to start by showing you something very simple, but I hope it would be as effective as I can think it is. As a learner, if I show you, I'll present information in two formats. Talking about something very simple. I want to tell you about benefits of trees and what they do and what is the impact in our life. If I show you this write-up or try to demonstrate it on and illustrate it graphically, I don't know which one you prefer, but I bet most of you prefer the graphic format. And that's the rationale for a learner. So if you put yourself in shoes of the learner and say, if they want to learn something, what they prefer to learn, they would prefer either we present the information to them in graphically, or they demonstrate their understanding graphically. So a student will benefit from it and learn it. And why I'm talking about this, when the concept, we are talking about the concept of assessment, because what we assess is student learning, and what do they know, and how we could prepare them to become familiar with that. That's the challenge we have as a learner. So as a faculty member, you could gauge, you could measure, you could assess a student learning. So if I use same concept mapping, if I concentrate in two important things, are my student learning what I'm teaching them, and how could I help them to learn? That's where the concept mapping is going to help us. In terms of assessment, summative assessment, if you're looking at it, you could have a concept mapping exercise at the end of every lesson. It is important, or at the end of your course. I did it at the end of my course, and I'll show you an example of that. I asked my student to do that because I was worried, to be honest with you, going from 2 or 3 semesters of case study assessment, I have to move them to now supervise with Metal AI. I didn't know how they're going to react. And I said the best way I could do is to use the concept mapping, and I'll show an example of a few of them in a minute to you. In terms of formative, remember, formative is a chunk of your topics given to a student, assessing them, built based on that, and then you continue teaching them. So in this practice, if you ask them and put them either in a group or individually, depending which way you want to take it, to work together and tell you about, if you're teaching them an abstract idea, what is their understanding, how they want to put their understanding into the picture. Concept mapping is the best tool. They said in terms of learning, there are so many benefits to it when it comes this non-linear visual illustration helps them to go for the higher order of thinking, and it definitely helped them to recall, because they remember picture better than text. So when they put it in that format, it definitely quite helpful. So just to summarize it, it helps you in assessment, summative assessment, review of that, getting ready for a particular exam you have. Collaboration, I put them in the team, and it really, again, build that community. They work together. I asked them first to draw what their understanding, then pair them up, and then I asked them to report to class what they were understanding of that topic. You could rotate that. You could rotate it for different topics between different students. And formative assessment, already mentioned that. For sake of time, I'm just gonna move a bit faster. I mentioned at the end of the course, at the end of the topic, try that, and it really did magic for me. And I got very positive feedback also from them. They like applying that. You could use it, you could show them at the beginning of semester and ask them to use as a note-taking tools. Instead of taking note, they start drawing that. If you think about that, all media students doing that. All media students start with concept map and draw their thought. If they want to put, I don't know, a storyboard together. I know in web design they do that. So it's not something new to a student. I know Madam VC talk about DLPCA on the first day or 2 days ago we had, and we talk about discover, learn, practice, collaborate, assess. If you think about it, I think even he does discover, but concept mapping help a student to do all these, go over everything they learn. We talk about these four quadrant and definitely helps you to, or help a student be prepared for summative assessment. It if the content, you put your content in a concept mapping and show the relationship, it's really helpful to them. They could look at it and learn the relationship in a minute. If you have a module, we usually have 5-6 modules in every course. If you have 5 modules in every module, you have 7-8 topics, and a student after a few weeks forgot the relationship between them. So the e-content aspects, it would be helpful to that. Discussion forum, as I said, you put them together, ask them to prepare something like that using any tools, I don't know, breakout rooms, whiteboard, anything you want to use, but ask them to create a map of their understanding. It would be helpful. I mentioned about this worry that I have, and what I did is, these are the 2 tools. To be honest, when it comes to concept mapping, there are hundreds of tools over there, and there are some very basic. I show you a small demo of that. They are very, very easy to learn. In 2 minutes, you could get handle of that. The tool is not important. What is important is application of the tool. If I show you what in my course, these are just 2 samples. I use it with my BBA students for the course I'm teaching. This is a snapshot of what a student create at the end of semester. You will see they put all the 6 modules for my course. This is, they did that based on what they learned. This is one of my students while she was presenting, Rianne, and that's another student. You see, she used completely different tools. She putting all the relationship between what she learned in different area. This is another one. I didn't restrict them on the tools. The reason the graph is different because they're all looking at different module of the course. I asked them to create for all the module, but present only for one. And that's, I think Fardeen is one of the other. This is another student. And the feedback I got from them was extremely positive, because they said, we have to do review for the exam, but these tools help us to understand the relationship, and we could now get a sort of bird view of what exactly we learned throughout the course. This is, I think, another student is looking at the inventory management and the relationship between that. I'm done. If I do have time, I could show you a small presentation, but the tool is very easy and simple, and everybody could do that.
Thank you very much, Professor Mohases, for adding international perspective from Dubai. I know this is around 7 a.m. at your place. So
Yeah,
early.
it's early here. But that's okay. It was a pleasure to be part of the team.
Absolutely. We have now our very own Senthil sir, head of our AKC data system and Amazon, which is helping us day and night in this pandemic times and non-pandemic times. I request IT team to please give sharing rights to Senthil sir.
They have just given, Dr. I. Thank you so
I
much.
request all faculty members to be very attentive and vigilant during this session of Senthil sir, because this is the crux of 2 days, how we are going to utilize Amazon and ALMS to share.
So good morning, everyone present here who have logged on to the online meeting. Welcome you all, and I'm sure there have been number of sessions on the various tools on assessments, creating e-contents. Now I will brief you. I hope I'm audible, Dr. Rai?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. You have gone through number of tools for assessments and creation of e-contents. Now I will briefly take you through our ALMS, Amazon Learning Management System, on how you can put these contents online for the students, especially on the LMS. And also there are few facilities on the LMS itself, inbuilt facilities, which can be used for creation of the contents and creating assessments, opening discussion forums. So all of this, which covers almost all the quadrants, quadrant 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it is up to you, as rightly our professor from Dubai was saying, it is not about the tool, but it is about how we are using them. That matters. So there are number of options, and whichever you are convenient and whichever you feel your students will be convenient, I think you are free to pick them. But we will have to use the power of those tools so that we are able to effectively use them. I will just briefly take you through the learning management system, but there is nothing new because all of you are using it already, and most of you must be very, very proficient in using this also. Maybe I think we should have a session where we can share our knowledge rather than I just telling about what is learning management, because I see it from a different perspective, but from the user's perspective, maybe some of you can share the experience. But I will start giving the brief on how you should put the contents on different range. Now, learning management system, how can you access the system? This is through Amazon. So you don't need to have any separate username or password for it. You just need to have your Amazon login password, which you already have. So you just log on to Amazon. Once you log on to Amazon, you have a link on the left-hand menu called LMS Learning Management System. And once you scroll through that page, and there is a button, go to ALMS on the bottom. Just you click on that, then you land onto the LMS dashboard, ALMS dashboard. So now there are few things that we keep doing in the past 1 or 2 semesters, is that any faculty, whatever courses that they are teaching, section wise, group wise, the list of courses are displayed. So you must be seeing the list of courses here on the left hand side. This is one of the course wherein it shows the program name followed by the course code, then the semester, then the section name or the group name, followed by the batch and the odd semester or even semester, and then the YD. So now this is how the list is populated. Remember, this is done automatically. You don't need to add these on your LMS. This is all done. This is all fetched from Amazon automatically. Only thing is, this is done only when the timetables are created, faculty allotment is done, and the groups and sections are allotted. So once this is done, the student data, faculty data, the course data, including the session plans, are pushed on LMS. So we normally do this at the beginning of the semester. So then subsequently, then we get in the last 2 semesters, what we have seen is that there are number of queries that that come to us that we don't see the courses online on LMS. That could be when we have analyzed, most of the time the timetable or faculty allotment has not taken place, or there is a change, because especially in the initial few days there are a lot of changes in the timetabling or faculty allotment and the section and group creation. So now what in this current semester, what we have planned is that we will be doing a periodic updation of the data, so that you don't need to keep sending us reminders about your courses not reflecting on LMS. Maybe we will be doing it at a higher frequency so that you will be able to see them. Maybe on a daily basis, you will be able to see those updates. This is just to update so that you get to see all the courses here. Once you click on the course, then you will be able to see the session plans online. So now I have logged on to LMS. So this is on one of the screen. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So now
Yes, sir.
these are the list of courses. As I said, you will be able to see the list of courses you teach with the section names on the left-hand side and also on the dashboard. So once you click on a course, then you will be able to see the session plan from Amazon loaded here by default. And the point is, how do I add contents? So to add the contents on the top of the page, now there is a button called turn editing on. So by default it was on for me. So now once you click on turn editing on, then you will be able to add the contents. So you would have noticed when I did turn editing on, there is a message here shown as drag and drop files. So you can always do a drag.
Sanjay sir,
Yes.
sorry to just interrupt you. I think we are still seeing your presentation. We're not able to see the
sorry.
live screen. So you can.
Sir, you have to share screen, sir.
Yes. So I was doing. I am. Thank you, Professor Andrew. One second. So can you enable the sharing for me, please? Thank you. So now is it visible?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so now I think I will go back to the LMS. Yes. So now this is the screen where you just will have to, by default, the turn editing on, you need to click so that you can add contents. If you notice, once I clicked on, there is a drag and drop files onto course. There is a message. So now it is so simple that you see the session plan here. So the list of modules are all here. So you just down, these are the list of modules. If I need to add contents to any of the modules, let's say that I need to add content here. So I have a PPT presentation, so I need to add, just drag it from your system. So you see add files here, this is enabled, just leave it here. So my PPT is added to module 2. Let's say that you need to move around, it is just drag and drop. You must be aware that you need to just pull this, drop it here. So you can adjust your content in case if you need to move from one module to the other module. So this can be done. And as we have been seeing that there are number of in quadrant 1, whether it is e-tutorials, predominantly this will be of your videos, audio content, or any simulations. These I categorized, whether it is quadrant 1 or quadrant 2, predominantly there will be videos, SCOM contents, or maybe HTML5 contents, depending upon the tools that you will use to create the contents. And the quadrant 2 will mostly of PDFs, PPTs, because by seeing the content types that I could see it must be a PPT or a PDF, or most of them would be, or ebook can be of mostly PDFs. So these can be uploaded here directly. You can just do a drag and drag, or if you want to add SCORM content or any specialized contents, then you click on add an activity or a resource. Moodle gives number of options, like these are all the complete list, especially the activities or resources. So when you add resources, this is for adding a book or adding a file, or you want to add a complete folder, IMS content package, in labels, pages, URLs, all of this. This is mostly for quadrant 2. And if you want to add SCORM contents, so here is the option for adding the SCORM package. And also the HTML5, this is H5P is the option where you can upload HTML5 contents. This is the new option wherein the video handling and audio handling capacity is much better. These are all mostly interactive contents wherein, as you would have seen in the SCORM contents, some of you who might be doing Amity online courses may be already aware that you can have videos with the quizzes in between that can be created using SCORM package or an HTML5 package. So H5P is for HTML5 packages. These two might be useful for you when you create interactive kind of videos or lectures. Then you can use these two options to post. This was simple. I don't think I need to demonstrate, but still I will just click and show you. To add SCORM contents, you can give a name, add a description here, and just pull your SCORM package, drag and drop onto this box. That's it. It is as simple as that. So maybe if you want to record a video, let's say that if you want to put a video of your own, you can do it directly from here. Or maybe you want to connect to your MS Teams. Let's say that if I want to just add a video, just click on label just here where you can add it to the description itself. Here you can record a video. So here there is a video button. You just click on it, then just click on start recording. Then you record your video. So now I'm using my microphone and webcam are being used by WebEx, so I'm not able to record. But you will be able to, once your webcam and microphone are free to use by your LMS, then you can start recording. Once you have recorded, then there will be a stop recording button, and then you can directly upload the video. Or if you want to add your MS Team class, so let's say that you are having various modules and topics defined on the LMS. For each topic, you can add the MS Team meeting URL here. So that can be added by signing into MS Teams. Once you click on sign in, then you can sign into MS Teams the way that normally you sign in. And once you have signed in, then you can add the meeting URL here. So directly, then the students will be able to access your meetings from the LMS also. So, and these are the various options. You can add directly the video or an audio file. So these are all primarily for quadrant 1. And file upload option is for quadrant 2 predominantly, or it can be any module. So on the quadrant 3, just we have been listening to various assessment tools. I think that each tool has its own pros and cons, and maybe we see that there are very exciting tools with a lot of options. It depends on the subject that you teach. Maybe you will find certain tools very attractive. Use them, and there is an inbuilt assignment module here. Or if you want to create a multi-choice one, the choice is the option. You can explore them, because with the time constraint, I don't think it will be possible for me to take you through each of these tools. You can try on your own. There is a quiz option where you can have multiple multi-choice questions. And assignment is the one that you keep using. I have been seeing many people are using the assignment option on the MS Teams itself. You have an option here on LMS also, that you here also you have the option to have start date, end date, and what should be the date you assess. I will just take you through the advantages of using the assessment from the LMS directly. Okay, so now these are the various modules. I think you can try each one of them. I will quickly take you back to the presentation where I will take you through the assessment screens that we have covered all of these here now. So discussion forum, yes, now that is one more option that we just saw, that you will see there is an option for forum here. So through this you can create the forums for any particular course, allow your students to discuss, and you also can participate, give your inputs. So, and there are number of possible options here to track your discussion forum or restrict the kind of attachments or the word count that students can post. You can moderate them. So all of this can be done on the discussion forums. That covers about the quadrant 4 and quadrant 3 and quadrant 4 assessment tools you have already learned. I will just tell you about how the Amazon and ALMS are linked. So this is on the Amazon screen. Once you go to academics, LMS and assessment component setup, when you choose your section, you have an option of any, you have the list of components here, assessment components here. You have an option to do it offline or do it through online through LMS. Okay, so now I just want to clarify one point here. Anything which is done outside the ALMS, even if you do any of the other online tools, just there are a number of tools which have been demonstrated, any of them, they will be considered as an offline assessment. But if you are doing it through ALMS, then you can use this option. Why this? What is the difference? I will just tell you. The offline ones, there here you can conduct the assessment outside the ALMS, and you need to punch in the marks on Amazon. But whereas if you do it through ALMS, then the assessment which is done on ALMS, they are ported automatically onto Amazon. So once you click on the ALMS, then that component gets added on the LMS screen. This is on ALMS. Suppose let's say we have done a case discussion area that has been pushed to ALMS. You can add an activity and then conduct the assessment. Once you have conducted the assessments, then you will be able to do the assessment, get the marks here, and once you have done it, so this is how you, let's say that you do an assignment for it, and once you have launched an assignment, students will be able to see, they participate, then you see the submissions, grade them. Once you have graded them, you will see the list of all the candidates with their marks here, and you have an option for seeing the marks and then pushing the marks back onto Amazon, right? And once you click on push marks back onto Amazon, then your Amazon screen, this must be a familiar screen for you where you enter the details. Those marks are automatically populated here. Okay, so and this is by and large about the various assessments and the first 3 quadrants, how you can put the contents online. I hope I am on time, maybe little before time. Maybe if you have any questions, then you can.
Yes, Anshul sir, good morning. The question from Amity Greater Noida side is that there is no LMS link in their Amazon ID. Therefore, they are not able to do the activities whatever you have explored here.
Who are they?
Dr. Vimal, let him finish then we'll have question answer.
Yes, yes, I have finished that, right? So now I think we can have the question answers. No problem. So, sorry, Vimal, you mentioned they means, can I assume that it's all Greater Noida faculty members, Greater Noida students, or both?
Even I have also no link. If you would like to see that, then I can open Amazon and display that there is no link of ALMS. Therefore, we have the problem regarding this.
Okay, all right. So we will have them added, Dr. Vimal.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
There are few questions in the chat window also.
Yes, I just
For
I will.
Senthilji.
Can we download the assessment done on? Sorry, I think I will. My screen is still shared. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So see, I would like to just show you one small thing on ALMS, especially when you go onto the top. When you on top, you see a link called help. You click on that, then we have certain videos. These are all the help videos on how you can see. For example, this is on drag and drop files and uploading files onto course. The most of the things that I have been just talking about, they're all there in a video form that you can refer to any time. So under the help link, and this we will keep adding more content to it, because already this covers most of the things that you do on a daily basis, and this will cover. But how to edit module and course when this is an option? Yes, you can edit. You can add more modules, more topics also. How you can do it, I will just quickly take you through. It is pretty simple. So let's say that if I need to add one more topic here. So here at the bottom of the screen, then you see an add topic. Click on it. How many number of sections you want to have? Add. So that the topics gets added. Click on the pencil button here. Then you can give a topic name here. So now let's say that you are conducting a workshop on something. So you put workshop on AI and ML. So add them, and then under this, then you can add any kind of listing. So you can add any activity like what we have been discussing so far. So by and large, the session plan which is pushed from Amazon, that contains all the modules. So I don't think there will be any requirement for adding the modules, but I'm sure when you are doing any kind of extra activities for the students, you can always add here. After clicking on 3 dots, what are the next steps? See, 3 dots are mainly when you have an extended menu, you get to see a 3 dots. So I think it is better that you keep exploring. So I would request all the faculty members to please start using ALMS. It is like we have number of sessions on LMS, but that does not help. Unless you get into LMS, start using them, like the way we started using Amazon, and now it had become part of our thing. So now same way that ALMS is very useful tool. If we start using it, then we will get to know more, because this is again having lot of options. It is about how we can utilize them. Once we will start using it, maybe then we will also have an opportunity to then work on them to make it better for you. How to edit module and course, we just discussed that.
Senthilji, there is a question from Pallavi Agarwal.
Right.
And the question is there any option to let's move, just hold on. Is there a size restriction for PPT that is uploaded on LMS?
The PPTs are at times very bulky. What can be done for that?
Irrespective of any kind of a file size, there is a limitation on the file size. The file size limitation is 80 MB.
I think Palak is here to listen to the answer. It is 80 MB.
80 MB is the limitation. But I don't think there is any PPT which will be heavier than this, because there are two things that we need to remember. There can be some videos embedded. If that is the case, then the size can be higher. I would suggest the videos, we need to see a different mechanism of putting it on LMS. I would suggest you either put it on MS Streams and provide just the URL link here, if it is more than 80 MB. So it will be better, because MS Streams has a better capability to handle the videos than the Moodle. And for PPTs, I'm sure 80 MB is good enough. If you have heavier PPTs, then you may have to find tools to just minimize the size or optimize them. Because if you will put 80 MB, even for the students' end, for them to download will be a problem. Not everyone will be on a faster connection. So I think it is better that we also optimize. And if there is any genuine problem, you can always write to us, that you have the LMS support email ID. You can please write to us. Then on case-to-case basis, then we can see. Because this 80 MB also we have enhanced from the basic of 20 MB to 80 MB based on various requirements from the campuses.
To add to your answer, sir, I just want to share and just revise the same thing that we have learned on 19th also, that your lesson plan is to be divided into subtopics, and those subtopics should have the separate e-recordings. The e-content that is required to be recorded for your quadrant 1 is based on, the lesson plan that you are defining. Was very clearly, a table was very clearly shown by Professor Angel last time. So in that case, your PPT will not be that heavy, because you are submitting it topic wise, subtopic wise. Thank you, Dr. Senthil. Dr. Rai.
Thank you, Senthil sir, for such elaborative presentation on LMS and Amazon. In any case, any word of thanks would not suffice for the support that your team and Sodhi sir team is giving us 24/7. But we need to thank you for this session at least.
Thank you, sir. Right, it was a pleasure.
I request Dr. K.M. Soni and Dr. Kalpana Sharma ma'am to take ahead the next session. We are on time. We are only 5 minutes late. So this session will go till 1:30. Dr. Soni sir and Dr. Kalpana. One announcement. All those who were not able to submit the quiz in the morning, we are opening it once again. It will remain there till 11:26. So those who were not able to submit, they can submit it. For those who have not attempted in the morning, they can attempt it. Post 11:26, please don't write messages here and there in WhatsApp that it is not accepting. It will be there till 11:26. 11:26.01, it will not accept. So we are opening it, and you can start it just after 30 seconds.
So thank you, Dr. Rai and Dr. Alpana Kakkar, providing me the opportunity to moderate this very, very important session. Hope this session will be of great interest to everybody. I would like to thank all faculty members, those who have taken the initiatives, and I will call one by one. I want to request to all faculty members, please stick on time, since everybody will get 8 minutes time. So please present your innovative practice of e-content development from your domain within 8 minutes. So I would like to start with the agriculture and ag discipline domain, Dr. Vijay Yadav Tokla. Please. And IT support department, please give the right as soon as I call the faculty member. So please give the right to Sharing right to Dr. Vijay Yadav Tokla.
Sir, I think Vijay sir is not there in panelist.
Okay, so we can move to the next presenter, who is Ms. Sugandha Gambar from Applied Arts, Fine Arts, Performing Arts, and Visual Arts. So I think she is having some issue with her laptop. She's not able to share the document. So please give the right to me. I will try to share for her.
Yes, sir, I already given to you, sir.
Very good, thank you. So I will try to share the screen. She has sent mail to me. So I should open the mail. Email and calendar. This mail. Directly from mail, I can open the document, or I should share the document first. This document finally PDF.
Yes, sir, you have to open.
So can you see this presentation? Is my presentation?
Not now, sir.
Presentation not visible. We are sharing one application. It is showing me it is already shared. You are sharing one application. It is first slide.
It is coming up.
Can you confirm, Dr. Rai?
No, we can't see the presentation, but it seems that it is coming up.
I've already shared. It is coming. Stop sharing button is also there. So I stop.
Sir, unshare करके वापस कर लीजिए.
मैंने unshare कर लिया. Now sharing. Is it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. So, Ms. Sugandha, you can start.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing the screen. So,
Okay,
good morning, everyone. I'm representing Amity School of Fine Arts, and today I'm going to present quadrant-wise e-content that have been developed for the students of MFA Applied Art. And so, as you already seen, the first slide is basically the program I have written, then course title, course code, and credit units have been mentioned so that students should know what they are going to learn. So next, please.
This course has LTPSW, 1 tutorial, 4 practical, 4 self-work. It is very
Yes,
important.
sir.
Sugandha, now continue,
Sir,
please. Course objective.
So then I have mentioned the course objective, which says that the objective of this course is basically that students should focus on the usage of digital media. As the course is of master's level, so I haven't touched the basic things. I just emphasize on the basic of manual work that students are going to forget in these days. And then I have mentioned the course contents module wise so that they should know the contents of this particular course. Then in next slide, I have mentioned the course learning outcomes that after studying this subject, they are going, this is the thought process they are going to have. They have to, they will understand the objective of basically the importance of steps that they need to incorporate in the process of designing an advertising campaign. Right. And next is they have to apply the communication flow in the context of advertising messages. And then the pedagogy of this course delivery is basically presentation. And I have given them live demonstration in the classes. And case studies we have discussed as these are master students. And then guest lecture and industry interaction has been happened in the class. So one guest lecture from an academician and one industry person came to interact with the students with that what are the current trends in the market right now. So in the next slide, I have also mentioned the assessment examination scheme that in our domain, it's for practical internal marks. We are going to give 50% to students, that is 50 marks internal and 50 marks is for end-term examination. Then for lab internal assessment, there are weightage is given project 15 marks, class test is of 10 marks, home assignment 10 marks, and then Viva 10 marks, and attendance is of 5 marks, and in total 50 marks for internal and 50 for their end-term examination. So here in the next thing, there are 2 videos that I have prepared for the students, but as the limitation is there on the WebEx, so I think Sony sir told me that he won't be able to play the videos. So in first quadrant, I have given them the basic information with videos, that what is the visualization process. And second quadrant is basically the
please go a
PPT.
little fast, otherwise you will not be able to complete. There are
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
3 minutes more.
Okay, sir. So in the next quadrant 2, I have shown the PPT, the 2 students, I have given them the PPT. It is basically the power of color. Basics are there. And in this, I have shown the students, the information has been given through infographics, that some I have prepared and some I have collected data from the research has been come up. So what are the color trends, current trends, and what colors depict. So basically, I have given them a brief discussion, an introduction of color theory, so that when they come in the class, we can discuss and what brands they have noticed in different colors. So interaction can be happened in the class. So in the next slides, in coming up slides, I have shown basically the color trends. And so next slide, please. Yeah, next. So this is very important thing. In this, I have given them some options. Then that this is the like McDonald's in red. You can see the current logo of McDonald's, and when we convert it to different colors, how they feel. So it is basically to brainstorm them, because in designing they have to apply different thoughts. So that's why I have given this. And in class we have discussed about the thoughts, their thoughts, and we have interacted that what different students felt about this. In the next slide, this is basically the color theory, the psychology of the color, so that they came to know when they are going to design or they are going to illustrate a thing, what colors they need to use according to their service or social issue or brand. So in the coming up slides, I have just shown them only. So some references. Yeah, some references, ads has also been given. So please, thoda sa fast. Yeah. So these are just the references that I have given to students. So next. So these are different colors and different references. And in this, yes, some social issues ad has also been included. And in the second, yes, sir. So these are basically, I have given the introduction to students, and in the last I have shown them the color, what impact the color has on a brand. So I have also written choosing the right colors can help you build brand awareness. So it is basically how colors impact a viewer's mind, so that they came to know about this, because after masters they have to go out. And after this I have also given them the books. In the next slide, I have given them the reference books and web links for the same. And the assessment criteria, the assignment brief also has been mentioned here, that they have to, what they have to design and what are the assessment components. And a small quiz has also, I have just given a reference of 3 questions here, but I have made a quiz on Kahoot, and then I have shared with students, and they have attempted it to self-assess them. So basically, these are the 4 quadrants, and I'm really sorry that I'm unable to share the videos. So these are the basic e-content. Sir, please unmute.
Mute. Okay, so next presenter is
Thank you,
from
sir.
Architecture and Planning and Interior Design, Mr. Siddhant Kumar, who will be speaking on strategies, self-assessment, challenges in design study. So, Mr. Siddhant Kumar is there? Mr. Siddhant Kumar? Dr. Kalpana Sharma?
Yes, sir.
Madam, have you checked? Mr. Siddhant Kumar is there? or not?
Professor Soni, I will request you to please continue.
Siddhant Kumar is not there. So we'll move to next speaker. The next presenter, who is this from Art, Humanities and Social Sciences and Journalism, Mass Communication, Dr. Venus Jain.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Dr. Venus, good morning.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are very much audible. Please continue.
Sir, please give me sharing rights so that I can share my presentation.
IT support, please give the sharing right to Dr. Venus Jain.
A very good morning, sir.
Okay.
Sir, a very good morning. Sorry, I was muted. I was not able to communicate.
Okay, so sir, please continue. You have 6 minutes only.
Sir, I would like to share my screen in order to proceed, sir.
IT support, please give the screen sharing right to Siddhant Kumar first, then Dr. Venus Jain. Dr. Venus Jain, please be ready.
All right, sir.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you, IT.
Hello, everyone. I hope this is visible to you. I would like to quickly go through my presentation here. So, sir, the presentation that I want to show you is about e-content strategies and application of self-assessment tools, and about my personal journey in applying this and modifying it in the process. As a professor, I'm always looking out for the outcome, that what is going to be the outcome of a course and how does this outcome apply to all the students. For this, we have tools like our pedagogy. That is the method we use to execute our courses. We have our activities, which are Bloom's words, doing certain things to achieve certain outcomes. And we have the e-content, that is the support content for this. And this is what I want to focus on today. One of the problems that we faced while executing this was that students are not realizing their progress. They are not actually understanding where they are on the overall standard. And for us, validation of outcomes becomes an issue, because we don't really know if the outcomes that we have defined are the marks that we give, are the marks that we're giving to the students actually correlating to that. So in order to solve this issue, I am stressing more on self-assessment tools as a aided learning strategy. So my content strategy, this is even before the COVID time, when we discussed about flipped mode. The first batch of e-content that I gave to the students were theoretical and reference content. This included ebooks, this included presentations, assignments, quizzes, and recordings of all the activities that we do. I was very happy with this, but the students said that we are still having some problems. Like, we don't know, we are not sure why we need to go and refer to these things. We are not sure what is the benefit of these things. And some people look at books and they get dissuaded that we don't have enough time to read these books. So I had to modify something. I added inspirational content. I added some introspection tools and video tutorials. And this introspection tool, surprisingly, it really worked out very well. We still had some problems. So I further modified the strategy by adding a comprehensive self-assessment rubric, gamified learning objectives and implicit rewards. And this seems to solve the problem that students are able to understand where they are on the standard. And most of the students are now getting very similar marks as the outcomes are becoming more and more uniform. So the research question that came out of this was, how can we actually help students to assess their own progress and allow them to correlate the same to intended learning outcomes? Well, on one hand, we have defined course learning outcomes, and on the other hand, the students are given marks. So sometimes students are not able to associate how this assessment is correlating to this, and there is a slight disconnect. The first thing I want to talk about is I'm adding a comprehensive self-evaluation rubric, and I'm creating this rubric based on the parameters that I consider are merits for performance. An example for a random design assignment of 100 marks, I can break it down to quality of writing, research, timely review, design choices, and neatness. So 25%, distribution for each. And this is the rubric in action. When all the students are given this for the assignment in the very beginning of the course, they want to aim for this, and we have defined the format. No plagiarism, articulate descriptions, each review milestone delivered on time, and so on. Students will make a great effort to be in this bracket, and I can prove it by the change in the result coming in this semester. This is the end of the presentation, sir, but I would like to quickly demonstrate the e-content that I actually delivered to them. And this is a more intuitive take, and it is equipped with self-learning, self-assessment tools. So it's just opening, just give me a second. In the very beginning, the e-content covers the objectives of the course, the modules, the pedagogy, and this is a living presentation. It talks to the students on a personal level and not just gives them theoretical paragraphs. And it equips them with softer knowledge. There is a lot of self-introspection and self-assessment challenges which are scattered in this assignment. And students have benefited from this. I can show you an activity that we did, which was, I'm sorry, this is a long one. Here it is. Okay, we're still going. Right. So this is an assignment known as Journey to Mastery, and it covers 10 items which the students are supposed to answer. And this is all based on self-introspection. I can give you an example. So perform a SWOT analysis on your readiness for the UX industry. When students attempted this, the results were very, very interesting. I'll just show you a random students.
And please conclude. Please conclude.
Yes, sir, concluding in a minute. So, sir, all the students are using these strategies now to evaluate themselves and kind of outline their own priorities. And doing this self-evaluation is giving them more focus. It is making them more competitive. And I'm glad to announce that it is making the results more uniform. They are clearly identifying themselves in the design landscape, and they are able to understand who they are and how they are going to benefit from the program.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. The next presentation now we have with Dr. Venus Jain. Dr. Venus Jain.
Yes, sir.
ID support, please give the sharing right to her.
Is my presentation visible?
Not yet. It's come now. Fine.
Yeah. Namaste and a very good morning to you all. I prepared a presentation for social sciences wherein I was teaching papers like research methods in history, popular culture, religious traditions of India. And creative, it required a lot of narration. So we have prepared, we have done it quadrant wise. In quadrant 1, we have prepared some videos, which I came to know right now that let me see if I'm able to. Yes, we prepared some videos. So this way we have prepared various videos. I have used the method of recording the presentation. I made a presentation, converted it into JPG pictures. Then I'm using a MacBook Air. I edited it there and gave a voiceover to it. And that is how various videos were prepared for the students for various topics and various subjects I'm teaching. Beyond that, we have prepared some audios.
Venus, you continue. It's not playing, so continue.
Oh, all right, ma'am. Actually, I was able to hear it. So apart from that, we have given them some YouTube links which were related to the topic, and they can see the videos in there, like about folk painting styles, or when I was teaching textiles of India, like chicken curry and bandhani and all those things were very well shown in how they are done. So YouTube links were also provided to the students in quadrant 1. Then we went to quadrant 2. Herein reference material was provided, like when I was teaching what is history, there is a book, What is History by E.H. Carr. So the link to this book was provided to the students, and also we have given them various links wherein they can go topic wise. It was associated with the lesson plan, that whichever lesson we are taking in the lesson plan, there is a link which they can go to and go through it before they come to the class. And that is how we came to quadrant 3. And in quadrant 3, we would have given the discussion points also, that if I have given them a book to read, like what is history, then what will be the discussion points? That is like we will be discussing scope of history, purpose of history, nature of history, history and interdisciplinary approach, and history is a science or it is an art. So in third quadrant, we were discussing, but the discussion points matched to the lesson plan, and according to the lesson plan, here a reference material was given to them topic wise, and they also knew that from each topic what will be the discussion point and what we are going to discuss in the class. After that, the discussion was continued in the class based on what was given to them in quadrant 2. Then we moved on to quadrant 4, and in quadrant 4 we have given them certain MCQs which they can go through and they can fill it there, and that can be assessed also, and the performance of the students can also be assessed in terms of who has answered how many questions and which questions were right and which questions were wrong here in itself. Other tools which were used for assessment were quiz and Kahoot. So basically I used MS Forms, Kahoot and quiz, and this is how we have addressed 4 quadrants for giving e-content to the students before they could come to the classes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Sanjeev, Dr. Dhruv from Biotechnology and Biosciences domain.
Yes, sir.
Please, Dr. Sanjeev. IT support, please give the right to Dr.
Kindly give the. I wish everybody a very pleasant morning to all the dignitaries and all the colleagues present here. Let me please share my. So I hope the screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
I will be talking about a very. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. It is a single application that I'm going to talk about, and why so is that it found a great utility for subjects of biology, where the teaching is through a lot of freehand drawing and diagram, and especially when discussion in the classroom moves in unforeseen directions, you have to draw a lot. For example, a diagram of a cell, or what is happening inside at molecular level, or maybe you are teaching DNA related subject, etc. So quickly I will summarize what the advantages of this application is. And I have already shown you, this is called the freehand. For information of everybody, it's called freehand. And if you type freehand in Vision in Google, you will get the web page of this application. The advantages of this application is that it is an infinity whiteboard. So in all directions, it has no limits. You can keep on writing, you can keep on drawing in any direction, and it will keep on assimilating all that you have added to it. All the work is automatically saved, and you can go back to the project in your subsequent lectures. So all your lectures will be stored in the form of this whiteboard, and you can share it with the students, so that if you have used the same project for the entire semester, the student will have access to all your lectures, all the drawings, diagrams, and text that you made during the sessions. It allows you the usage of basic shapes, drawing. You can type on it, and you can even paste pictures on the whiteboard. I will be now using the short demonstration. So here is the, I'm sorry, here is the home page of InVision, and I have created a login for myself, and I keep a bookmark on the browser. So if I have to create a new project for a new lecture or a new class, I click on the plus button, and then it asks me what kind of project do I want to create. Is it a prototype that I'm working towards, or is it a discussion board or a freehand? So I like to use the free. I click here, and for today, let me just write ABC, and I create it. And then it asks me, the page is loaded. Then it asks me what kind of project is it within freehand. Is it a blank board, or is it a discussion board? Once again, option. I'm sorry, it is taking long than expected for it to load. So I can go back again page. Okay, these are the templates that it is showing. So I will, because of paucity of time, I will go to a blank template. Otherwise, there are options of brainstorming, flowcharts, meeting like template, etc. So here is a blank template, and you can draw using different colored pens. You can reduce or increase the thickness of the pen. You can draw basic shapes, and just a minute, sir. You can draw basic shapes, and you can even paste pictures. So, as I said, it is an infinity board. I can move, in any direction as much as I want, and I can keep on adding stuff. So I will go back to my board, one of the board that I would like to show as an example. So here it is. This is BSc on medical biotechnology, and I taught the polymerase chain reaction. So all that I discussed in multiple sessions on this topic, all that information is here. So I can show you where I started with, and this is last semester. We began with basics of polymerase chain reaction, how it happens, and then how it used to happen in the earlier times, where sophisticated machines were not available, and scientists had to use 3 water baths and the reaction tube. So what I did was I simply went to Google Images. I got the Eppendorf tube and I pasted it here, and I can now simulate an animation that I
Sanjeev,
put the tube at
you already extended by
94
2
degrees
minutes.
water bath. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then I move it to the second bath, the third bath, and so on and so forth. And as the lecture goes ahead, I can keep on writing, adding diagrams, pasting pictures, and everything is recorded here, and a lot of discussion can happen. You can even share it with your students, so multiple students can come on board and they can start typing from their end, and people will be able to see who all are typing here. So this is freehand from sorry. That's it from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Thank you. Dr. Dhruv Kumar is there?
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Dhruv is the next speaker from the same domain, biotechnology and biosciences domain, along with Dr. Sanjeev Kumar. Dr. Dhruv Kumar. I think Dr. Dhruv Kumar is not there. So we'll move to the next presenter. He sees Dr. Tina Bagga from the Faculty of Management Studies. Dr. Tina Bagga is there.
Yeah, good afternoon, good morning, sir, and good morning, all my.
Good morning. IT support, please give the sharing right to her.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are very much audible.
Very good morning to all the members of Amity family.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Please switch on your camera, ma'am.
Yes, I have done that. My camera is on.
I think the camera is off. I can see your background, but not you.
Yeah, I can also see my background.
Ma'am, switch on your camera from or top of your screen. There is an option to on. Switch on and switch off option.
I know. I have been using it every day. I have switched on. It's physically on from the top. I don't know why.
And please try it again. Switch off and then switch on.
I've done that. How it's possible? I can see myself in preview.
Do you receive?
I'm so
have
sorry,
you received the
it's
sharing rights?
physically on.
It's all right. Have you received the sharing rights? Please share your presentation and continue.
I already given, sir. I already given to him.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Singh. Please share your presentation.
So I'm sharing my small presentation for a few slides.
Your presentation is visible. Please continue.
Is my PPT visible?
Yes, it is visible. Please continue.
It's in slideshow mode, right?
Keep in slideshow mode. It is not in slideshow mode.
Just.
Yeah, sir, I'm here. I'm sorry. Hello,
Please wait.
sir.
Dr. Dhruv, please wait now. Tina Bagga from the next domain. She's presenting, so we'll see you later on.
So I'm sharing my screen now. I hope it's visible now. Sir, is my PPT visible now?
Yes, it is visible. It is how to make a video in PowerPoint. It is
Yeah.
Please
So
continue.
okay, thank you so much, sir. So I'm representing management domain, and in management domain, we have made our e-content as per the quadrant defined Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. Since we were advised not to repeat anything, so I'm focusing on how we created videos for quadrant 1 using MS PowerPoint. Now, when we started recording the videos, we all had a lot of butterflies in our stomach, and even today we have. The main problem was using so many softwares for editing, for recording, for screencasting, for taking out the clips. Now, PowerPoint is a software which we all were using, right? And PowerPoint gives us all these three things. We don't have to use any other software if we are comfortable using PowerPoint. So my small 5 minutes presentation will tell you how you can incorporate various features of PowerPoint and make a very powerful presentation. Now, when we talk about the presentation, I think these are the few things which we require. We require a canvas, right? We require, screen where we can cast our videos. We need infographics. Every presenter is talking about presenting the information in the form of graphics so that it becomes more catchy to the audience. So infographics is also very, very easy creating in PowerPoint. Then is the voiceover. So we generally, create PowerPoint and then we go to Zoom and we record our lecture, we give the voiceover. But you can also use PowerPoint
for giving voiceover, and editing is something very, very, scary for many of us, because when it comes to editing, we feel that we have to download another software and we have to do the editing. Now, if you are using PowerPoint for making your presentation, editing will become very, very easy. And the last thing is, many of us use screen recording, right? I think Professor Rai also talked about screen recording. There are several softwares through which you can record the screen. But yes, if you know PowerPoint well, you can also record the screen using PowerPoint. Let's see how you do all these things using PowerPoint. Now, the very basic thing, when it comes to PowerPoint and recording video is, we all feel, oh, PowerPoint is very boring. You know why? Because we often make our slides like this, which too much of text, so many bullet points, and we often tend to read what is given on the presentation. Now, if you are making a PowerPoint presentation which will be converted into video, we have to take care on certain points. We cannot make our presentation in the traditional way, which is more information focused. Now, when we talk about PowerPoint, as I said, many of us feel it's boring. We need to understand that it's not a problem with PowerPoint. PowerPoint is a very, very powerful tool, though we underrate it many times because we have the software handy, and we feel that if we download any other software, that would be more useful. But trust me, PowerPoint is underrated software, but it is most powerful software. Now, what we need to understand is design is more important when you are creating your presentation into video. Now, there are certain things which you have to keep in mind. We need to first of all understand the difference between normal presentation which we give in the class and the presentation which we would like to convert into videos. We need to understand that when you are converting your presentation into video, there is no scope of interaction. When you are in class, you can go back to the previous slide, you can go to the next slide if somebody is asking something. You have a lot of flexibility in your presentation. But when it comes to recording through PowerPoint, these things are not there. There is no interaction. There is no flexibility at all. So what you need to avoid in your video presentation is avoid block of text. Never ever have text on your video, on your slides. Avoid having bullet points. There are better ways to present your bullet points in the form of infographics, I will tell you. And never ever read from what is given on the slide. Because, when you are converting your presentation into video, there are two things which are happening. One is the information which you are presenting on your in your video. The second is audio. Now, we often either we can focus on reading part, or we can focus on the audio part. So since we want to make impact by our voice, by the things which we are saying, we should avoid having text on our slides. Now, one more thing, when we record our videos into Zoom or using Teams or any other software, we tend to create videos of 30 minutes, 40 minutes. But my personal experience is that you should avoid having big videos. You should have a manageable chunk, and always, always keep in mind that your audio is something which we convey the story. Your visuals are only to support that. So,
Tina, please conclude.
Yes. So I will just tell you how you can do the screencasting and video in PowerPoint. So infographics, I think we all can use ourselves. Recording, even Professor Andrelin talked about how to record. You have to go to slideshow. There are record show slideshow option. Now, one thing which I want to focus here is, I think we all are aware about these record option and all these things. One thing is very, very important. Can you see this note? Now, there is something called note. Often we require some notes while recording. So it's advisable that you can place your notes, and you can see the strategic positioning of notes is just below the camera. So if you will read these notes, nobody will come to know that you are actually reading the notes. So don't put your text on the main slide. Put your text which you want to refer to in the notes. Now, next is screen recording. There is a very wonderful, option available in PowerPoint. If you go to recording option, along with record slideshow, you have one more button here, that is screen recording.
So when you will click on screen recording, it will take you to the record button. As you can see, in my previous slide, you can see the record button here. So if you will click on this record button, after this, whatever you will do on your screen will be recorded. So there is no need to have another software for recording. You can very well do in PowerPoint. Thank you so much, sir. That's all from my side. Sir, you are on mute, sir. Sir, you are on mute.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Tina, for nice presentation from management domain. So now next presenter is from Faculty of Education, Dr. Rasna.
Dr. Soni sir, may I was not having access. I was muted.
Dr. Dhruv, it's all right. Dr. Dhruv, those who are left out, we will take them if time permits at the last.
Okay.
So please be there. Please be there. Thank you so much. Dr. Rasna is there?
Yes, sir, I am there, sir.
Very good. So IT support, please give the right to her.
So good morning, everyone. Good morning, Honorable VC Ma'am, respected deans and the HOIs of the respective departments, and heartiest gratitude to give me this particular platform to share the experience that I had since last year of developing the e-content, using it, and the experiences that we had in our domain. So these were the 4 quadrant approaches. I'm skipping that because of the need of the time. Just give me a minute. Okay, yes. This was the planning phase of our department. Almost all of us, all of the faculties, we have started our session with the planning phase of topics, then URL, then what are the books that we are going to put, what are the PPTs, PDFs, everything. So this was the Excel sheet that we all have used and how we have planned it. And after planning this, only then we have inserted it on our LMS. Now coming to the development of e-content, these are few of the software that I have used to prepare my videos. One is a Plotagon Studio, another is a narrated slideshows that just Tina ma'am has referred to. Then third one is a Screencast-O-Matic on which most of my videos are available. This is one of the video on Plotagon. The sound is not there, but this has been developed by me on a platform, and this has narrations are also there in the written form. So this is the good thing, but the point is like the orientation to this particular software needs around half an hour. So that is a point. Now coming to the next video, this is also on Plotagon, which is an extended version of something which I have taught in the first video for my specific content. Say this is the second software, which is Screencast-O-Matic. Now on Screencast-O-Matic, I have prepared a video. This is myself along with the screen recording, and this is the video for a e-tool Lucid Chart. Used for concept mapping and mind mapping, and as Professor Moses sir has also emphasized upon today that it is very, very important. So during the third semester of our students, it was very important for them to tell about the different types of tools. So this is the practice that we did, is like we prepared our tutorial, we prepared our videos for respective tools, and then we uploaded them on LMS so that our students, those who were going for the internship in the fields, they can refer to these. So this is again on Screencast-O-Matic, and this is the use of MindMister tool on during the online classes. So how it can be used. This is the third one on Screencast-O-Matic. Now coming to the narrated slideshows, this is the YouTube link that I have given to my students for my course, telling them about how the narrated slideshows can be prepared. I have added this in the first quadrant, reason being this is my video only on the Swayam platform. For the narrated slideshows, along with the videos, the practice that we people are doing in our department, almost all of us are doing, is development of the video transcripts along with the videos, because that is the experience that we have received when we are going as a resource person to different platforms developing the videos, that even the transcript is something which is very, very important. So this is what we are practicing as well. Now coming to quadrant 2, that is e-reference, e-content, and the different type of reference material. So this is a screenshot from my LMS, wherein the different types of PDFs, the different types of URLs you can see over here. The HTML files are also there, and the ebooks are also there. So they are all available under quadrant 2, and I have added this quadrant 2 through label. So in module, I have added 4 quadrant, 1, 2, 3, and 4 under using the label in the LMS. And then under quadrant 1, I have added videos. Quadrant 2, I have added the material. Quadrant 3, discussion forums and all. Now, for further supplementing the content of the students, we have also organized the guest lectures. So this is a screenshot from my Amazon. These are the guest lectures conducted for my subjects. Now coming to quadrant 3 is the discussion forums and the class engagement in the real time, because these are the two different things. So we have added discussion forums also. Under quadrant 3, discussion forum is there, chat is there. Then I have also tried to explore wiki, but I must say I'm still not capable of still now. In case of wiki, I'm not successful enough. But in case of external tool, yes, we have done. So this chats are there and the discussion forums are there. This is also a screenshot from my LMS. So once the discussion forum is done, so it is done like before the class is being conducted, you have given the reference material, the students will go through that reference material from quadrant 2, and then they will refer to the point that you have mentioned in the discussion forum. Right, and this will become the basis for your real classroom engagement. So this is a screenshot from my LMS where my students have discussed. Yes, and now this is a class engagement in real time. This here I have used Padlet. Like during the class on the Teams, I have used the used Padlet, and my students have responded. This is again a second tool that I have used for my different classes. So these are the 2 screenshots of my different classes, wherein my students have collaborated together in the synchronous time, real time, and they have given their feedbacks. This is for this is the 3rd tool that I have used. As you can see, scope of chemistry. So these are for the chemistry students, one of the pedagogy. This is the 4th tool, again in the classroom engagement only, the real classroom engagement, but yes, it can be used for assessments as well, as being emphasized by one of my colleague in the morning. Then this is the quadrant 4, which is assessment procedure. So in the assessment procedures, again, this is a screenshot from my LMS quadrant 4, wherein I have given the class test, but this class test is not a multiple choice question, but it is a subjective type of test as per the requirement of my course. And I have used MS Forms for this. And this is a link for MS Forms as well as a screenshot where I inserted the videos. And I have asked them to analyze those videos and reflect upon them further. Then the second thing that even Senthil sir is another 2 minutes, sir. Another 1 minute, sir. Assignment submissions on LMS, as sir has also told. So this is the assignment submission on the LMS, the way we people are doing it, along with the links that students have uploaded. So we can open those links anywhere. This is the screenshot of the graded assignment. So the grades are also available over here. So everything is there in the consolidated form. This is an example of an assignment wherein our students have developed their e-portfolios on different platforms. This is an example from Wix.com. The last but not the least, if there is some problem in case of the file submission is really getting heavier or some issue is there, which I have faced in this year for few of my courses. So I have explored Wakelet, and these are the different spaces that I've given to the different courses. The students have uploaded their work over here and they are accessible anytime for you. So this is also one of the very important tool that can be used by any of us as an alternative to the LMS submissions. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me the time.
Thank you, Dr. Asna, for nice presentation. Second speaker from the same domain, Dr. Suni Sani. Please share your PPT here.
So first of all, a very good afternoon to all. And let me first share the PPT and then I'll start off.
Dr. Suni, you have only 4 or 5 minutes, not more than that. Please go fast.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I won't be taking more time, sir. I know already there is so much. See this slide, sir?
Keep in slideshow mode. Now it is slideshow mode. Please go ahead. I think he's facing some connectivity issue. There's some symbolism on his name. Dr. Asmi is there? I think there's So IT support, can you give the right to now Mr. Premnath Vishwakarma? He's from ENT domain.
Good afternoon, sir.
Mr. Vishwakarma is there?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Good, very good. So you can now share your PPT.
Sir, slide is visible.
Yes, please continue.
Yes, sir. So the topic which I have taken is the implementation of 4 quadrants of the e-content for the subject which is called engineering graphics in the first year. So this will be my content. I will be starting with the introduction to subject, basically what will be the subject and why it is highly required, the content for the subject, and what is the motivation of developing the videos for this subject. Then quadrant 1, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th for this engineering drawing subject. So the subject is basically very conceptual and it's also based on construction, and visualization is it's much required for the engineering drawing along with the projection. So that is the reason this is very challenging to create the content for the subject, as there are lots of construction steps and lots of concept regarding the projections are required for the object in the subject. So for that, motivation is very important, and the motivation which I have received, that is from the students only. Basically, since in the last year when we were about to start the online mode of teaching, so 2 modules were left. This is my experience which I am sharing. 2 modules was left for the subject, so that was very tough for me to how to make them understand how to cover that 2 module to the subject. In that case, I just thought that if the students are not coming to the classroom, we can take the classroom to the students by means of the videos. So I have prepared very few clips of 3 to 4 minutes, around 10 to 15 clips I have made for the remaining subject, and I have sent by the students by means of WhatsApp. So in that case, I have got very good feedback from the students, and also students have done their work. They have understood the concept, even the construction steps which is required. Even they got the ability to visualize the object from making the projections. So that is the motivation which I have got from the students for creating the video. And I will be taking only first module, and I will be just showing you what are the e-contents which I have prepared for the first module. So this is my session plan for the first module, including the topic name as well as the subtopics names. So the videos which I have prepared, that's based on purely the topics, that is introduction and like letters, dimensioning, and the 4th topic is geometrical construction. But it's not possible to create a single video regarding this topics. For that, I have created the videos for individual subtopics. And this is only for the module 1 I am talking about. These are the 11 videos which I have created for the topics. Like the first, I have started with the introduction. Introduction means it is introduction of complete subject. So I have shown what is the subject and what are the contents which we have to go through in the entire semester, because students should know what we are going to learn in the current semester. Then the letters, dimensioning, then lines, even there are so many plane figures which we have to construct in the subject. So, and there are so many different methods, and students must know what are the steps. Basically, the problems they face is basically for the steps of construction. So I have taken the instrument, I have used the instrument, and I have created that video by means of the board and marker, just like a classroom teaching. And this I have converted, I have taken the embedded code from this YouTube video, and then I have pasted in the LMS. So these are the few screenshots which I have taken from the LMS. Like for the module 1 only I have taken, which include both quadrant 1 and quadrant 2, along with the videos and the content which I have provided to the students. If they are not able to learn by means of video, if they are missing some concept in the videos, they can go through the PDF regarding that particular topic only. So these are a few other videos. This is only for the module 1. So I'm not taken all the videos. I'm not taken the screenshot of all the videos. I have just given this sample, like I have inserted in the LMS for the students. So I will be just demonstrating one video, which is, I will be taking only 1 or 2 minutes to just show you how I have created that video. So I have just taken camera, that mobile, and the stand, and the video I have taken from our lab only. In our lab only I have made this videos. So in this manner I have made the videos for the students. for each and every topic. That means around 35 to 40 videos I have made for the each and every topics for the engineering drawing. Basically, this is the subject for first year. So this is common subject. Not only it's limited to mechanical or civil, it's for all the asset. Outside the asset means it is also for the biotechnology and nanotechnology. Each and every stream goes through this subjects, and this is very important to visualize the things. So in this manner, I have created the video. This is my self video, and also sometimes it happens that the videos are very long and the students will not be able to go through the entire video. For that, I have created short videos by means of the PowerPoint. That means I have created the drawing by my own, and step by step I have added in the PowerPoint, and I have just converted into the video like this. Just we can go through the demonstration here. So this is the construction of hyperbola. It's an example. So this is step 1, what students have to do. This is the step 2, step 3, step 4. Step by step, they will be visualizing the construction, and at the end, they will be creating the required drawing. So this is also one I have introduced just for the, I think this is for 40 second or 45 seconds video. So this we can share by means of WhatsApp, and they can easily go through that video and they can make their drawings. Okay. So in the third quadrant, that is the discussion forum. So there are lots of doubts it's been arised from the students, because by means of the videos and the e-content, they are not able to get the concept. Basically, it's very easy to understand the construction. It's very easy to understand the use of instruments, but the actual projections, that is not able to understand. So in that case, they raise the doubts in the discussion forum, and we are clearing the doubts. And also I am providing few problems that is based on the content, so that they will be easily solving that problems, and they will be clearing the concept and the construction step, basically in this third discussion forum. And the fourth is assessment. So assessment has been divided into two parts. The first part is for the concept, and the other part I have taken for the construction part. So for the concept part, I have made the quiz by means of the form. So that consists of many MCQ questions, even the short questions and the long questions also. That is purely based for the concept, like what is the application of hyperbola, application of parabola, like of application of ellipse. So that is purely based on the concept. And for construction part, again, I have added the question for upload in the same form link, where they have to construct the drawings. They are constructing the drawings and they are uploading the same on the given form. So this way the assessment has been done for both concept as well as for the construction. And these are the screenshots again, which I have taken from the LMS for the first module only. Like I have provided few questions, drawing questions, which they will be solving by means of the e-content. They will be seeing the video, they will be going through the notes, and they will be solving these problems. And form, I will be providing the form so that they will be able to assess their drawing. So this is all about, this is for engineering drawing.
Thank you, Mr. Pramran Vishkarma, representing ENT domain, for nice presentation. Thank you so much. Now, next we have from Health and Allied Sciences, and we have Dr.
Sir, am I audible? Sir, you're muted, I guess.
Dr. Kalpana, Dr. Pooja, you are audible, please.
Sir, am I audible? Yeah, yeah. Okay, sir. Sir, I'm sharing my PPT.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Sir, should I share my screen? Yeah. I think.
Yes, we can see your screen. Yes, your presentation is very much visual.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
A very warm greeting to everyone present here. I am Dr. Kalpana Nagpal from AIP Noida campus, along with Dr. Pooja from AIPT. We are here to represent our domain and share our experiences for the last academic year in virtual mode. So the main objective of developing the e-content was to simulate the face-to-face learning for remote teaching as a facilitator. By practicing the blended learning and being the pharmacy professionals, we were following the umbrella of Pharmacy Council of India, that is PCI.
So as soon as we entered into virtual mode, gradually we moved to participate in the virtual mode, making our classroom more interactive and engaging, and certainly with practice made students actively learn and apply the concepts. So I shall be sharing the experiences of my classroom for different quadrants. Let's begin with the quadrant 1, which included preparing video, audio, simulating, and virtual labs. As already shared by many resource persons, the different tools have been utilized for the same, keeping time constraints in mind. I'm just mentioning their names like screen customatic, basic features for them, and another useful tool, as very much explained by almost everyone, that is PowerPoint presentation, which is free of cost, easy to use, and do not require any internet connectivity with this feature. So if we talk about conducting the labs, because labs are the main feature, especially if we talk about health and allied sciences. So in the present era of technology, these virtual labs make students get well introduced to the variety of equipments virtually. And these virtual labs give them opportunity to practice and become more and more familiar and confident with the equipment, which they can be accessed anywhere, anytime. So these tools which were used for conducting the labs, like one was a demonstration using YouTube, that is YouTube. But we have to be very specific in the choice of video. For a single topic, there are multiple options available. So that would be a very nice if we choose a very specific video for a particular topic. So choice is very much important there. Another tools that were used were were Amrita Lab, that is V Lab, and another one is SimPharm. This is basically utilized for pharmacology experiments, where because in the UG, students are not allowed as per ethics for handling animals. So simulation experiments are being done using such softwares, that is virtual lab. Moving to the quadrant 2, that was related to e-content, web links, presentation, etc. So here the content under that category, we generally preferred sharing them the reference material specifically downloaded using Scopus, and a very good feature of online library, e-library is available on Amazon. So from that also, as well as Google Scholar, lots of free downloadable materials are available, which can be utilized, which is very much relevant to the topic that we are actually discussing in the class. Another thing is the YouTube URL links, which are very much relevant to the topic, were shared. And not only that, but each and every session was recorded, and through Microsoft Teams, it was available to everyone, every student of the class. So these way the reference materials were utilized. Moving to the quadrant 3, which was mainly focused on discussing using peer learning concept, and that was the main objective, of course. So in my own classroom, I have assigned the demonstration of a video. So once I have done the same presentation in the class with demonstrating the concept through all these virtual platforms, I have assigned them to utilize the same using the material or resources which are available at home. So what students did, they very enthusiastically performed, involved, did critical thinking by themselves and utilized the resources very well. So I'm having one such video which they submitted as a part of activity. Due to sound constraints in WebEx, and to just save the time, I shall skip the playing, but will give you brief insights to that particular video. So this video is by Mr. Harit Bhardwaj, a student of BPharm 4th semester, where I have assigned him the task of measuring the angle of repose. So what he did was he brainstormed and just gave the materials which were available to him, and first he tried to explain the concept. He utilized the materials which were available at home, and using the samples available at home, like he used the common salt. I'll be playing it fast so that we'll be able to see how he performed and recorded each and every step of the experiment. And gradually he shifted to noting down the readings and demonstrating how he performed, followed by the calculations, finally reaching to the results by doing the calculation part, and sharing at the last what was his experiences with performing that particular experiment. So this was done very in my own class by each and every student. So they felt really enthusiastic after performing, and they were having a kind of critical thinking in their mind that how they can utilize this concept, from where to arrange the funnel, from where to arrange the stand, and how to many of the students actually have utilized that funnel which was made from paper. So I was really happy with their performance. So moving to the next part, that was the team activity in the flipped mode, where after the completion of the syllabus, I was utilizing it for the revision purpose. So to each and every student, they were assigned a particular team of 3 students each, and a particular topic were assigned, so that the whole syllabus was also completed in that sense for revision purpose. And what they did was they prepared their presentations, submitted on the teams as well, and not only that, they have presented them in the class. So I have done the same with another class as well, by giving them another thing, that grasping the questions which are related to that particular topic, rather than giving the presentation on the topic, because that was already explained. They collected the questions and asked to their fellow colleagues in that, and they used the creation of channel in the team. I'll explain that in the later on section in the assessment, how the channels was utilized for the discussion mode. And this is how they presented their presentation as a team member in the classroom. I'm having a few screenshots of the classes already recorded and are available on Microsoft Stream. So followed by this, there was another tool which I have utilized for a small group size. Like for my mentor-mentee session, I have recorded this already, so I had a screenshot of the same. So what I have assigned them, what is your aim in life? So each and every student at the same time was able to edit this particular, you can say, the Jamboard, and by giving their own sticky notes, like what is their particular aim in life. So that's how each and every student was able to get the response, not only from himself or herself, but from the peer colleagues as well. So that is how, as a team, they responded very well, and it was not at all boring for them. So I was happy receiving their responses.
Dr. Kalpana, thank you so much. Dr. Kalpana, thank you so much. Your
Yes,
time
sir.
is up.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. So next we have from law domain, Dr. Batra and Dr. Matthew to present the best practices from their domain.
Yeah, if you could just allow me to share.
Yes.
Yes.
So much
Very good
wealth of
afternoon.
information. We are mesmerized.
Very good afternoon to
I'm
Honorable
not
Vice
able to
Chancellor.
share. Just a minute, ma'am. I'm not able to share. Sir, if I could just be given the access.
It is put right to Dr. Matthew. Dr. Jen Ari Matthew. Yes, check. Dr. Matthew, please check. Check right is with you or not.
Meanwhile, I request the past speakers to send me at least one MCQs for the.
Yeah, is the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, the screen is visible.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
So a very good afternoon to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, Dr. D.K. Bandyopadhyay, Chairman, Amity Law School, all the faculty colleagues and panelists from Amity University Noida campus and other campuses. I am Dr. Bhavna Batra from Amity Law School, Noida, along with my colleague, Dr. Jane R. Matthew, will take you all through a very time-compressed PowerPoint presentation highlighting the real-life experiences that we picked up from the classrooms and developed our e-content accordingly. I'll just begin with a small poetic expression. We in our law domain teach law through jurisprudence, and jurisprudence is the harp. I repeat, jurisprudence is the harp that produces the melody of law. So, my dear colleagues, we are teaching students and developing the e-content by using the melodies of law. For us as the teachers, the students, the judges, the lawyers, the legislators are all musicians that play on the strings of this harp. And law has always been taught in our domain with the help of theories, principles, practices, and applications. Law is a multidisciplinary and an interdisciplinary subject. It does not require one approach, but a blend of multiple approaches and in-depth knowledge. We have multiple various areas of law: corporate law, intellectual property, criminal, family, environment, and they are all linked to each other. Today, my colleague Dr. Jainar Matthew will take you through the journey of the law schools in India by establishing a clinical legal mode of experiential learning and proving that law is an instrument of social change. So if I may request my colleague to please start the presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bhavna ma'am. So for the e-content, we had a three-way approach. We did have the audio and video presentations. We had presentations from students and teachers, being the interactive lectures which we did have. Also, we had access through the databases. We had access to Manupatra and SEC Online, which actually augmented the whole e-content, which actually was traditionally we had to rely on textbooks. But then because of the digital era which we are in today, we were able to have access to all these databases online in class. And we were able to actually present the case laws in the classes on a wholesome level from the top to the bottom. And we were able to identify how to read a judgment in the class, which was not earlier possible in a face-to-face mode of teaching. Another thing which we did find more innovative was that through the case laws, we were able to augment it with the expert lectures, which was earlier, which was more into classroom learning. But then with this online mode, we were able to bring in experts in the field on various case laws which were discussed on the current issues, which actually helped the students in actually developing their critical thinking and also creativity. Another thing which did help us is that these online lectures and this blended mode of teaching has given an opportunity to our students to have more exposure and have more access to lawyers and also to the law firms and companies, which was earlier confined to the internship era alone. Another more good mode of teaching which we did use was the clinical legal education, which was present prior also, but then due to it being digital, we were able to have access globally. So these were the various forms of e-content which we did use. E-books and e-journals played a major role for our e-content, and also we had access to e-codes, which was only possible by going and having access in the code. But then with the pandemic going on, we have e-codes which were open, and even first year students were able to have access to these e-codes. And it is not only in India, we were able to have access to codes internationally, like the ICJ and ICC. We were able to have students watch the proceedings over there. Now, through the blended mode of teaching, we were able to have, it was both digital and face-to-face teaching, and we were more able to have emphasis on the practical application of law, and that too with real-time examples. Some of the examples, and that too when we teach criminal law, it was more easy for having live examples with day-to-day examples which is happening. Another mode was, it was able to have, we were able to use digital platform like how to read the judgments, which was earlier we were not in a position to actually show the students how it should be done. But then through this flip mode of teaching, we were able to do it. Another one was the filing of RTI. We were able to convince the students and they had actually, there were more than 100 students who were willing to send RTIs to different commissions, and they were able to identify that what kind of questions would have to be used for getting the answer. So these were some of the modes which we did use. Another one was that we asked the students to make short documentaries like snippets, which they developed, and we had asked them to disseminate it among their own classmates, which would become easy for them in the long run and also in terms of exam wise. So these were some of the blended ways in which we did teach. Another one is the clinical legal education, wherein we did use the moot court and mock trials and the alternate dispute resolutions, which were there for the digital mode of teaching. Now,
Dr. Matthew, please conclude. You have just last 60 seconds.
Yeah, so for the moot court, we were able to have these online moot courts held, wherein the students were able to identify the issues and identify the question of law. Similarly, for the mock trial, because in moot court we have the argumentative part, whereas in the mock trials we use the evidentiary part. So this was actually helpful for the students. We have alternate dispute resolutions in the mode of client counseling, mediation and arbitration, which is the next level of litigation which is going to be there in future. And also we did have role plays which were done, wherein we had students play different roles of jurists. So they used to have a debate on the different theories of law. So this was another mode of teaching which we did use. E-contents, e-books were very much used by us, which actually helped us in bringing in the international journals and also tribunal articles into fore. We have used the different modes of assessment like Quiz Glory, Kahoot, and Answer Garden were also used for our teaching methods. This is the documentary which was prepared by the students, which is actually a short version of each topic which was granted to them. So in conclusion, I would say that clinical legal education is actually about promoting learning by doing. And because it is a global movement and being in the digital era, it has actually crossed national boundaries. Over to you, Bhavna ma'am.
And thank you so much, Dr. Jain. I'll just conclude within 1 second by reminding ourselves of what VC ma'am spoke in the FTP. Believe you can, and you are halfway there. Thank you so much from the law domain, and we can continue for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra and Dr. Matthew. Next presenter we have from Natural Resources and Environmental Science domain, Dr. Manoj Garg. So IT support, please give the right to Dr. Manoj Garg. And also I would like to request all presentators so they should keep their camera on during presentation. Thank you.
So good afternoon to all. Am I audible?
Dr. Manoj, you are audible.
Is my screen is visible and my slides are visible in full screen mode?
Slide is very much visible. Yeah, correct. Please continue.
Thank you, Professor Soni, and thank you, Vice Chancellor ma'am, and all the panelists and my colleagues and the participants that is present here. Today I am here. I am Dr. Manoj Garg from Amity Institute of Environmental Sciences, Amity University Campus, Noida. Here today I am just going to tell something about the software and the virtual labs that we are using in environmental sciences. So basically, during the entire period of the remote teaching and learning, it was a challenge in front of us that how we can give the experience to the students of the lab-based courses with the help of ICT tools. So focus on some softwares or the mobile apps and the virtual labs so that the student can get the idea about the lab-based courses while the remote learning. So here I just okay. So some softwares and applications I just want to show you. First of all, the windrows plot. Basically, windrows diagram is a tool which graphically display the wind speed and wind directions and at a particular locations over a period of time. So that is basically a freeware available on the Google. You can search a WR plot on a Google. You can find a freeware software. And that basically, when you open the software, then when you install and open the software, it basically needs a one mat file that is having a data of a particular location, a particular time. And that mat file is basically available free of cost on internet of on all over the world of any location at particular time. So when we added this mat file in the software, then it basically plot a windrows diagram, and it just basically tells us about the wind speed and a particular directions and what is the speed and what is the direction of the wind flowing in a particular area. That basically very needed for the EIA environmental impact assessment. And that also tells us about the wind class frequency distributions of different wind classes based on their speed or velocity in meter per second. And also it also tells us about the rain rose diagram, in what area the rain basically fall, and what is the precipitation intensity in millimeter per hour. And then during the environmental processes, we need to make some process flow diagram. So for that, we basically recommend students to install a eDraw software. eDraw is basically have to create a flow chart, flow plans, and the workflow diagrams and the chart. We can choose any template, and then we can make even process diagram of any environmental processes that basically students learn about it. And then it not only draw the environmental processes, and it also draw the flow diagram that basically students can use in different type of courses. Then the next very useful app during the experimental work of the noise pollution is the sound level app that is basically freely available on Google Play Store. And sound level app basically used for the acoustic measurement of the noise level. So it is commonly handheld instruments with a microphone, but all students have an Android phone, so that they can download this app from the Google Play Store, and it will tell us about the sound intensity in decibel, and it will basically also tells us about the real-time variations in sound intensity with respect to time. So we can have a idea about the some label of the different sounds at different locations and different environmental conditions. So and we can also correlate it with the different noise levels in the ambient noise levels. Another app that we are using is the Lux Meter app that is also available freely on the Google Play Store. And the applications of the light measurement in the environmental sciences is very much vast. It can use in the phototherapy, in the radiations, protections, plant physiology, UV disinfections, lamp control, UV curing and the UV processing, colorimeter, photostability, transition and reflections. So it will tell us about the how much intensity of the light is there in the room. So lux meter is a simple, basically light meter for the measurement of the luminance in the unit is a lux. And by using the that is the light sensor that is available in the student's phone, student Android devices. So it shows the maximum and the minimum and the average values also, and it is 100% free. And it will tell us about the different intensity of the light and different locations. Then the another app, another platform that we are using in the environmental modeling is the Excel-based software. Some Excel-based software is also used here for the environmental monitoring modeling. And here we are using the population modeling, like a Loctra Ultra model for the prediction and prey model. That is basically equation-based modeling. And so students can have an idea about how the graphs are showing by using these equations. So we can give some data to them, and then we can plot some diagram with that. So that is the environmental modeling based on the Excel sheet. And another software that is used based on the Excel sheet is the paper diagram. So paper diagram is basically a graphical representations of a water sample, and it will tell us about the water quality in terms of anions and cations. So we just enter a data of any sample of the cations and anions in this spreadsheet, and based on this data, it will give us the paper diagram of a particular water sample, so that we can have an idea about the water sample of that locations. And then for the optimizations of the software, of the optimizations of the experiment variables, we are using the design expert software in the statistical software. That is basically from the strategy INC. That is basically dedicated to the performing the design of the experiment. So design experts offers the comparative tests, screening, characterizations, optimizations, and robust parameter designs, and many more. So basically here we just tells us to the students how we can optimize the environmental parameters of any particular experiment, how we can design the experiment for any particular environmental experiment. So we can just give the input values, and then we can get the responses after the experiment. And here this software will tell us about the NO analysis and analysis of the variance and their significant labels of the different parameter models. And it will also get give us the contour plot between two variables and the three variables in the form of 3D models. So 3D graphs is also given by this software. And then after that, we are using some virtual labs in environmental sciences. And the very common virtual lab that we basically used for the experimental work is the virtual lab developed by the Minister of Education under the National Mission of Education Authority, Government of India. And it is basically having a different types of lab. And you can see here different subjects of labs are there. So we just go for the environmental engineering lab, and it's developed by the NIT Surat. And the list of experiments are there. When you click on any experiment, so the theory of the experiments are given over here, and the pre-test is also given over here for MCQ based questions, and the quizzes are there based on this experimental. And then the procedures are also given in this virtual labs, and the simulation based lab is also given over here, and based on the simulation platform. When you click on the particular arrow that is shown by the software, we can get
Dr. Manoj Garg, thank you so much for nice presentation. Virtual lab we already discussed in a complete discussion we have already had in one of the sessions. Thank you so much for nice presentation. So next presenter we have from MIT Faculty of Rehab Sciences, Dr. Sampurna Guha. So IT, please give the sharing right to her. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to respected VC madam and the dignitaries, the panelists and fellow attendees. I am Dr. Sampurna Guha, and along with Ms. Anusuya Yadav, I'll be presenting and sharing the experiences on development of accessible e-content for children with special needs, and how we, the faculty at AIS, are developing accessible e-content, and how we are training our pupil teacher trainees towards development of the same. Sir, is my PPT visible?
As of now it's coming, I think.
Is the PowerPoint presentation visible, sir?
It is coming, I suppose.
From my end, I have shared it. Is it visible at your end, sir?
It
Not
will
visible
show starting to share content.
Okay. Anusuya ma'am, please do confirm when it becomes visible, then I will move ahead.
Yes, please.
Till then, I'll just give a brief intro about why we need accessible e-content The NEP 2020 focuses on development of accessible children with exceptional needs and children with diverse learning needs are able to access the e-content. So we at the Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, the faculty as well as our teacher trainees focus on the same to make our digital content accessible to all. Accessible e-content is developed in accordance to guidelines issued by Ministry of Education and also the guidelines issued by several other boards, be it CBSE, be it NCERT. So we ensure that whatever e-content we are making is following all these guidelines. Anusana, is the PPT visible now?
No, ma'am, it is not visible. If I can get the sharing opportunity, I'll try it from my end, please.
Yes, ma'am. Because I have shared it from my end, some glitches may be there. So I'll continue with the presentation, ma'am.
Yes, it was visible. It was visible. It then went off again.
So the e-content
please.
is
Yes.
Ma'am, please come to the second slide.
It is visible now.
It is visible now.
Visible now?
Yes, you may
Okay.
please go back. Or
Yes.
you can start from here. Ma'am, please go ahead.
Yes. I'll continue. Thanks, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for confirming. When e-content is developed, they always follow some guidelines, like simplified content, or we also make sure that we as trainers and the pupil teachers are using real objects while teaching in the online classes, because there's a principle of movement from concrete to abstract. Also, we ensure that multi-sensory input in the form of audios, videos, captioning are all given in the e-content that we provide. Even when there is a need, we also support and encourage the use of suitable assistive devices. Now, e-content follows these quadrants. So I'll be going on quadrant by quadrant. Currently in the present slide, I'm trying to show how the e-tutorial for quadrant 1 is developed by us as well as by our pupil teacher trainers. Whatever video content we provide, we try to make it accessible format. To make it accessible, we provide options of closed captioning, the options of transcripts for video, and even the usage of audio description for the same. What kind of tools do our teacher trainees use and we use to do the same? We often use specialized tools in Maker to provide these kind of captionings. Also, whenever we are sourcing our videos on YouTube, we ensure that we use the inbuilt closed captioning feature. And also the videos can be uploaded on Drive and subtitled or caption tracks can be incorporated for the same. Regarding quadrant 2, that is the e-content development, we ensure that whatever e-content we provide for ebooks, they are again accessible. To ensure accessibility component, we provide audiobooks, which either we make or the teacher trainees make, or they're also accessed from several government portals. Accessible materials for children with special needs are available. Even podcasts are used from various forums like Shikshavani, Mukta Vidyavani, etc. We also encourage the use of electronic flashcards, and whatever PDFs we share, we do ensure that they all are in accessible formats. Even images, when they are incorporated in the text, we always ensure that we use alternate text so that learners with visual impairment and total blindness are able to access the same. Audiobooks can be created using tools as seen in the slide, like Google Playbooks, Audible, Kobo Books, etc. For creating e-flashcards, we use tools like Quizlet.com. And whenever we are making any Word file, we design the Word file in such a way that when it is saved, it comes in the accessible PDF format. We also ensure that our teacher trainees receive training in the usage of smart boards, and they also train the students in social skill development through videotape. So that's also a format of e-content that we follow at Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences. For quad 3, that is discussion forum, which is also another essential component of any e-content, we reach out to the families, the parents of children with special needs through the usage of Google Jamboards, emails, WhatsApp, and even the plain old SMS techniques, because it helps to know, and our teacher trainees come to know whether the parents are able to understand and access the learning that is being shared with them, the experience, and whether there's any kind of gap between the teacher and the trainer, which is very important to understand in special education. For quadrant 4, assessment being a very key term and a very key component in order to understand that whatever learning is being given, is it actually reaching the outcomes? Is it actually reaching the targets? So we always use interactive e-quizzes, whether it is Kahoot platform or whether it is quizzes.com. Even oral questioning during online classes are encouraged, because diverse needs prefer to answer orally instead of written or other formats. And whatever Google forms are made, they're based on multi-sensory techniques. So we ensure that we, as well as our pupil teachers, they insert various multi-sensory components like audios, videos, and other animations in the Google form while using them as interactive assessment components. This
Dr.
not
Sampurna,
only
Dr.
creates
Sampurna, please,
interest in the child.
your time is up. Please conclude.
Just concluding the last minute, sir. So with all these, we ensure that the e-content and the lesson plans made by our teacher trainees and by us meet the multi-sensory techniques and the UDL components, thereby making learning very accessible, interactive, and joyful. So with this, I come to the conclusion of this particular presentation, and I thank Amity University for giving us an opportunity to present the same. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Sampurna, you have presented nicely. So now next presentation we have from Science and Technology domain, Dr. Kumar Rakesh Ranjan and Dr. Rohit Kumar.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Then first,
sir, I am Dr. Kumar Rakesh Ranjan. First, I have to give the presentation. Then Dr. Rohit Verma will continue.
Okay, please. So you have total put together. You have 8 minutes. Please, so
yes.
Type to finish in 8 minutes. So IT, please give the right to Dr. Kumar Rakesh Ranjan first.
Sir, please confirm whether my slide is visible or not.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Sampurna.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon to everyone here. Myself, Dr. Kumar Rakesh Ranjan, along with Dr. Rohit Verma, will give a short presentation. That's from the Amity Institute of Applied Sciences. Will give a short presentation on innovative practice of e-content development. Issue in changing the slide.
हाँ ये वेबल्स पे कुछ है पता नहीं what is the issue because many.
Can you please help me? I am facing issue in changing the slide.
कोई नहीं.
Okay.
Yes, no slide.
Okay, sorry for this interruption. I, along with Dr. Rohit Verma from Amity Institute of Applied Sciences, will give a short presentation on innovative practice of e-content development adopted in the science and technology domain. So till now, we have learned a number of e-content development techniques for the theory-based subjects. But when we look into the subjects from a science and technology domain, along with the theory, the practical is also a major component. So what are the challenges in explaining the practicals via online mode? First, that the students are missing a feel of performing practicals in the lab. The faculty has a limitation on giving hand-on practice of the instrument to the students. Faculty has limitation in communicating the science behind the practicals to the student, and students are facing the science lab excitement and many more. So what are the possible solutions to the mentioned and the non-mentioned limitations? As we know that there are the number of the virtual lab platforms that faculty are using to explain the practicals to the students. Some of are like virtual labs by the Government of India Initiative, Labster from ACS City Chem Club, and many more. But we know that since number of practicals, it has the number of limited number of practicals which are available on the virtual platforms. So faculties are using the PowerPoint presentation and the discussion mode to explain the practicals to the students. But still something missing here. Okay, let me take it on the chemistry department of Amity Institute of Applied Sciences that what innovative e-content development techniques has been adopted by the faculty from the chemistry department. So the innovative practice adopted here are faculty and the lab staff discussed about the necessary chemicals and the apparatus requirement for a particular practical. Faculty and lab staff have visited the lab by following the appropriate COVID guidelines, and then the high definition video has been recorded by the lab staff or the faculty, in which the faculty had explained the aim of the experiment and the requirements of the practical, like the chemical requirements, apparatus requirement, and so on. So faculty had performed all the steps mentioned in the procedure of a particular practical and explained the method to handle the instruments, if any. Faculty had explained the methods to record the readings also. What are the gains by providing this or recording this type of video? The gains are now the students can easily understand how to perform the practicals in the lab. The student will get almost a hand-on practice how to handle the instrument and what's the role of different component of the instrument. The video was recorded and edited in such a way that each and every steps of the practical along with points to keep in mind had been communicated effectively. Students may get a feeling of their presence in the chemistry lab and performing the practicals in their on campus. Is this perfect? No, still there are some challenges. The challenges are while recording the video, sometimes it becomes very large in size, that is in terms of MB and the lengthy too. There are the low quality sound in the video and the bandwidth issue while playing the video during the discussion session. So the challenges has to be addressed. The video was trimmed and edited in such a way that it gives a step-by-step experience to the students. Video was recorded without sound, which helps in decreasing the MB, that's in the terms of the size. Students were motivated to think and follow the steps as if they were performing the practicals in university campus by their own, and the sound had been added during the discussion session by the faculty. Since video was divided into subparts, so no bandwidth issue during the discussion session. So this all the problems has been challenged and addressed here. Now just take all of you to the simple video that have been used to explain the practicals to the chemistry students. Like here is a short video of a particular practical. Now, what are the advantages of this? You can get the voice here. The video was recorded without any sound. Now, the advantages are like faculty can stop the video at any point of time. Like just now, I have stopped that video at this time to explain that what are the chemicals required for this particular practical. Like sulfuric acid is required, azide solution is required, MnSO4 solution is required, sample is required, so are required. So students can, the faculty can stop the discussion session and and get a clear picture what type of different color solution can be prepared and what type of reactions are going to happen during the process of this complete experiment. Can be shown to the very easily and can correlate to that by their own. When it comes to an instrument-based practical, the student, first of all, the student will get a knowledge that what type of instruments they have to handle for this particular practical. And when it has been played, the faculty can explain like what are the different components of the practical. Okay, how to perform practical and how to take the readings for this particular practical. While doing all these things, the 4-quadrant approach has been kept in the mind, where in the quadrant 1, the high definition video recorded and uploaded on LMS. In the quadrant 2, the faculty has provided the lab manual either in the PPT format or in the PDF format to the students. That's through the discussion session. In the quadrant 3 session, discussion on the practical video and the question answer during the discussion session was performed. And in the quadrant 4, which is an assessment part, the Kahoot and MS Form or the Google Quiz, etc., of different platforms have been used. Now it's over to Dr. Rohit Verma.
Okay, good afternoon to all. In physics department, hello. Yes, in physics department, we have used all the 3 modes of conduction of online labs. We have used video-based labs, we have used virtual labs and remote control labs. Next slide, please. Ranjan sir, next slide. Yeah, we have prepared, the faculty of various courses have visited campus and they have prepared videos demonstrating how experiments can be performed in actual labs in the campus. Next slide, please. They have also, faculty have also prepared videos how experiments can be performed on virtual lab platforms. So we have uploaded these 2 videos in quadrant 1 on LMS. Next slide, please. Yeah. So during explaining experiments on virtual labs, we have observed that we have more freedom on virtual labs, that if we are, and that I will explain by using these three examples. If we are doing this experiment on moment of inertia on flywheel, then if we are performing this experiment in actual lab, then we have only one environment. But if you are performing on virtual lab, we can choose different environments such as Earth, Moon, Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter. Similarly, next slide. If we are performing this another experiment, which is Newton's ring experiment, so in actual labs we can have only one source, but in virtual labs we can have different light sources such as such as sodium light source, neon lamp source. So different sources we can use. In instead of it, we can use different mediums also. Next slide. Yeah, in radiation physics experiment, we can, if we are performing the experiments in actual labs, we can have limited number of isotopes. But if we are performing this experiment in virtual lab platform, we can have a number of radioisotopes. So we can calculate half-life of these radioisotopes for different radioisotopes by using Geiger-Müller counters, which are available on California Polytechnic Physics Department's virtual labs. Next slide. And in quadrant 2, what we have done, we have prepared PDF files explaining the experiments, the details of them, starting from the aim up to the precautions and sources of error, and we have uploaded it into the quadrant 2. Next slide. In a discussion forum, the links of the virtual labs are provided to the students, and they were asked to share their screen and explain the role of various parts of the setup of the experiments. They were also asked to show how readings can be taken, and the doubts of the students were cleared during the online mode in the MS Team itself. Next slide. Yeah, we have used different types of sources, tools such as Kahoot, MS Form for preparing online assessments, quizzes, and we have the records of the students. They are set to note the records in their usual physics practical file, and they are set to upload in the form of MS Team, and these records are shared on MS Team in the presence of the students, and their mistakes and doubts were cleared online on MS Team itself. Next slide. So this slide shows all the things which we have done, which we have uploaded in all the 4 quadrants on LMS. This is all from my side.
Dr. Kumar Rakesh Ranjan, Dr. Rohit Verma, for nice presenting your domain and activity, and also good coordination. Thank you so much. Then now next presenter we have from MIT School of Hospitality for Travel and Tourism Department, Dr. Sally Duggal.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
IT support, please give the right to her.
Yeah. Yes, I'm just sharing the presentation. Yeah, here it is, sir.
Ma'am, on your down tabs, you can share. Yes.
Yeah, yes. The actually share button is there, but it was not able to. Sir, is it on slideshow mode now? Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it? Is it visible to everyone? I need a confirmation actually.
Dr. Shelley, you're not audible.
I'm not audible. Just a minute, ma'am.
You are audible, but your voice is very low.
Okay, fine. I'll be speaking then with high volume. I think now I'm pretty audible to every one of you.
It's still a little low, but it's okay. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, on the formal note, greetings to the seasoned teaching fraternity from Dr. Shelley Duggal on behalf of Faculty of Hospitality and Tourism. At Amity University, we continuously strive to achieve excellence under the supreme guidance of Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am. Those were the days when we enjoy going to classes full of enthusiasm to meet those dewy eyes of the young students who are aspire to do something more, something great in life. I am not able to. Just a second, sir. Second slide is not coming. Yeah. So teaching remotely was once a Herculean task for every one of us, most of us, I must say, and we were very much bewildered, feeling bewildered what to do. But gratitude to the visionary Vice Chancellor ma'am again, so many workshops that were organized to ignite that spark in us to do something at par at every remote classroom session. Thanks to all of you who trained us during our initial stages. Sir, you are also there. I have seen that. And so many of you were there who trained us during the initial stages, that we were once again in the classrooms of super energetic, inquisitive students, that we forgot we were not physically near to each other. I honestly confess, during past 1 year, I explored hidden potential in myself as well as in my students also. Ours is a domain, Amity School of Hospitality, that focuses on learning by doing. And let it be the food production class, housekeeping, food and beverage service, or front office class, students will only be able to have the fundamental knowledge when it is being backed by the practical sessions also, even if they are not in the physical laboratories. And what are the challenges? So what we did, me and my fellow colleagues at Amity School of Hospitality, we created the ecosystems. Right, Sana? Yeah. We created the ecosystems of various applications like MS Teams and LMS. Then the presentation tools were also there. Lot of presentation tools. I'll be discussing about the PowerPoint presentation. My fellow colleague has already discussed. And along with that, Prezi was there. That was being used by one of my fellow colleagues, and Google Slides and others. They were being used. And then video making and screen recording tools were there, which were being used by my fellow colleagues and me. We also try to have some animation tools also in order to make the presentations interesting. And then obviously the assessment tools. There is only one thing, one focus in our mind, and that is to have better SLOs, the student learning outcomes. This was one part. We have to equally invest into interesting e-delivery of the e-content also. Because the fact is that real learning cannot be enforced. It has to come naturally. But it is only possible when learning is made interesting. So let me share with you the experiences of mine and my fellow colleagues into e-content development first. So here we are. We obviously followed all the quadrants very religiously. When it is quadrant 1 about the tutorials and all that, we made the video, our own videos also. We used various kind of video tools and screen recording tools also, like Screencast-O-Matic, screencasting. And two of my fellow colleagues, I must share, like Dr. Hemant is there and Dr. Bali is there. They made their own YouTube channels also, which are very useful for our students. So here we are with the presentation tools. Yes, no doubt, we can make our presentations very interactive, animated, interesting with the PowerPoint also. This one is my favorite. Actually, this presentation is also made upon the Microsoft PowerPoint tool itself. And then we have the Google Slides. One of my colleague after me is going to talk about Google Slides, so I'm skipping here. And then we have the Prezi also. My colleague, Dr. Kunal, he is very fond of Prezi. He has got the subscription also and make wonderful slides at Prezi. And this is something which is very interesting, because what exactly happened that after your class sessions, the students ask you, ma'am, can you please tell us that how you have made the presentation, because we also want to do it and we also want to show that during our NTCC too. So this is how we really want to create the presentations interactive. If it is interesting, students, you will be able to behold the attention of the students also. That is what exactly is there. There is Keynote also, which is another presentation tool, but it is specifically for those who are using Mac. And then some others also, I have put the names because some of my colleagues, they have been using this these power presentation tools. So I just want to give a glimpse of this, which I have been using with my students. This is one of the presentation teaching in the class where I have been telling them about, this is for the first year students where we are discussing about various metallic surfaces. I'm going faster here, just would like to show the vignette of the presentations, how we can make it interesting so that we are able to behold the attention and get the required expected learning outcomes from the students also. So this is how with the discussion they are able to see the photograph. Picture processing is really very important because it helps in strengthening your memorization also. And so I'm talking about the problems, I'm showing the problems also. This is how the problems are there with the silver surfaces and all that. So this is how when they will think of this topic, these pictures will also be there in their minds. We are virtually present, we cannot show them physically in the lab, but this somehow suffices each and every need of their information needs are being sufficed there. I try to put the small animated creations also in my presentations and my fellow colleagues too. The reason behind this is that whatever it is, they are students, they are kids. And the fun part should also be there along with the learning. That is why
Dr. Shelley, please wind up. Dr. Shelley, please conclude.
Yes, I'm doing it faster mode. So this is how this one is there, which is on the basis of like you are teaching and side by side, the video is also going on. It can be your own video, you have recorded as screencast-o-matic, or it can be a link which you have pasted here. So you are explaining it and it is being done. The best part is that when you show these kind of things to your students then they do it. This is one of my students who has then after seeing the video has done it, then posted it at LMS for the assessment purpose. Basically, the hybrid teaching learning mechanism is based upon the three basic things. That is, one is the theoretical knowledge, which we did through these interesting presentations and discussions. And after that, we demonstrated that because the practicality is the most important thing. So it is being done through video links and real-time demonstrations. Either we are doing in the hybrid one in the classrooms, or it is being done otherwise with the links and the videos like I have shown you. And then last part is assessments. With the assessments are being done with the help of various tools. This is some of the vignettes, Dr. Bali class of food production going on. He is telling them and the students are lively doing it in the classrooms. This is how the products are there. My students of the housekeeping, they are doing the cleaning activities. This is what the surfaces are being cleaned. Me and Dr. Malini Singh, we actually had the workshop also online on towel origami. We did it online, demonstrated the students, and the simultaneously the students are doing, they recorded it and then they posted it at LMS for the assessment purpose. So the beautiful towel art forms are being made by the students. So this is how learning by doing is being done by the students. Screencast-o-matic is our favorite tool. I'm not going to say, like Sony sir is already saying the time is over, but I must tell you, animation for animation, Animaker and Screencast-o-matic, you can go to the website. They have hand-on tutorials there. You can easily learn that. And then
thank you so much, Dr. Shelley. Thank you so much. We have discussed these tools before yesterday also. Thank you for nice presenting your domain. Now next we have our Lucknow campus, Dr. Sachin Kumar and Mr. Vivek Verma. So IT team, please give the sharing right to Dr. Sachin Kumar first.
Yes, sir, I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I have the sharing right, so just let me share the screen. Sir, is my screen visible?
Your screen is very much visible. Please be in brief so that you can finish in 8 minutes. You have two speakers in this.
Thank you so much, sir. Half of the presentation would be given by me and half of the presentation or demonstration would be taken up by Mr. Vivek Verma. Sir, a very good afternoon to VC ma'am and all the dignitaries, panelists, present, my dear colleagues. I, Dr. Sachin Kumar, along with Vivek Verma from Lucknow campus, will be giving a small presentation on virtual labs. Our contents would include the introduction, the salient features, physical lab versus virtual labs, types of virtual labs, and broad areas of virtual labs. A little demonstration, as time permits, by Vivek Verma, sir. Sir, basically lab forms an important part of any curriculum, as this is the platform where students apply theoretical concepts to the practical domain. And it is of utmost importance to achieve our basically CLOs also, course learning objective. Virtual labs are interactive digital simulation activities that typically take place in physical laboratory settings. Now, there are certain salient features attached with virtual lab that we can perform experiments anytime, anywhere. Virtual labs are free to use. We can use it with, we can do the experiments with PC, laptop, smartphones, tablets, and it's a self-learning mode, and innovative experimentations can also be performed as and what software permits. There's no comparison between a physical experience and a virtual lab, but virtual lab too has its own basically advantages. Like the cost is nil apart from your laptop and basically internet connection. You can use it 24/7. It is much more safer, but nothing basically succeeds a physical experience. But till pandemic lasts, virtual labs are the best options available. There are different type of virtual labs present, like there's a remote triggered lab, measurement-based lab, modeling and simulation-based labs. We'll go as time permits one by one. We'll first go what actually Amity University Virtual Lab has to offer. For that, we need to go to a portal addressed by an IP 202.12.103.135/virtual lab/. Now, there are certain features before we directly go on to the portal, how you need to register and what you have to do for the booking. Like first, the PC booking system, student needs to book a basically PC to conduct an experiment or perform an experiment. There's an e-learning system available out there that has videos and lectures that can guide you through how to perform experiments or how to basically get your virtual lab started. Systems tools are there, like there's a basic requirement of a team viewer. You need to install that software. It is freely available and downloadable at systems tools in the platform. Once you install it and run it, you can basically get connected to the lab. There's a feedback system out there, which is very much available, where students can give feedback that what problems were they facing while performing experiments. Now, basically instruction, the student and faculty before using a virtual lab should be aware about that they will require their Amazon ID and email for the registration. System tools I've already discussed, and more details can be found at the basically platform only, that is 202.12.103.135/virtual labs. Now, there are a number of softwares available. Just to remind you at Amity, actually what happens is you are basically remotely logged onto a system, and basically you are basically using that system remotely. You can access any software, you can basically save it on the system, and basically whatever software is available, whether it's CC++, MATLAB, Adobe Photoshop, Corel, Java, whatever is there is available, and you can log in from a remote login. That is what a virtual lab is offering. This is the first platform that becomes visible when you log on to Amity University's virtual lab. You can use for Adobe Photoshop, Autodesk, SAS, Java, Oracle, MATLAB, whatever softwares you name it, it is available over there. Now, before you start using this lab, you need to register for it. So I'll go for basically what is the registration process out there. See, for registration process, if you have a username and password, you can log in. If you do not have, you need to sign up. When you need to sign up, what happens is, basically, you need to register. You need to enter your name, surname, Amazon ID, your department, your university or institute, you're a faculty or a student, and then your basically email ID that belongs to Amity and a password. These are the first two screens that appear. After that, so this is not going to the next screen. Yes. Now, after you register, what happens? You'll be need to verify that email ID. So therefore, an OTP will be generated and sent to your mail or a phone number, and you can enter that OTP to get registered for the virtual lab. Now, after you have registered, you need to basically book a virtual lab to perform experiments. For performing experiments, again, you need to basically sign up. After sign up, whatever labs you are requiring, you need to enter that lab. Whatever virtual software using, you are required to enter that. Date of booking and lab and start of timing. On the left side, there's a given a login process, login window, and the right side then how you need to book up. You need to enter all these IDs. Once you enter all these IDs, you need to choose a system. You will be basically taken to a lab that is having engineering lab and Xilinx software. And once you choose a system, you will get on the right side as shown a discipline, a virtual lab, a computer name that you have selected, date of booking, lab time. And once you basically press that tab, what happens is you'll be taken to the next screen, and if approved, you'll get these basically data. So you basically get into the system. Welcome Vivek Saraswat, that was taken as example, computer name, and basically whatever. Now you can basically log onto the system and you can start working. It's basically a remote login, and once logged in, you can use any software out there. It's basically having directly present, being directly present at the Amity system lab only. Now, this is what basically virtual labs are has to offer at Amity University. Apart from these, there are several other virtual labs. For example, there's a software like e-learning present at the Amity University portal. This software basically helps you to basically explain that how you need to conduct experiments or whatever softwares are present. Apart from this, it is also having a extension known as system tool. Now, this system tool is having several softwares which you might need while installing basically or using your virtual labs. So this is what Amity University Virtual Lab has to offer. Apart from this, there are different virtual labs also present. For example, Ministry of Education and the National Mission on Education is offering a virtual lab given as www.vlab.co.in. Now, this is a virtual lab in which experiments are offered on basis of labs only. Once you enter this and register for this, you will be offered different type of labs. Now, here the remote login is not there. You are basically being offered a lab itself, and the experiments are predefined. The only difference is with Amity University, you can define more experiments. You can do more open-ended experiments. You have an entire software available with you. With virtual labs offered by Government of India, what happens is you are given a certain specific labs available to you, and if basically covered in your syllabus, you can directly go into that lab and you can perform experiments. For example, with computer science engineering, you have labs of VLSI, software, data structures, cryptography, and all that. Similarly, labs are available with electronics and communication, different labs are available. With electrical engineering, different labs are available. You can go through the lists. The only thing you need to do is get registered at vlab.co.in. Different ITs are also offering virtual labs. Similarly, go for mechanical engineering lab or civil engineering lab as your basically domain permits you. Thank you, sir. And now I will be calling Vivek Verma, sir, to kindly give a demonstration on one of the virtual labs. Thank you so much.
Time is already 8 minutes, but I can give 1.5 minutes to continue.
Thank you, sir.
Can I
have sharing right, sir? I don't have sharing right, sir.
You should have sent PPT. Otherwise, it's very difficult to give the sharing right to the person. Already 9 minutes. Okay, 8 minutes.
No, it's not, sir. I'm just sharing my screen, sir. It is through live demo.
IT, please give the sharing right to Vivek Verma for 2 minutes only.
My screen is visible, sir?
It is visible.
Thank you, sir. I will demonstrate one experiment of tensile tests on mild steel. So I will just directly go to the experiment and will demonstrate. How we can demonstrate is through simulator. We'll skip all other things. So here the first step is go to the experiment and then go to the UTM and then measure the diameter of the specimen at 2 places at 90 degrees and then move to the next step. Measure the length of the specimen between grips. Then punch mark at 2.5D over the length. After punch marking, then move to the next step. Then unlock the machine, then grip the specimen in there. Then lock the machine. Then mount the extensometer and make the dial 0. And then start the machine to conduct the experiment. And here on the right side, one can download the data. One can make the graph. And after the experiment, you can stop the machine to move to the next step. So we have the graph, tensile test assistant diagram here. So one has to note where is the yield point, that is 37 kilonewton, and here it is the ultimate load is 57 kilonewton. So just note down that and then move to the next step to get the slope. Here the slope is 1.81. So these things one has to note. And then measure the necking diameter. Then find the length, gauge length of extended specimen. Then final step, you have to calculate these yield stress, tensile strength, modulus of elasticity, percentage elongation, percentage reduction. So from this data and from the graph, we have to calculate these stresses. I'm roughly putting those values, not calculating it. So
thank you so much for presenting virtual labs and with demo.
Just a minute, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you everyone.
Thank
now
you,
we are having a 15-minute break, so we will assemble back at 1:45. Please don't log out. Keep yourself logged in. We will assemble back at 1:45 p.m. and we'll have the remaining presentations of this session till 2 and 2 p.m. BC ma'am's address is there. So we'll assemble back at 1:45. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
आ रही है मोहित.
ठीक है, थैंक यू मैम. एक बार वो देख लो, पीपीटी मैंने भेज दी है.
मोहित
सेशन लाइव है.
सेशन लाइव है मोहित.
Is my slide is visible?
It is coming up.
Hello. Sir, is my slide is visible? Hello. Now I am
It
going
is still
to
coming
start.
up, Dr. Vimal. Yes, now it is visible. Make it in presentation mode.
Okay, sir. First, we have developed the e-learning contents in the form of PPT, PPTX, and PDF-based PPT. And we have also utilized the Word and Paint for the diagramming and text and font-based illustration for various topics under the subject, whatever I have taught, advanced network solutions. And short video script for the student, and that is being shared to the MS team, and simulation which is developed and used for algorithmic procedure explanation to the student that how an algorithm works step by step, that is being developed through the simulation and presented there. And virtual lab is used where the AUGN had a very small virtual lab, and VLab from government side is also used. And a standalone Cisco packet tracer for this subject is used by me to develop the contents and develop the basic networking design and implementation. And web users like ebook, discussion forums, and blogs are used to illustrate more deeply with other scholars and students to learn from that blogs whatever they have opinion behind particular things and particular topic. And case studies related to designing the network and then deployment of the network is being developed and presented to the student. And for diagramming, the standalone tool MS Visio, Microsoft Visio, and online tool which is free without any logging and without any licensing, that is app diagram, and commonly it is known as IO. So these tools are used during the sessions for lectures and labs. And further, we have created the contents through the PowerPoint, Microsoft PowerPoint, and then Microsoft Paint also. Then MS Visio is used. Then Draw.io online tool is used to develop the contents to give the student to make more learning. And we have got more learning outcomes through these innovative things. Self-driven video is also created, and a specific video from web is taken to give the student, and their links are also shared to all the students of this course. And SharePoint documents are shared in the a group of students which is created under the email, and then lecture video is also shared to them through Amazon. And content testing, first of all, we have created the contents and then we have tested according to the unit structure of the particular course. Then we know that there are 5 or 4 modules in this subject. Whatever I have taught in last semester, there are 5 units or modules. Then we have tested about that we are not going outside the boundary of particular unit, and we have covered according to the thing, and then we have added or removed some contents which is not related to particular module. Further, we have used delivery platform. The mainly prescribed platform for delivery of the lectures and lab is the Microsoft Teams, and we have used this online software through our IDs of email, and then we use this team, Microsoft Team, to deliver the lecture and lab sessions to all the students who are registering this. And WhatsApp group are used. WhatsApp group and boxes are used for the study material, discussion, web material, and video blog and group chats. These are used to share with the students. And absentia action is taken online through the suggestion and motivation via group call through MS Team. And we have done many times to make more attendance in the classroom, which is going online. Further, we have applied the intermediate assessment through the assignment problem. Direct verbal performance test is being taken, verbal presentation via MS Team for class test, and then suggested guideline is produced time to time to the student while the class test has been over. Suggestion and motivation verbally to the group has been given to enhance their knowledge in particular course, whatever taken by the faculty in the particular semester. Further, the benchmark under the class test, we have generated the different style of questions, like this is the project type
Sony.
We have developed
your time up, please wind up, please conclude in few seconds.
And this is the lab delivery online, where we used Cisco Packet Tracer to design and deploy the network, and all the information we have presented in the design. Therefore, this makes the student to learn more, because there is no ambiguity and complexity during the design and connecting to the networking devices like router to router, then router to switch, and switch to server and desktop machines. And further, we have assessed according to the previous slide, whatever I have explored. Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity, whatever I have been to.
Thank you, Mr. Bimal.
Thank
you, Mr. Bimal, for presenting or representing your Great Noida campus.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And now we have from ADDOE.
Yes, sir.
We have Miss.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we have Miss Charu Sareen and Miss Raksha Raj Bahadur. Kindly finish in 5 minutes. We have given 5 minutes to you only. So please try to finish in 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Okay, sir.
Let's continue.
So please provide the sharing rights.
IT team, please give the sharing right to Miss Charu first.
Okay, so is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We are from Amity University Online, and today we are going to tell you how to embed the various e-tools that we have learned in this workshop into your live classes. Now, these live classes also being recorded, and they also become a part of the content which is being shared with the students. So I'm just giving a small example that when we are conducting a class, so at the start of the class, you can initiate some questions like what is the marketed. You can make a Mentimeter link for it, and you can put it on the chat box for your students, and based on that a word cloud will be created like this. From this you can pick up few key terms and you can present the results to students and initiate the discussion from there. Then during the class, you can also have several group activities with your students by creating groups in MS Team work rooms that we learned in day 1 of the workshop. Then you can allow them to do brainstorming and group discussions. And you can go on this website ideaboards.com, wherein you can create your idea boards, and this is how they can interact and their ideas can be visible to the entire class. Then at the end of the class, you can also have an ungraded self-assessment of the students in the form of MCQs, for which several tools listed here can be used. And based on the response of the student, you can either repeat the question or you can explain the concept again. And then lastly, this is the one-stop solution that you can use for creating your PPTs is by using Google Slides. Herein, when you open the Google Slide, there is add-on option wherein you can get these add-ons as per your domain area. So you can download them for creating word clouds, for typing maths equations, etc. And then you can embed everything in your Google Slides. Now, next part will be taken up by Ms. Raksha.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I need the sharing rights, please. I require the sharing rights for my presentation. So I hope my presentation is visible to everyone.
Yeah, your presentation is visible. Please continue.
A very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Raksha and I'm a faculty of journalism and mass communication at the Department of ADDOE. Well, today's session is going to be all about how we try to make our live classes more interactive. So the question that's always been there, what more can you do? What exactly is it that you can do to ensure that you capture the concentration of your audience who are present there with you during these live classes? Keeping that in mind, there are certain tools and resources which we as faculty members at ADDOE try to incorporate, because the content development is something which we have been doing over a period of time by using various tools. Keeping the Bloom's digital taxonomy in mind, there are certain parameters, the various levels that I'll be talking about today. We'll be looking at how tools during live classes can help a student understand, a learner understand better, how they analyze the situation and put it up in their own words, how they apply themselves, and ultimately what helps them in remembering the same. Well, one batch that we look at is a bachelor's course, that is the BA JMC, and a course of mass communication models. Now, for example, there was a topic of propaganda theory which I had to teach. And before starting a session, since they are new learners, they're freshly out of college, they're freshly out of school, the first thing that I did was I played a video for them before teaching the theoretical aspect. Now, these are fresh learners, they are young minds, they are budding learners. It was important for me to engage them in my session. I played a YouTube video. I gave them links to various Netflix documentaries, various OTT platforms were encouraged for being used. And ultimately, the resultant of this particular class was that I almost had a strength which I have never had in my previous session. So that was a very interesting observation, that how they want to change their entire pattern of learning. They are more accustomed and they want more of visual learning aids. The next thing was when I was dealing with a master's class and we had to talk about the recent trends and current issues. Since journalism is a course where you need to be teaching them everything that is new on a daily basis. The tool that I used here was Padlet, and students were encouraged to incorporate and create something on another tool called Adobe Spark. I'm not going to get into Adobe Spark due to time constraints, but Padlet as a tool was used where, as a facilitator, I posted the various links which were incorporated with YouTube videos. There was a lot of reference material added to it. Padlet gives you the option, if you all can see, it gives you the option of adding your content. You can upload it via links, you can upload it via images, you can upload music files here, so on and so forth. My students got the rights to upload their work as well. If you see on the left, these are the various posters which were done by them.
Raksha, sorry, please, thank you so much. Since Vice Chancellor Madam is in already scheduled the session. Thank you so much. Thank you. Dr. Rai.
Thank you, sir. We will accommodate the remaining two presentations after the session of VC ma'am.
Okay, sir.
Now I yes, please. Yes, ma'am.
आप उनका करवा दो, खत्म होने दो पहले.
Right,
Okay,
ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Soni, you can have session.
Okay, so now next session from agriculture domain. So faculty from agriculture domain is here. I will find the name from agriculture domain. There was no faculty at that time. Dr. Vijay Yadav, are you there? Dr. Vijay Yadav, are you there?
Dr. Sonia, I think Dr. Ashwini has also joined.
Dr. Ashwini, are you there? Dr. Ashwini or Dr. Dhruv? These three
Sir,
are
I'm
left.
here. Sir,
Dr.
I'm
Dhruv,
here.
Dr. Dhruv, please start. You start. You are waiting since long. So now
Yeah,
you can
kindly grant me the sharing option, the sharing permission.
IT, please give the sharing option to Dr. Dhruv.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, Dr. Dhruv.
Dr. Dhruv, requested you please be brief as much as possible.
Sure, sir.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I will be talking about collaborative learning through modules. And so in quadrant 3, we have a collaborative learning. So how we can use modules for the assignment purpose, specifically I'm going to talk. So Moodles is a platform. It's an open source learning management system for the higher education and the workplace training. The benefit of this system is that you can use in a laptop computer as well as in the mobile while you are traveling or you are working from the remote areas. So the Moodle is an open source program. It's a flexible, it's a mobile learning, accessible to all. It's a highly secure program. In this morning, Senthil sir has already explained the LMS system, and as you can see here in the Moodle, this is incorporated with our Amazon LMS system. So I will be talking about mainly the assignment part of this system, how we can use Moodle for the assignment to give assignment, monitor assignment to the students. So I have created this drug designing for cancer, the site. And under this this program, drug designing for cancer, I have this structure-based drug designing module for the assignment. The important thing is here, as mentioned this morning by Senthil sir, you can add as many as module, as many as topic, as many as courses here after adding this add module course. Now, how to add this? Here you have to click on the add module and you have to put your information here. Okay, and after clicking save, you will get, as you can see here on my site home, under this drug designing for cancer, I can see these two topics that I have added under this drug designing for cancer. So in this under this program, you can add your sharing faculties as well to monitor the assignments. If some faculties are sharing, in MIT we share lots of papers with other faculties. So you can add here. As an admin, I have access to provide information, documents to the students as well as to the sharing faculties. So faculties can share their documents. As an admin, I can share documents. These documents can be shared with the other faculties and students, those who will be participating in this assignment program. So here, as you can see on the assignment tab, I have created assignment for structure-based drug designing. Under this assignment module, the tab, I have created these 4 assignments. Assignment 1, assignment 2, assignment 3, and assignment 4. Here, you can click add-on to add the information, how much marks, what is the duration, and how students can address this assignment. So all this information you can add here. After adding this information, students, you can give permission to the sharing faculties and students to access these assignments on this particular topic. Now here, once you give permission to students to access those assignments, students can go through that and you can monitor how many students and which faculties are accessing those assignments, and which faculties are submitting, and the students are submitting those assignments for the assess. And here you can assess, you can provide their, you can get their reports, you can grade them based on their assignment. It's all automatic. So that's this is what I wanted to discuss. I wanted to show this. So using this Moodle platform, you can use assignment to give assignment while you are traveling. You can monitor the students while you are traveling or from the remote areas. So that's what this is what I wanted to discuss today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dhruv. Please send 1 or 2 MCQs also to me.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. We'll do that.
So Dr. Ashwini from SPS is there. Dr. Rai, he is not in panel. So with this, we have finished. Agriculture faculty is having exam duty.
Right.
So no one is left. We have finished with. Hello.
Thank you, Dr. Soni.
I would like to thank all presenters and their HOI and deans to make them representative for their domain presentations. Thank you so much. Please continue.
Thank you very much. Since morning, we have seen a lot of presentations from our faculty members, Senthil sir, and even we were not knowing that our faculty members are using such advanced technological tools to transfer knowledge from teacher to taught, from teacher to the student. And the previous session was particularly such a mesmerizing session to see all our esteemed faculty members in action. Now a very important session by our Honorable Vice Chancellor on quality assurance and enhancement, a key parameter of student learning, progression and educational excellence. I request VC ma'am to share her presentation and take the session.
Monazir has given the share rights or not? Monazir? Dr. Rai, am I audible?
Ma'am, have you received the rights, sharing rights? VC ma'am?
Yes, Dr. Rai, I have not got the sharing rights. Just give me the sharing rights.
Nazir, please give VC ma'am the sharing rights. अच्छा अच्छा ठीक है मैडम वो IT टीम 2 मिनट लगेगा उस घर पे उनका नेट चला गया
वंदना जी स्क्रीन में कुछ दिख रहा है वंदना जी Just 1 second.
Meanwhile, let me make an announcement. Hello?
Yeah, yes, sir. Just मैं वही कर रहा हूँ, sir. Connect कर रहा हूँ, sir.
Meanwhile, there is an announcement. We will share a link where we would request all faculty members to provide their feedback. And at the end of the day, we have a quiz session again. So all those who are not able to attend the quiz in the morning, they can attend the quiz for day 2 in the evening. Given by Secretary General.
Yes, Dr. Rai, 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just transferring from one system to other system because in other system, one webinar is going on of Amity Haryana. Very interesting.
Right, ma'am.
So I'm attending that also. Yeah. Pankaj ji, thank you so very much. Your session has been wonderful, and you have clarified so many things that how to implement the national education policy. So every time the examples which you give for the students learning, they are amazing. So thank you so very much. Yes. Chalo. So.
Thank you, sir, and ma'am, please continue.
बहुत बढ़िया सेशन है कल एमटी हरियाणा का. Doctor, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Thank you very much. So, what a wonderful workshop for last 2 days. Dr. Rai, I didn't know that our faculty are using so many tools and have learned, so many things. So I think we need to maybe do a domain-wise, maybe the sessions, what all the tools the faculty are using from the, maybe these are only the handful faculty we have picked up, but there will be the more faculty, and this will be very, very amazing to learn from all. And we request all the faculty to share their practices, and the institution, then we compile the report from institution to domain, and then finally the university. And that will become a very, very good manual for all the faculty to use. So now
we learn from best practices of each other.
Yeah. So this is the quality assurance and enhancement, a key parameter of student learning progression and educational excellence. And because whatever we have talked is fine, but how much are we bringing the quality to our core function? And core function is teaching, learning, and the students' progression, and then are the rest of the things. So various bodies have. Why the presentation? So various bodies have defined the quality differently. The analytic quality glossary defines the quality assurance as the collection of the policies, procedures, system, and practices, internal and external to the organization, designed to achieve and maintain and enhance the quality and the quality. Where the UK QA defined the quality enhancement as an aspect of the institutional quality management that is designed to secure, in the context of the constraint within which individual institution, necessarily reliable and demonstrable improvement in the quality of learning organization. So therefore, for us, it's very important how we are, and our university is QA accredited. It becomes even more important for us to understand the quality aspects. Fortunately, at Amity, we had the QA right from the beginning, and have emphasized on the how to take the deliberate steps to bring about the continued improvement in effectiveness of the learning experiences of students. We remember way back in 2005, when the Amity University of Uttar Pradesh was established, at the very same time, QA was also established, and they started preparing the manual for a quality assurance manual, and then visiting each institution and finding doing the quality check, and wherever the non-conformities were there, revisiting the institution to ensure the institutions have taken the corrective actions to have the compliance of all the norms of the manual, whichever were established, prepared by the institution. So therefore, our QAE acted as a acted as a mean of ensured quality standard within the across the discipline, enabling the benchmarking at a disciplinary university and evidencing for the accountability. Because evidence-based was, if there's no evidence, that means there's no quality. And so therefore, all the documents were prepared at the institution level, and those were the controlled document, version 1, version 2, when was it updated, what was updated, all those things. So the great job was done by our quality assurance and enhancement department, and they were always a continued effort to improve the effectiveness of processes, performance analysis. So that has been the and then once we had the IQAC, and which took over the QA coordinator to the IQAC team, and that means the institution had to have the well-structured system in their own institution, IQAC, and which was chaired by the HOI, looking at all aspects of the quality assurance in the institution. So that means they had to see, the HOIs have to see under the quality management system, whether the quality policy, what is the quality policy at the university level, what are the quality objectives, and the audit results, and how they are taking action on those, and how they are preparing the corrective and preventive action, the CAPA, that has been so important, and the analysis of the data. We are doing all kind of analysis, surveys, feedback we take on the Amazon, but how much we are analyzing that feedback and then taking the corrective action, and or then for future also, how much we are taking the preventive actions so that we are able to improve the quality. And that's very, very important now especially in the digital mode of teaching and the online teaching. It becomes even more important. And then also the benchmarking improvement through the improvement, through the PDCA and 3-level IQAC becomes very, very important. And if we are not improving it, that means the processes are in place, but we are not implementing the process. So it's important that we implement the processes, and because it is the requirement of all the accreditation bodies, whether it's NAC or the WASC or the ISCB or QA or everywhere. This helps if we are continually improving. If quality is part of the culture of the university, it improves the processes, it improves the results, and it improves the all aspects, right from the curricular to the governance of the university. And so the 5 key strategy for promoting teaching excellence in the higher education is the availability of research evidence in education, and that's how we established the Department of Research Planning and Statistical Services. Dr. R.S. Rai, who has been doing many surveys and the feedback. One of the very important is comprehensive examination of learning outcome. But how deeply we analyze, we do the student survey, exit survey, the experiences, stakeholders feedback, all kind of things. But how much we analyze that feedback and then take the action, that's very, very important. Though the research data is available with us, and then implementation of evidence-based practices. Because once we have done this analysis, but if we are analyzing and whatever we are implementing for improvement, what is the evidence for that? If we have, we came with the peer review analysis of the teaching learning, but have we really done the peer review? Where is the report? who are the member of the peer review, what were their report, what action have we taken on that report. That becomes very important. So everything is evidence based, and then the formative assessment and so where we collect the information related to the students' work and provide the feedback to the students as per the university policy. The students are supposed to be given the feedback on their performance in continuous assessment as well as at the end semester examination. But we learned from some of the students that the faculty have not shared the feedback with them how well students have performed, because we try to upload all the internal marks at the end of the semester, where the internal marks should be uploaded after every component so that the students can see and accordingly they prepare themselves for the next component of assessment. Peer review and monitoring is very important. We have seen that QE has shared the report with all the HOIs, how much the peer review was done. It should have been done for the 100% faculty, for 100% courses, so that we could improve the quality of the teaching. So we are, because based on that only you can prepare the professional development program. You can choose the professional development program as a faculty. If I feel that that I am not very good, say, in giving the industry examples, so that means this is the feedback if it's come from the students and from the peer review. That means then I have to prepare my next time lecture that I include the sufficient number of industry linked examples so the student can understand it better. Because based on the peer review analysis or the students' feedback analysis, we can only improve our teaching learning and that can give the better learning experiences to our students. So this is the quality assurance system at Amity, internal quality assurance and the external quality assurance. The internal quality assurance is the peer review, the feedback analysis and the audits and all, whereas the benchmarking we are doing. So IQSC does the institution level, or the domain level or university level. QE gives the input, review and output, and then the RPS does the benchmarking, analysis of stakeholder survey, analysis of satisfaction survey, analysis of institutions, static data. And all these make the part of the, whether it's for our strategic planning or broad-based goals or the strategic initiatives or annual academic planning or the peer review, and the external agency where we have the accreditations or whether we have the accreditation or the internal agencies, or we have the national the bodies or whether evaluators or the reviewers, like we have the not only NAC but we have the regulatory bodies like RCI, PCI, Council of Architecture, BCI and NCT and AICT and others. And then also we have the external members in the various committees, which also are able to give the input to us to improve the, and also we have the external bodies, or we have the external evaluators who do the program review and see that how have been our teaching, learning, or the program effectiveness, apart from having the industry members or external members in our various bodies, like in Area Advisory Board and Board of Studies and all. Also the accreditation, what grade you get or what ranking you get, whether it's the NRF or whether it is QS or the Times Higher Education, that also gives the fair idea about what is the quality of the higher education institutions. And the feedback which we take from our stakeholders, parents, the industry, recruiters, they also is a quite good indicator of the what they perceive about you, how they feel about your quality. And that analysis becomes extremely important, that we analyze and we improve our relevant processes, systems, policies to overall improve the quality of learning. So therefore, the QA quality assurance, QA had to ensure that teaching provides effective, stimulating challenges and the contact time that encourages students to engage and actively commit to their learning. And institutional culture facilitates, recognizes, and motivates the excellent teaching. But it is since we have the remote mode of teaching, university have tried to provide the best of the technology infrastructure and flexibility where the faculty can, apart from taking their classes, can at their convenience can have the discussion with the students separately. Can the Amazon is the wonderful resource where the faculty can put their e-content, all those things. The students can access it and engages the students for more discussions on the MS Teams. So to enhance the quality of learning of the students, because if it's only the one-way teaching learning, presentation mode by the faculty, that will not really ensure that whether students are listening or they are understanding, because understanding and then application of that understanding is extremely important. So therefore, the learning, how the faculty creates that learning environment for the student is extremely important in the hands of the faculty. And because the faculty have to see that whatever the course learning objectives are, whether those have been attained by the student or not. This can only be done by the course faculty and not by the HOI and not by the deans or anybody. The course faculty. Therefore, the course faculty is extremely important connect between the institution and the student, and therefore the faculty have to all the time be engaged in doing the research how well the students have understood, and therefore the time invested by the faculty should have the huge impact on the students' learning, and also in the and that depends on how well the faculty have engaged the students in the group learning and the peer learning or the self-directed learning. And internal, so therefore the QA also, when the QA is doing the audits and all those things, QA also look at whether the set standards are being met or not. And also we are able to understand our strengths, weaknesses, and also what are the opportunities for us to improve the quality, and which will help us to identify the internal areas for the improvement. And feedback external is quality assurance. Is feedback of our external experts, which we can integrate in our curriculum, or the feedback of the alumni, which we can improve not only the curriculum but our teaching, learning, and the skill development of the students. That can only happen when we do the gap analysis, and also that's why we said that to have the industry relevant education, that how well we engage the industry people, the subject experts and alumni through the value addition sessions for the students during the course. And many faculty were saying, how can we conduct? The faculty have to see how well, which person they invite from the industry. It is not necessary to have to each topic, but the faculty can have related to the broad area of the course. Benchmarking is very important. Participation in rankings, which we have been doing. Dr. Rai works very, very hard and takes the input from all the HOIs to give the best possible data from the university for the getting the what are the possible best possible ranking. Self-evaluation for the external audit is very important. So each institution need to assess themselves and see that how well we are doing. That's why the peer review is extremely important, which we have not really done much, which we have seen the course level peer review, but the program level peer review, we will request all the HOIs to plan their program level peer review also, because so much at the moment innovation is happening in the higher education. We all HOIs faculty, we need to keep a tab what all is happening and how can we bring the innovation in our own all aspects of processes, so that while we are implementing a new national education policy, we must improve all the processes. So the quality assurance, as I said, the QA is the most important body in this thing, and the NAC, NPA are also the indicators of accreditation, the quality, as well as the various professional accreditation or the recognition bodies which approve the program and the intake before we look at we can start the program. So the quality assurance aspects will look at all the right from curriculum to teaching learning to research and innovation to the student support or infrastructure or the leadership, governance and management. So so when we look at the curriculum aspect, as I said, the industry requirements are the most important. And the stakeholders feedback analysis is very important, and benchmarking the curriculum while we are integrating the feedback. And finally, how we are able to develop the employability skills and graduate attribute. And if that curriculum is not helping in developing the requisite employability skills and the graduate attributes in the students, the whole purpose of the curriculum review, design and development is defeated. So while we are designing the curriculum, we need to look at that. Is it really the enhancing the quality in our final product, and final product is our graduates. The teaching learning, when you look at we have moved to the blended. So we have we have moved to the blended mode of teaching learning, and that will remain now the blended mode of teaching learning. It's not only when we are in the remote mode of teaching learning, but subsequently will also be that blended mode of teaching learning will be there, where the e-content has to be available to the students. ICT tools will be used for the right from the curriculum design development to e-content development to the teaching learning and assessment. So therefore the faculty need to be expert in the using the various kinds of tools. Students feedback analysis at the faculty level has to be more rigorous, and where the faculty need to analyze. It should not be a ritual, it should be rather a practice. There's a huge difference in ritual and the practice, so that it has to be the practice. The faculty should analyze and make the action plan of self-development to be more effective teacher. Quality check by QA during the teaching, which is done. And again, I'm going to mention here, last time many of the faculty have started their own separate class groups and did not follow those MS team groups which were created by QA by our Amazon team. This time in the academic session 21-22, the faculty have to only use the Amazon created MS team group and not to create their own group for teaching learning. Because if you go to any Amazon MS team group created by Amazon, and if we do not see the faculty and the student, we will assume that the faculty have not conducted the class, and therefore we will check if faculty has marked the class at the end attendance, but that group was not active. Faculty will owe an explanation to the university why the faculty has created separate group and not use the group which is officially created by the university. No faculty, because you cannot go to any other classroom than the classroom which is published already, in the timetable. Same way the MS Team group, which is created by the university, that is only the classroom for the faculty, and faculty has no right to create additional MS Team groups for the students. Quality check by the peer team during the class. This is the ideal way. And however, if any is left, then the recorded session must be peer review, talk to the faculty, HOI should see, and according to the professional development activity, workshop should be conducted. The assessment should be aligned with the course learning outcome, and the faculty have to see how many students have been able to attain the learning outcome of course specific, and if students have not been able to attain the learning outcome, faculty have to take the additional initiative to ensure the students have learned the whatever was they intended to learn in that course. Because if the student does not have the requisite learning of a particular course, it will have a difficulty for the student in the higher semesters when the learning of these courses will be required for the next level of course learning. So therefore, the faculty have to see that the students have, so that's also the measure of quality, whether the student have attained the learning outcome or not. The feedback to the student, if the student have not done well, for a one assignment or the assessment component, faculty need to give the feedback. What was missing? What aspect was missing that the student did not perform well, so that students start working on it. So the next time when the student is appearing or is attempting the assignment or a problem, is able to take care of those aspects which were missing in the last time. Support to the weak students is very important. The faculty have to see which are the weak students, how the faculty supports them, and the engagement of the advanced learners in the scholarly activity is equally important. So the research informed teaching is very, very important. So all the faculty need to be not only taking the classes or anything, but at the same time faculty must understand and do the all the time the research, academic research, which we call that one is the student focus or the and the students as participants. If we take the one side, other side is emphasis on research content, and the third side, if we say that third side, we say the emphasis on research processes and the problems. So we need to focus how the so the first, if we like the emphasis on research content and the student focus as a student participant, we take the research tutored. The curriculum emphasizes learning focus on students writing and discussing essays and papers. Or in the research-based curriculum emphasizes students undertaking inquiry-based learning. So therefore, we need to have that how we develop a curriculum which is more of research-based rather than only the research tutor. Research-led curriculum is structured around teaching content or subject content, and the research-oriented curriculum emphasizes teaching processes of knowledge construction in the subject. So therefore, we have to have the research base where the student is into the inquiry mode, and that's where the self-directed learning becomes extremely important. And so when we look at the quality assurance and teaching learning assessment, this also requires the result analysis of the students after the semester and the academic progression, and providing that necessary support to the students, counseling the students, discussing with the parents that where the student is lacking, and if he's having the year back or even as a provisionally promoted, what the student is supposed to do during the next academic year. I think that kind of hand-holding becomes very important, and the guided self-study course for better academic preparation and the performance. It is not for having the just 4 sessions and a satisfactory. Important is that how as a faculty we are preparing the student that they are academically better prepared, so that they are able to have the better performance in their improvement examination or back paper examination. So therefore, faculty need to have an altogether different view than the today that 4 sessions and the satisfactory. No, it is much more than that. If we look at the students' career progression, and the quality in the career progression is extremely important. And if I think that's the area we need to focus a lot. Program leaders, the heads of institution, the relevant department are not only responsible, even every single faculty who is teaching the students are equally important, need to understand what is the student's career aspiration. How all of us are hand-holding the students of their career aspiration. How we are telling the student that while you are filling up the career aspiration, be serious about it. And that speak to them, counsel them, and then let them fill the career aspiration. So once they have filled up the career aspiration, then immediately start speaking to the student group wise. The student who have decided to go and join the family business, there has to be a separate meeting with those students and their parents. What will they really do in the family business? If the student is going to start her own venture or his own venture, what will be the area? Talk to the parents also there. If the student is going for higher education, what kind of higher education the student will go? Or if student is opting for the corporate career, what kind of corporate career? We need to understand what kind of the companies or the sectors the students have given. So we must immediately make the list of the companies which the students have given in their aspiration, that these are the company I would like to get a placement. Immediately we should do the skill inventory in these companies, what kind of the job roles are available, and for those job roles, what kind of the skills and competencies are required. And then how do we develop the skills and competencies in students for those job roles, and connect with those companies and get engaged with those companies, so that we are able to win over those companies for the campus placement. And for that, we have the companies coming for the campus placement, then how are we ensuring the students are well prepared for the interview? Whether the students have the requisite skills and competencies matching with the requirement of the company or not. And then the quality of placement is measured only by the quality of companies are invited by the institution, the salaries offered by those companies, the number of students selected, and the job roles offered by the company, how many students got the PPO based on their internship, and the percentage of students placed, and how well we are having the employer engagement with us, and benchmarking our placement with our peer groups, other higher education institutions. If the students are going for the startups, then okay, what kind of the startups are there? What percentage of students are finally being able to start their own venture? What kind of support we are giving them, right from the opportunity identification to the feasibility study to the business plan to incorporating the company, and then helping them for the mentoring, the financing of the company by the venture capitalists, and all kind of things. And if we are not able to support the students, then aspirations will just remain the aspiration, not will become there. If the family business, how much we are regularly interacting with the parents, and so how we are giving the relevant assignment to the students related to the family businesses or anything. And finally, the benchmarking with other universities for the student progression. Are we doing better than others, or are we doing poor? And if you are doing the poor, why we are doing poor, and how we need to improve ourselves for the better career progression, because placements are extremely important, which attracts the more students for the admission. So the placements have the direct relationship with the quality of the student will take the admission, and the number of students will take the admission in a program. Therefore, that we need to really focus on the quality of the students' progression, especially the placements, and the alumni's progression and the comparative, how well our alumni have progressed in their career subsequently compared to our peer group, the other universities and higher education institutions. That also gives the fair indicator. So therefore, my advice to all the faculty that please focus on the quality of teaching, learning, and assessment, and the skill development of the student. And if we are taken care of that, those things aligned with the industry requirements, we will surely be able to have the better student progression and engagement. That's why in each course, when I'm saying to call the industry expert, that we are building the relationship with the industry, those companies where our students are likely to go and be placed. And so therefore calling the experts from that kind of companies is extremely important. So value addition sessions are not just for the occasions, but it has to be the long-term perspective, how this relationship and the continued engagement with the industry will finally translate into a quality placement, translate into a consultancy, translate into a corporate training and all aspects. And therefore, the engaging with the industry at the multiple level, right from the curriculum design and development to the student progression, teaching, learning, extremely important. I'm sure this academic year, 21-22, we will be bringing a lot of innovations, not only in the technology-enabled teaching learning, but also the industry-engaged teaching learning, and also the skill development and the value addition to the students for the better skill development and progression of the students. With this, if you have any questions, you're most welcome to ask the questions.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for setting the tone for the post-lunch session. Now I request Ms. Rajeshwari from QA to tell about quality audits of e-content teaching, such as e-content, class recording, etc. for teaching, learning effectiveness. IT team, please give the sharing rights to Ms. Rajeshwari.
Thank you, sir. I'm yet to receive the sharing rights.
Have you received?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have received the sharing rights now. Please let me know if my PPT is visible.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So, good afternoon, Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am, senior dignitaries, and all the esteemed colleagues present here in this workshop today. My session is on the quality audit of teaching learning effectiveness, in which I will be covering our experience and some general observations that were seen while conducting audits and while analyzing the data for e-content and class recordings. Now, e-content and class recording checks are a part of our agile audit process. Audit of these processes are conducted in an accelerated audit cycles, and the reports are shared so as to enable everyone to make amendments and close the gaps more frequently, rather than trying to deliver all at once near the end, which serves little or no purpose at all. Both these processes are critical for quality assurance, as has been reiterated by our Honorable Vice Chancellor at various platforms. I will start first with the e-content. Not moving.
Unshare and share again.
Okay. So we have, we'll start with the e-content. So we have about 20 tools in our Amazon Learning Management System, a few of which have been recently added. These tools facilitate faculty members to upload content before or after the session, or conduct activities like quiz and discussions during the class. We have file, URL, page, book, assignment, chat, choice, feedback, forum, lesson, quiz. We have a Scrum, which is a combination of video clip followed by questions and then followed by survey, wiki, and workshop. During the year 2020-21, these were the percentage usage of tools available on ALMS. As evident, we can see that file is the most popular tool followed by URL. Although we can see that there is a gap between these two tools with file which is dominating at 95% followed by URL which is only at 2%. File, URL, assignment, and quiz constitutes about 99% of this pie chart, whereas the remaining tools from book till down, all the remaining tools contribute only 1%. Now, these are the general observations that were observed during the academic year 2020-21. Few of these are based on our interactions with the faculty members during the IQAC meetings, which were preference of assignment features of MS Teams over LMS, preference of posting links, pre-read materials, or post session handouts on MS Teams, emailing it to the students, or using WhatsApp group over any features of the LMS. Preference of quiz features of MS Teams and other ICT tools like Kahoot, Answer Garden over choice quiz features of LMS. All the faculty members have the liberty to choose any ICT tool for conducting assessment. However, my submission here is to post these links on LMS so that our data, especially with regard to quadrant 4, will see a rise in numbers. Observations from the analysis of LMS data that we did are few of the faculty members are sharing links on URL feature which requires permission to access or is not accessible at all. We have also seen that there is a confusion in quadrant. Usually Q3 and Q4 are generally interchanged. And then we have also seen that there is a share that faculty members are sharing recording links on the URL. Now, these are the screenshot of ALMS URL that you can see. In the red box, you can see that the links are not active. Even if we try to copy this and paste it on Google, it will show that your file cannot be accessed. So it is my request to please ensure that the type of link uploaded are accessible to students with one click. In the yellow box, you can see that the faculty member has uploaded his class recordings on URL report. Now, this is the screenshot of the assignment report on LMS. We can see that in the red box, we can see that the faculty has assigned quadrant 3 for assessment. Now, after this 2 days workshop, I am sure that there will be no scope of confusion left on this part. We now move to the class recording segment. These are the data for both the odd and the even semester 2020-21. You can see here that there were only 17%. There were 17% of the faculty members who had not uploaded any class recordings in the odd semester. And in the even semester, although the percentage has come down to 10%, which I am sure will be covered in another few days. These are the general observations that were seen during the audit and the analysis of class recordings. Number one, incorrect links were uploaded. For example, while we were trying to open the link, it showed that the video could not be found. Recording is less than 50 minutes for the scheduled 55 minutes class. Faculty is present in the class, but on mute mode for most part of the session. Faculty does not switch on camera throughout the session. Faculty does not nudge the students to switch on their cameras during interaction or while the students are presenting their PPT. There was no activity in the class. Faculty and students were not present, which means the recording uploaded was totally blank. And finally, the most important one class recording uploaded for multiple dates on Amazon, which is a malpractice. Way forward from here, quality assurance implies that we ensure that all our processes are well developed, which are well developed, but at the same time, we have to ensure that it is timely implemented, the gaps are timely detected and resolved to ensure that we have enhanced stakeholder satisfaction. And quality assurance requires a joint effort. For the same, all the institutional quality IQAC members are requested to ensure review of these processes through their monthly IQAC meetings. The status of the same could be shared with QAE, and any gaps between the institutional data and the analysis that has been done by QAE can be discussed separately. The format for capturing this data will be shared shortly. Thank you for the opportunity and have a great day ahead. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Rajeshwari Madam, for your elaborate presentation and giving us the details about the e-recordings and e-content. Now I request Dr. Alpana Kakkar to move ahead with her presentation on peer review and subject expert sessions.
Thank you, Dr. Rai. Thank you, Dr. Rai. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I would request Munazir to give sharing rights to Dr. Mohit. Madam has already shared and in fact guided and advised us about the importance of peer review. And Dr. Mohit is going to present the Amazon link, details wherever there is confusion so that that can be clear too, as well as the audit report of the last peer reviews done. And I would appreciate Rajeshwari. She has covered the gaps in the class recording, though the list is long, but the important ones are definitely highlighted. Thank you, Rajeshwari, for that. Please go ahead, Dr. Mohit. PPT is visible now.
PPT is visible.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, especially our Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Rai, Dr. Alpana Kakkar, and other respective deans and HOIs for coming for this interactive session. I will sum up very quickly. These my slides are moving. Yeah, this is first slide related to the class recording. During our recent meetings with so many institutions, what we found that there is some confusion among some of the faculty members that where to upload the class recording. I would like to share a screenshot here. I feel that the screenshot is visible to everyone. This is the right Amazon link from on which you have to upload the class recording. It is Amazon Home, Academics, Timetable, then the student attendance and the video lecture URL. I will show you the wrong URL on which some of our faculty member uploaded the class recording. That's why the same recording were not visible to the peer review team members, HOIs and the deans for the peer review. Also, the same recordings were not reflecting in the Amazon link where we see that how many recordings have uploaded. So this is the wrong link. It is the Amazon Home Academics Timetable online class URL in bracket MS Team. It is under the timetable link. What happens? Some of the faculty members uploaded their class recordings here. And these class recordings are, you can say, they have a good number. So it is requested that please do not upload the recordings here. Right now we have given a pop-up message here. Whenever anybody will click on this link, they will see two messages that please do not paste your class recordings URL here because it will not be visible to anyone. And second, then please upload your class recording URL here so that your class recording may be visible to the peer team, HOI and the dean for assessment and to your students for further revision. So these are two most important links. I will revisit quickly. This is the recording data which just Rajeshwari shared in the percentage format, and it is clear in the number format. Now,
Dr. Mohit, go ahead with peer review because you have a limited time, so we can.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. So this is the how many recordings uploaded and how many not uploaded. Now it is the peer review. Now I will sum up it quickly, but would like to emphasize that the peer review of online classes started on Amazon since even semester of the academic session 2019 and 2020. This is the most important thing. Then again, two most important things that there are two separate types of online feedback forms that are available right now on Amazon for the peer review. On the basis of the types of this peer review formats, one is the course-wise, faculty-wise peer review by PRT, and the other one is the peer review of faculty by respective HOI and the advisor. Means two types of peer review, one by the PRT comprising of two faculty members, and second one by the HOI or the advisor. So these are the Amazon link, the right links, because I saw so many confusion among the faculty members, which link is for which the feedback. We would like to differentiate here for your easiness. One format It is for the questionnaire comprising of 7 parameters, including total 29 subparameters. This is the course-wise, faculty-wise peer review by the PRT member. Second feedback, it is available on the another Amazon link. It is a questionnaire comprising of 12 parameters. It is done by the HOI and the advisor. Again, I would like to share once again, the domain heads and the HOI jointly decide the course-wise, faculty-wise peer review teams for assessing effectiveness of the teaching learning of online classes. The PRT comprises of 2 faculty members, preferably professor or associate professor, or in some exceptional cases, the AP3 can also be appointed as a PRT member. Now, following are the main, you can say, the objectives of the peer review of online classes, which are defined by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, and I would like to again share here for the quick review of everybody. The peer review of online classes, it is a continuous process to ensure continuous improvement into course delivery and curriculum, so as to ensure providing latest knowledge to the students and enhancing competency skills of the students in subject areas as per latest industry or academia requirement. This has been emphasized by the Vice Chancellor also. The peer review ensures the use of latest and innovative ICT tools, virtual labs during classes. Thus, students get hands-on experience of latest technologies, resulting it inspires students in keeping themselves up to date. Number 3, the peer review helps faculty members in bringing more creativity in lecture delivery and preparation of key content, hence ensures achieving of course learning outcomes. Use of e-content enhances mental ability and critical thinking capacity of students because they attend their classes with pre-reads, hence more brainstorming discussions happens during the class. This has been emphasized again the Vice Chancellor that the research, we should focus more research-based discussion in the classes. Fifth one, it is the peer review improves behavioral aspects of the faculty member and supports faculty member in gaining more popularity among their students as well as across the academic fraternity, hence more awards, rewards, and recognition for faculty member. So these 5 objectives, you can understand that how peer review is the more important for our course curriculum. These are the more domain heads presently defined on the Amazon for defining the peer review teams. These are the links related to the separately for the peer review, the course-wise peer review by PRT team and the faculty-wise peer review by the respective HOI. One should not have the confusion. We will share this paper PPT after this presentation with each the HOI and the deans. These are the 7 parameters and 29 subparameters on which the PRT gives their online feedback. These are the 7 parameters and the 29 subparameters. So this is the automation of these on which the PRT member give the feedback. And based on this feedback, you can see in the point number 6, the course faculty members will then prepare a self-development plan. This is the SDP based on the student feedback and the peer review team assessment and upload the SDP on Amazon. HOI, HOD will then discuss the SDP with concerned faculty member to finalize the detailed SDP for each faculty member. It means it is the most important part, the feedback. These are the automation. Finally, you have to click on the feedback and then the save. Once you receive the message that the feedback is saved successfully, it means it is saved. Now, this is, you can say, present status on the Amazon with respect to the feedback done by the PRT1, then the PRT2, then the status of action taken by the HOI and the action taken by the Ds. As we started from the 2019 and 2020, so I have not done the red marking of this section. The red marking, you can see easily that the faculty members and our respective deans, they are requested that please do the review. And you can see also that how many PRTs have completed the review. It is very much less, you can say. Again, some important point in the second table given below. What we analyzed that there are some of the courses where course faculty members have assigned to review their own classes, which is not correct as per the ideology. You can see the data. And in the 2020 odd semester, there were the 40 courses in which the faculty member were assigned by the domain heads to review their own classes. Again, in 2021 even semester, the 23 courses are there. Now, again, the number of courses where PRT1 and PRT2 is the same faculty member. It should not be happen because as per the pedagogy defined by the Vice Chancellor or the system, there should be two different peer review team members, right? You can say there are 106 courses in the odd semester of 2021 and the 247 courses in the 2021 in the even semester, where the PRT1 and the PRT2 is the same. So all the domain heads are requested that please revisit it and please get it corrected Amazon immediately, so that you can get the exact peer review for which we prepared it. This is a you can say the report page. It is visible on the Amazon ID of all the HOIs and the domain heads, from where they can see the details of the uploaded videos and the peer team assigned by them. Now I would like to quickly go upon the second feedback form available on the Amazon. It is a 12 parameter feedback form. You can see the 12 parameters written here. The automation of these 12 parameters is here. Faculty has to, the HOI, this is done by the HOI and the advisor. HOI and the advisor has to click on the submit after taking on the yes, no, and not being used, whatever applicable. And it is done on the basis of the date and the class wise. Again, a report on this, the 12 parameter feedback form. You can say again, there is a huge, you can see the number of class video recording URLs uploaded on Amazon. You can see, I would like to come on the even semester. I will not talk about the previous semester, though you can see everything here. In the Noida campus, you can see in the 2021 even semester, the number of sessions conducted as per Amazon were 3,97,419, out of which the 2,49,094 class recordings were uploaded. Means class recording were very less. I would like to go again on the next slide, but this data is very alarming data with respect to all three campuses of the AUUP. Now I would like to come upon the subject expert sessions, the course specific guest lectures. The course specific guest lecture, you can say these are the objectives of the course specific guest lecture. The guest lecture by industry of the subject experts are important to bring relevance to the classroom and engage students with industry. The remote teaching learning has grown rapidly in recent times due to COVID-19 pandemic and created remarkable opportunity to connect with the experts from across the globe in higher education. The guest lecture is a effective way of reinforcing course concept and add breadth to course learning by providing industry perspectiveness and examples. Thus, guest lecture add value in the teaching learning process and enhance the quality of course curriculum delivery. Therefore, it was decided to compulsory organize 4 to 5 sessions of industry experts in each courses, and same was communicated at the beginning of the academic session 2021. But what happened? There were supposed to be 4 to 5 sessions by the industry or the academic expert per course, but somehow it could not be, you can say, conducted by the faculty, and the same were not approved by, you can say, were not available in the master session plan. Now, to upload the course specific guest lecture, there is again
Mohit, you have to wind. Dr. Mohit, you have to wind up in 1 minute.
Within 2 minutes, ma'am. So this is the Amazon link, the Amazon Home Academics course specific guest lecture. I will show you quickly how you can upload this, because there were some confusion among the faculty members how to upload the course specific guest lecture. There is a step 1. Click on this link, then click on the add. Then this screen will come up. You add the lecture details here, then add the expert details here. Thereafter, to add the details of the course specific guest lecture held, not held, number of students attended, and the URL link of the recorded lecture, you have to click on this edit button so that you can add the details. Because what I saw that some of the faculty members shared that they do not know how to edit the details. So this is the link. This is the report, how it is visible to the faculty members and the respective HOI, so that HOI can do the follow with the faculty. Again, this is the alarming data. And I would like to request all that please go through this data very quickly. Now, this is the data with respect to the 2020-21 odd and even semester. You can say the number of guest lecture details uploaded by the faculty of AUUP Noida, Lucknow, and the Greater Noida campuses on Amazon. So there were the 1256 lectures uploaded in the odd semester and 886 uploaded in the even semester. Now you can say the details number of students attended guest lecture is marked as 0 on Amazon for number of courses. And you can see that there are the major chunk where the faculty uploaded 0 students in the attended. Then the URL of the lectures, you can see the maximum URLs are not uploaded on the, even the guest expert detail, these are not available on this portal. The designation from where he came or she came, industry or from the academia, which sector, the mobile number and the emails and the contact details. So you can see there are so much of anomaly in the data. So I request again the faculty members who conducted this lecture, as the portal is open from the backdate from the odd and the even semester 2021. Please go there and edit the details and please fill this detail so that we can share the exact detail with Dr. Rai and so that he can further share with the accrediting body, right? As far as I am concerned, it is finished. Any question, answer, most welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohit, for clarifying the doubts and presenting all the details of guest course, specific guest lectures, peer review, class recordings, and subject expert sessions, etc. Now I request Dr. Sunita Ratan and Dr. Pradeep Joshi to steer the session on best practices of quality assurance in e-content development by deans and HOIs and institutions. Dr. Sunita Ratan and Dr. Pradeep Joshi.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, can I get the sharing rights for 2 minutes? Yeah, I think I've got.
Munazir, please give sharing rights to Sunita ma'am. Sunita ma'am, we are about 25 minutes late, but we have kept a question answer session of 30 minutes. We'll consume that here.
Right. Yeah, my slides are shared.
Yes.
The slides are shared. Yeah, so I welcome all the Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am and all the HOIs, HODs and all the distinguished personalities present here along with the faculty members for the session Best Practices of Quality Assurance in E-Content Development. We have been hearing about the development of e-content under all the 4 quadrants, but now this session is devoted to the quality assurance. I would just like to go back a bit. 16th March 2020, pandemic forced us to suddenly shift from on-campus teaching to online classes. All of us tried our level best to impart the knowledge in online mode, in whatever innovative ways we could think of. We all were new to it. We never knew how to do it. But all the faculty members devised their own ways so that they can impart some knowledge to the students and they should not suffer. But until then, there was no concept of e-content known to the faculty and they had not tried it. Thankfully, only a few classes were remaining. Why thankfully? Because we were not adapted to online teaching. Our e-content was not developed. Subjects like maths, physics were really difficult to teach and the faculty members were struggling to teach and they were really talking it in the meetings. They were talking of the innovative ways, they were devising new ways how to impart the knowledge so that students should not suffer. And then start of May 2020. Preparation of the content for the courses to be developed in odd semester 2020 was on. Extensive workshops were held. 4-quadrant approach was introduced to all the faculty members. Some of us heard it for the first time. Softwares were introduced, discussed, hands-on experiences were given, and university was doing everything to empower each and every faculty to develop that e-content. Around June 2020, we were all on learning spree, including HOIs, faculty members. We were developing e-content. We were struggling to develop the e-content. We were using all the tools which were available to us, which were taught to us. Hands-on experiences were given to us, like MS Teams, PowerPoint, Spinocast. And it was such a learning spree that faculty was teaching the colleagues. We were having the MS Teams meetings where one was teaching to the other. It was really lovely experience. I should say that it was the first time that the students were also learning in the summer and we were also learning. We were learning with double the speed in the summers. And finally, the e-content was developed. And I think
We should appreciate the faculty members as well as the AUUP University that we were the first university, first private university where all the e-content was developed to be uploaded on the Amazon for students learning. But then there was a question of quality assurance of the content. In the preceding session, we have learned about how it is being done by the IQAC, like e-content, class recordings, and peer review. 7 parameters and 29 sub-parameters have been discussed by Dr. Mohit, and subject expert session. But this is now when we prepared it. We were as HOIs or the senior members in IQAC were also new to the concept. We wanted to assure the quality of the e-content which was being uploaded. But we were new, so therefore evaluation was done by the HOIs based on our perception of and the perception of other evaluators. Later on, yes, indeed, we had the specified parameters for peer review of class recordings, as I have discussed in the last slide. But content is the backbone of learning material, and quality of e-content is ensured by authority, accuracy, relevance, completeness, and appropriateness. So therefore, every HOI has done is innovation to monitor and ensuring the quality of the e-content which was uploaded on the LMS. And we are here in this session to hear from each one of them so that we also can learn, we also can improve, and best can be done and best can be taken care of. So I welcome all the speakers of this session from all the domains, and we'll be giving 5 to 6 minutes to each of the speaker in the domains. And I would just like some points to be for consideration. Quickly I go through that what we feel when we go for quality assurance, we go back to the students' feedback. And what I have found that students find it difficult to locate the e-content belonging to the particular topic. They are lost that where is that e-content. So my suggestion is that we should have a common nomenclature for the content. For example, I have a course, module, and lecture. For example, module 1, lecture 3. So my renaming should be there. As in chemistry, we've got a name for every chemical. We have name, AUUP name. So there should be some standardized name for our lectures depending upon the module and the lecture number. Secondly, digital fatigue. Too lengthy videos because students has to undergo all the 5 or 6 videos for the next day. He cannot go through all the videos for half of an hour. So I think we have to keep our videos small. It should not exceed 12 minutes. Then in science and technology, we had a different challenge that we were using different symbols for the presentation, different parameters. So I think that they should, CRC should sit together and they should discuss and decide the notation for the representation of the parameters. That if they are using X, whether it is being used for weight, or if they are using W, it should be common across all, because sometimes they use it in the formula and the students, they get confused. So similarly, in quadrant 2, what was the feedback from the students? That sometimes only presentations are uploaded. No, we have to upload the text material, the reference material. That has to be uploaded. That has to be ensured by the quality team that appropriate text has been uploaded. And sometimes copyrighted material. We cannot upload the copyrighted material. We have to go for Creative Commons copyrighted material, which can only be uploaded. Similarly, when we go to quadrant 3, recording, that is the discussion where peer review committee has done very good work and we have been given a very nice parameters by the university. Go through this, but this was not appropriately loaded, as has been discussed by Dr. Mohit, that faculty has uploaded it in the wrong place and sometimes they have kept it private, not for public viewing. So those were the difficulties we faced. And then too much disturbance due to internet connection problems. Please, faculty is requested to have proper bandwidth to be ensured before the session. Quadrant 4, this was again has been discussed in the quality parameters by Rajeshwari, that students, the faculty did not use all the assessment tools or any of the assessment tools which were very interactive. So that should be used. And then chances of UFM, reshuffling of the question should be done. So that will decrease the chances of unfair means. too lengthy assignments should not be given to the students. That if we are having online classes, this does not mean that we give them the assignments for 30 pages or 40 pages. No, our concept should be more on learning by the student, not writing of the students. Right, and then non-interactive assessments should not be given. So these are some of the points. But after this session, we look forward that this session on best practices in quality assessment might help us to design e-learning quality parameters based on the practices adopted by different domains, and this will eventually help in development, implementation, and maintaining the quality of e-content developed by the faculty. I would like to invite Dr. Pradeep Joshi to say a few words before I finish. Pradeep.
Thank you, Dr. Sunita. The last 2 days, we have during our Honorable Vice Chancellor Lab giving the directions and guidance how to move ahead. There have been experience sharing by the faculty members and experts in the relative area about all 4 quadrants. I'm not going to speak about them, but I'm only going to say that, as was being mentioned by Dr. Sunita, that maybe different domains have challenges. The approach which has started few years back, many years back, of e-learning is being adopted courtesy the pandemic by all. If I say on behalf of the design in the arts colleges, they were characterized internationally with very small groups always. We used very small. Reason was the output is product. Output is creation when we talk about the design program or fashion program, art program. And there is a, I'm not saying relevance is not there, but yes, theoretical inputs are of less significance. Today, when I see UGC has come out with 50-50, last year we made many changes to adopt the 50-50. But just see, if I give an example of my domain, I think so that 4 years back or 2014, we have taken approval, and for all our courses based, we made it a practical, external in the final exam and 45 continuous assessment basis. Because for all these programs, the continuous learning in terms of the day-to-day projects was much more important. So I'm mentioning it here that now, if we talk about the standard template of process of e-content development, all of us are adopting it. Faculty teams are being identified by the HOIs and the domain heads. Identified faculty team is preparing master session plan and session plan. Faculty team is developing the e-content, and based upon the knowledge which has been accumulated in the last 1 year, one is trying to fit in all 4 quadrants as applicable. Then discussions are to happen in the IQAC to keep the checks. It is important, as Dr. Sunita was mentioning, that we learned. First step was to develop the content. Now the challenge happens whether quality is being maintained or not. The moment we talk about e-content, one thing is, I think the first challenge was, as Dr. Mohit was sharing the reports, one challenge is always to see and comply with the reports, that what has been done, what has not been done, which is much in quantified way, I always feel as a academician. Videos have been uploaded, yes or no. Now, issues this that, why I think this session is very much relevant. Thank Honorable VC Ma'am to keep this session. And I feel the requirement in the days to come to have separate sessions to guide the different domains.
Sunita ma'am seems
with the material. Unless
Joshi sir, for past 30 seconds you lost your voice, so you can repeat.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, you are audible now, sir.
Yeah. So I was mentioning that the moment we talk about the e-content, there is a requirement that it need to be original, one, because anybody can access The time has gone, then people used to do the cut copies only. Be relevant, need to be interesting, because if I get so much material to see, what not to see. Everybody using some creative tool, so many characters can be utilized. But if I'm getting bombarded with that, exactly I need to see what makes me interested for the course, because actually the learning outcome is different. It is not about the presentation, it is not about the videos. It is much more than that, because there is certain learning outcome associated with each and every course. The material need to easy to understand and comprehend, because once it is not face to face, then one need to understand. There has to be flexibility and there has to be diversity, because there should be something new. Or the moment we say there has to be innovative or the creative approach, which I think so we are discussing for last 1.5 days, and we are going to discuss in the remaining session also, that what are the creative approaches which are being taken up by different domains. Before I end up, I would like to mention that I think so that there is a requirement, and as last year was, we have been introduced, many departments or many schools or many disciplines, including management or engineering, may be aware or maybe adopting these things, but many programs were actually not planning things, because as I mentioned, that where there is emphasis on one-to-one teaching, group teaching, creation of the product, there is actually, according to me as an academician, I think so that for our domain, if I talk about the creative domain, I think so it will take a couple of years actually, or some more time, to evolve with the tools which are relevant for our programs exactly. Because each and everything may not be relevant for the creative program. It means there is a much more challenge with the faculties who are teaching. Now, what to put up in the quadrant 4, how are you going to assess it when it is based upon the e-material? If you see historically, if I say that not many design program or the art-based programs were successful on the e-platform or the correspondence platform, because always it was a touch and feel element or the personal touch which was important. We talk about the material, we talk about how to create a product, which is something different exactly. So according to me, for faculty members, it is one of the, not a challenge, it is an opportunity, I will say also, to come out and devise the ways by which one can adopt the things and come out with something which is creative and approach, and we create our own tools also. With this, I would like to end up, and I also look forward to hear and learn from my colleagues. So first, I would like to invite Dr. Nalini Ramavat to share about the experience and the practices of the quality assurance in each content development for the domain agriculture and applied disciplines.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll just share my presentation. I think both of you have set the right context about what were the learnings that we had, and we all were in a learning phase. I'll just share with you my presentation. Is my presentation visible? Yes. Hello, my presentation is visible?
It is, ma'am, it is.
Yes, right. So thank you so much. And I'd like to thank Professor Pradeep Joshi and Dr. Sunita Ratan to give me this opportunity to present some of the learnings and the best practices and what we did in our domain, agriculture science domain, to bring forth the quality assurance in e-content development, which is the objective of this particular session. I'll just quickly run through. So basically, we had a lot of faculty meetings, and these were learnings that we shared with each other during the event semester to reiterate what was said by our Vice Chancellor, ma'am, that all the contents must be uploaded on ALMS. But still we found that a lot of gap in our domain also exists when we are looking at the video URLs that are being uploaded, and we have been continuously reminding people to upload them in a correct place, which is very important. And also I try to review as a head of institute that what is the quality of content that is being uploaded, and there are a few learnings that I like to share, and a lot of counseling was also done to maintain and ensure that we are able to deliver a high content of e-content to our students who are our learners. So some fun findings and learnings I am sharing with you. I hope that this will serve the purpose. First point that I want to emphasize is that I found that the learning resources which were uploaded by the faculty were, they were documents, PowerPoint presentations, and these materials, they are, good, but they are actually non-interactive. Non-interactive in the sense because the students can, yes, learn, they are good learning tools, but that they can only read and watch the content, but cannot perform any other action. So when we match them with a learning objective and outcome, which we want to design them in a structured way, these materials could be a good learning resource. They do not provide any platform for interactivity. So we decided amongst us that let us do something to make it more interactive. As a result, we created a lot many discussion forums after these presentations were uploaded so that the student can discuss also. The second case or learning is practicals. Again, that was observed that the practicals were taken in a more theoretical form or in the numerical aspects because we didn't have the resources in this tough time during COVID. So we were asked, we asked the faculties to make videos or to explore online virtual labs. So lab sessions, they were conducted on a remote mode where demonstration videos were shown to the students to improve their learning enhancements. For example, seed production technologies or the simple experiments which they can do at home. For example, for our domain, the seed germination tests were performed by the students, made videos, and then they were uploaded. So in this way, it became interactive. Some of the faculty took initiatives to even develop their own videos through the resources that were available near their home or something, and then they uploaded these videos. Virtual videos were also searched out and they were shared. For example, visit to even poultry farms. This was the content that need to be shared. So the faculty also searched for the videos. Only thing that I emphasized was just to check there with the copyright effect. Even some faculties, they visited the labs, made their videos of how to make medias of the bacterial training and all practical labs, and they were live streamed later on to make the things more interactive and practicals more productive. And then as a quality check, I also asked the faculty to give their completion reports of practicals with date, time, and recording to ensure that the learning goes round. Another very interesting thing that we observed was that, I asked the faculty if we...
Sorry, ma'am, last 1 minute.
Just to take... Okay, I'll try to complete. So just to take the geographical spread advance, so students were asked to, have a live session with the faculty members to collect the samples from their states and go for the identification. They prepared interesting herbariums from their own states, and the learning was shared among the peer group. These were assessed through various pictures and images by the faculty members for quadrant 4. There's one more interesting thing that is shared by, I'm thankful to Dr. Nutan Kaushik for sharing this, is a case study by AIHSR, where the students were also, were asked to develop an ethical module for the horticulture development course, and they developed the videos themselves. It is the first video that has been developed by the students for developing this document become the base document for further improvement of the concept of ethical practices in horticulture. The document has its originality and was shared online. Then another important thing that I like to discuss, that is face-to-face and online blended mode of teaching. So one thing was that for MSc thesis projects, we designed this where the online monitoring sessions were then laid by the rigorous intensive for 7 to 8 works field work as well as lab work. And then another interesting thing that I like to share with the audience is the industry apprenticeship. So e-learning content can be complementary by the social interactions, and this was facilitated by one of the industry, the Dhanuka Agritech, wherein the students were selected by the interview by the industry for doing the pilot projects, and different districts were allotted, and the industry mentor, he guided them how to go for this. So this was a blend of students from undergraduate and postgraduate programs, and they were allotted different districts, and one-to-one interactions by the farmers, and the report interaction was given by the industry mentor. And finally, the shortlisted students were further processed for interview by the industry mentor, and they ended up in the recruitment process. So I think that completes the whole loop of the industry, involving the industry internship or mentorship as an apprenticeship in our rural agriculture work experiences course. This is how we did it. So thank you so much. I hope that I'm able to suffice the purpose for which I was being called up. These were some of the experiences of agriculture science domain. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Nalini ma'am. Dr. Pradeep Joshi, are you there? So next we can call, we would like to call Professor Pooja Verma and Miss Samita Bagai from Applied Arts, Fine Arts and Performing Arts. At next 2 minutes, Applied Arts.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
I'll start the video.
For this domain, in fact, we wanted to give the two perspectives, one from our Lucknow HOI and one from Noida. So we have got two speakers here, and we'll keep it brief, 5 minutes each, I think so. Yeah,
May I have the sharing rights?
IT team, please help.
Already given, ma'am.
Is it visible? The slide is visible?
Yes, it is visible now.
Excuse me, is the slide visible?
Yes, Pooja ma'am, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon, Honorable VC ma'am, other dignitaries present here, and my colleagues. Since yesterday, it has been such an enriching experience of learning. We are learning so much, and I'm sure all of us are tremendously benefited with this workshop. And as Dr. Pradeep Joshi has already said, we are different because of we belong to the creative field of fine arts and fashion technology and all. So the e-content, preparing e-content was quite a tough task for us, and still we are learning. So what all we did, I would be sharing with you all. Is it on a slide mode?
Yes, it's on slide mode. Yes.
Yeah.
Please
So
go ahead.
we all know the e-content is an asset. It helps the development of e-content, improves and enhances teaching process as a part of remote teaching, which we are all undergoing right now. And as students come prepared for the classes, instead of one-way communication by faculty, the classroom have become more interactive. It enhances digital literacy and understanding of students, the most important tool in current scenario of this pandemic. And 24/7 availability of entire course content on LMS make it easier for students to learn and practice at their own space. So this is very important. Then flipped classrooms enhances, especially for our domain, the creative thinking. Innovative ideas are brainstormed among students and faculty, and it encourages the thinking process. Then critical deliberations. Students are encouraged to put forward their ideas and ask questions of what, why, and how. So this is how deliberations take place. Then communication. Students are motivated to communicate through art forms and various mediums as assignments. And finally, collaboration. Students are encouraged to not only compete, but collaborate by sharing their ideas in the classroom. This enables them to think beyond their own perspective and amalgamate different ideas for better creativity. Like together we learn. So students, along with the faculty, because we are all in a learning phase, we learn together. Then now I'll talk about the best practices of quality assurance and innovations. We ensure that e-content of each course is reviewed at various levels by stream coordinator, HOI, and dean. Then periodic e-content review ensures that all quadrants are dealt properly. It is ensured that e-content are developed to promote learning by doing, because that is the main thing in our domain. Because if I say at least 75% of our course is of practical nature. So learning by doing is very important for us. Then innovative solutions to overcome problems for effective course delivery. Here I would like to cite an example, like there is a course of creative draping where students need dress form to learn the draping. But in this pandemic area, when we are sitting at home, the dress forms are not available with each student. It was a problem. And then what solution came? Our faculty, she asked each and every student to, as a DIY project, create a dress form
at their own place, like stuffing a polythene bag to create a dress form and learn the lesson. This is how creative draping classes were held. So this is, I would call it's an innovation at our place. Then as per the quality assurance during the class, when quadrant 3, when deliberations and other things are happening, then how it is taking place at Lucknow. So random class checking by me to ensure the following. I make it a point whenever I'm free, I just get into the class on Teams and check the following: whether the camera is on by the faculty, whether the faculty is properly dressed, and appearance of students also it's looked after. Then attendance of students by randomly asking them to switch on their camera. It has been observed when students are there, they just they are there present on the team, but their cameras are on, they're roaming here and there. So this random checking by asking them to switch on the camera just does the trick, and students know that they should be there for the entire class. Then for the effective course delivery, I ensure that use of visuals and videos in theory subjects for better understanding. Like suppose faculty is teaching history of fashion, Hindu period. So just discussing about Hindu period is not sufficient unless and until a visual is shown to student, a video related to the subject is shown to student. So this is very important, and it is, I ensure that this is practical. I mean, theory subjects are done like that. Then use of Microsoft Board for explaining through diagrams. Like for pattern making, we need faculties using Microsoft Boards for explaining. Then live demonstration by faculty during practical classes like painting, drawing, garment construction. I have observed that no matter what good videos we show of painting, unless and until students see that faculty doing it in front of them, then only they are satisfied with the class. So I ensure that live demonstration by faculty members should be there during the class. And of course, ensure the use of virtual lab for software-based courses like animation and other courses which are based on software. Then I also keep a check on quality of assignments, innovative assignments for holistic learning. Like during this pandemic, in garment construction, the faculty has asked the student to create masks by recycling their own clothing. And later on, the masks were distributed to underprivileged people. Then
last 1 minute, you have to conclude.
Just quickly, just 1 minute. Then provision of on-the-spot assignment for sculpture and clay modeling for quick evaluation, because it is very difficult to give assignments of sculpture and clay modeling, etc. And then submission of module-based assignment. That is very important. If a course has 5 modules, so students are requested to submit their assignment as per the modules. And now just few visuals I would like to share. See here, these sculpture class is going on, and students are in the class, they are making sculpture with the clay. Then this is a whiteboard, and faculty is explaining about the draft of salwar. During the class, you can see the faculty here, Ms. Gitanjali, and students are present here, and they are learning. Then these are the dress form I was talking about with the polythenes, how the students have created these dress forms, and this draping classes were held like this. Then I spoke about the mask also. This is how the masks were created, and these students have distributed the mask in the this weaker section of the society. And finally, as I told you, my presence during the class here, the class is going on, and here I am present, and I am seeing how the class is being conducted. And thank you. That's all from my side. Thank you so much for giving me opportunity. Thank you so much.
Dr. Sunita, please share your permission. May I start with my presentation? So good evening, everyone, and good evening to respected
panelists, Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am, and my faculty colleagues. At the outset, I would like to thank everyone for giving me this opportunity to make a brief presentation on best practices of quality assurance in e-content development in the domain Applied Arts, Fine Arts, Performing Arts, and Visual Arts. So Dr. Joshi, our Director General, has already set the stage for this domain, and Professor Pooja Verma has taken several examples to quote and to show how we have been deliberating upon the e-content development and how we are ensuring that all our practical courses are being conducted in the right form. So I will take up a very small example of a course, which is traditional embroideries. Is my screen visible?
It is coming up.
So now is my presentation visible?
Yes.
Thank you so much. So to
make it in presentation mode.
Yes, sir, I'm doing that. So to begin with the presentation, the process of e-content development starts with the identification of the faculty team, and then the faculty team starts preparing the e-content. So here I've taken the case of traditional embroideries, text 305, which is a practical course and is being conducted in the studios in the department. So it was a challenge to ensure that students learn the embroidery techniques. In the classroom, we had been teaching these embroidery techniques to the students by hand holding, by demonstrating how these stitches are being drawn, how the material is being used, how the fabrics are being handled in various ways, different weights of fabrics, how these are being handled in a different way. So that was a challenge for us to understand, decide, and then make sure that the e-content which is being prepared is sufficient for the students to understand the technique. So this is the example that I've taken up. So the faculty team for this course was being identified. The faculty team started making the session plan, and the master session plan was finalized. The e-content was developed, and then the faculty team reviewed each e-content for each of the modules separately and ensured that it was made for all 4 quadrants. Then a presentation was made to the institutional IQAC to check that the e-content has been made correctly. Then the suggestions of the IQAC members had to be incorporated, and then the presentation to the domain IQAC for finalization and approvals was being planned. And then the process will get completed once this e-content is being put on LMS for the students. And we are also using MS Teams as an additional platform for uploading all these details for the students. So this is an example of module 5, which is about Zardozi embroidery. So this is the master session plan. On this, the e-content had been developed. Quadrant 1, which was comprising of the videos. So we made demonstration videos demonstrating what all kinds of materials are being used for doing Zardozi, what are the preferable fabrics, what are the stitch types, the motifs, the colors, and how these are being used in the contemporary time. So that was quadrant 1 that we developed. Quadrant 2 comprised of the lectures and the presentations that the faculty team developed. Quadrant 3 was discussion about how these embroideries have changed over a period of time. For example, if it was Zardozi, how Zardozi has changed over a period of time, how it was earlier when it was conceptualized, and how it is in the today's scenario. And then finally, quadrant 4 is assessment of the students based upon their learning, as in they learned how to develop kakas, how to do this embroidery, how to do the design development, and finally the product development. So these 4 quadrants were being used, and finally the process ends once the material is being uploaded on the LMS. So with this, I would like to thank each one of you and complete my presentation. Thank you so much.
Now, I would like to request Ms. Madhvi to speak about the architectural planning and interior design domain. Ms. Madhvi, please.
I think she's not there. Miss Madhvi Keshwar, is she around?
Sir, if someone is not there, we can move them to the last one.
Yeah, we can take up next one if she's not there. So we can invite Dr. Nagalakshmi Raman.
Hello.
From Art Humanities.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Madhvi here.
Yeah. Please carry on here.
Yes, I was muted. So good afternoon to all the respected panelists, Honorable Vice
Smita, you have to
Chancellor.
unshare, I think so.
Sir, I'm trying to do that.
Yes.
I'm not getting the adoption.
I was muted actually. Now the host has unmuted me. So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to all the panelists, respected Vice Chancellor ma'am, all the faculty colleagues. I thank you all for giving me this opportunity to present the session on the best practices in the e-content. So I'd like to share my presentation. Is my screen visible?
It is.
Okay. So the best practices of quality assurance in e-content and development that has been implemented by the architecture, planning and design domain. So this is the planning and implementation of e-content development for the event semester 2021. First, faculty members are encouraged to attend the workshop on e-content on faculty development.
Mute Dr. Joshi, please.
Secondly, at the institute level, online briefing was imparted to all the faculty members on MS Teams. Thirdly, the timetable and faculty allotment is done to ensure faculty develops e-content. Fourth, a template is shared to them so that they develop the master session plan module-wise with course learning outcomes as per the LTP, fieldwork, self-work structure. Fifth, design and development of assessment tools for the course learning. Sixth, innovative strategies has been used and strategized for different courses depending on the nature and learning outcomes. Seventh, implementing the 4 quadrants using different tools and innovative technology. Eighth, uploading the e-content on LMS. So the best practices, the e-content development using 4 quadrant approach. Now, this is for the subject Architectural Design Studio 5. This is the view of LMS uploaded by the faculty. She has uploaded all the quadrants, quadrant 1 tutorial, quadrant 2 e-content, quadrant for the module 1. All the quadrants have been uploaded on Amazon, and this is the LMS view. Secondly, quadrant 1, the example of quadrant 1, the faculty has used e-tutorial, the video and audio content for preparing the e-content. She has used animation, simulation, virtual lab. Quadrant 2, it contains the vector graphics, illustration, presentations. Quadrant 3, the faculty has in the quadrant 3 is based on discussion forum with students. So the face-to-face discussion is encouraged using InVision tool wherein the students share their work and the faculty gives them the feedback on the work using scribbling and sketching. Now, Architectural Design Studio 3rd quadrant, brainstorming session is done with students using Xmind mapping tool. So this is a discussion forum with students. Architectural Design Studio 5, quadrant 4, the online assessment is done by the faculty using Kahoot tool. So here's a glimpse of all the. Now for the building construction 7, this is the Amazon view on LMS, wherein in module 1, all the 4 quadrants are uploaded and developed by the faculty. This is the screenshot of LMS. Now quadrant 1 of the same subject, the storytelling video and animation and graphics are shown to the students using PowerPoint tool. In the quadrant 2, faculty has used the vector graphics, illustrations, presentation, web resources to share the content with the students. For quadrant 3, the faculty has used the CPM method using paintbrush tool. This is an exercise in construction management. So the discussion is done with the help of paintbrush tool where the students interact with the faculty for the CPM exercise. Quadrant 4, the faculty has developed the AMIS form tool for the online assessment. Now, best practices for ASD. Session-wise e-content development using 4 quadrant approach. So we have created a template, as you can see on the screen, for lesson and activity plan with learning objectives and learning outcomes based on Bloom's taxonomy. Then the e-content presentation for one of the course, design, technology and method. So in the starting, we have the introduction and the overview of what we are going to do in the whole semester of all the 4 modules. then there is an interruption. So this is the template for the slide and the master session plan. Now, this is one of the subject, interactive game design, where the faculty has followed all the 4 quadrants. We'll be seeing that how. So in the first quadrant, we have the best practices, creative digital teaching and learning. So there is a live demonstration of solving the assignment using the game development tools. Now, in the same course, interactive game design, the quadrant 4 is done based using this table, online assessment based on class performance. Now, the course title, interactive game design, the students are given professional roles in a simulated sessions. Now here a virtual studio is created where all the students are given the roles of the project managers. Now they are assigned certain roles and responsibilities, and as a team, they have to develop a project and discuss with each other. So this also promotes the teamwork. So students define their goal as a professional team with specialized functions. The roles are chosen on the grounds of self-assessment. This is the description of the activity. Now the course title, design and culture. The sample of quadrant 2, faculty has used the simulation tools and enabling the student to use similar tools to study the world of design.
Last 1 minute.
Yes. Now for the best practice, another best practice is alignment with industry 4. Here for 2 of the subjects, faculty has invited the experts from the industry, guest lecture by industry expert, Mr. Atul Sharma and Mr. Rajat Satendra Rathore. Now this is how the faculty has uploaded the course specific guest lecture on Amazon for the subjects that the guest lecture was conducted. Now this is the graphics. Quadrant 1, e-tutorials. Live demonstration is done by the faculty for solving the assignment. And the assignment is how to render a 3D object using watercolor. This technique will help the students to render interior view. The students will also understand the light and shadow. Now, course title, design and development for UX design. The faculty has, in the quadrant 1, the faculty has to teach Android Studio through MS Team. He has given the complete demonstration of the software, also develop the different applications online on Android Studio. So these are the screenshots of the lecture. There is a link of the lecture which is uploaded on MS Streams for further reference. Now this is all about the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madhvi.
Thank
So
you,
next we can a presentation from Dr. Nagalakshmi Raman. Is she around?
Yes, ma'am. Very good evening, ma'am. I'm here. Can get, yes. Thank you. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Very good afternoon to most respected Honorable VC ma'am, all senior dignitaries, all my colleagues. Very good afternoon. I'll be presenting on e-content development and compilation of best practices for quality assurance, specifically focusing on arts, humanities, and social sciences and journalism. Now, the e-content and quality are proposed to create high-quality curriculum-based interactive content in different subjects across all disciplines of social sciences, art, fine arts, and humanities and languages. Development of e-content is a specialized job requiring skills of video producers, web designers, and instructional designer. But, however, our faculty involved in teaching and research is perfectly suitable and capable for preparing basic materials that can be transformed into e-content. Now, why the quality check is important in e-content? For rather seemingly simple question, we can say because quality matters. The quality of the course reflects of the professional competence and subject matter proficiency of the institution. The quality checks adds values to finished content and assure that organization shows up the ladder of competency and proficiency. However, it remains neglected area for a number of reasons. I'll discuss the significance of quality check, challenges and tips to ensure effective quality checks in content of course in later my slides. Now, quality check in e-content is a method of maintaining standards and ensuring creation of consistently high standard content. Ensuring quality content is a complex process. It is not just about checking the typos or spelling mistakes. It refers to a system of checks at every stage of process. There needs to be an evaluator who can access the quality of the course of all its streams, such as spellings, grammatical errors, content consistency, flow, and technical glitches. The quality checks are needed both to identify errors or mistakes and also to ensure that courses incorporates desired level and feedback. E-content is a complex exercise requiring combination of skills. The quality checks in this era of gamification assume all the more significance as errors and glitches can spoil impact of the course and halt the learning process. An effective gamification experiences requires seamless transitions and synchronized progression, and quality checks and evaluations are very much essential. So the quality check has become more comprehensive than proofreading or editing and involves several elements. So I'd like to talk about the phases of e-content development that we practice. The first phase is analyze phase. It is the most important as it identifies areas in our current situation. This phase accountability considers by the views of subject experts, target audience, objectives and goals. We must here understand the students are the we must understand the students' skills and the knowledge level. The second phase is design phase. It involves the complete design of learning solution. It helps to plan of an e-content preparations. In this phase, we must know the planning, use of relevant softwares, required skills, creative and innovative interactions of subjects, contents like text, pictures and videos, and suitable animations. The third phase, development phase, it concerns actual production of the e-content. Design, it helps to create e-content by mixing text, again, audios, videos, animations, references, blogs, links, MCQs, with some programming specification like home, exit, and next, etc. Then comes the testing phase. This helps administer the e-content in the actual educational field. In this phase, we must test the spelling mistakes, content errors, and of course, the clarity of pictures, relevant videos, appropriate audios, timing of animations, and hyperlinks. Sometimes hyperlinks are not exactly relevant to the material that has been uploaded. Then comes the implementation phase. This helps to administer the e-content to a target audience. This phase explains how to install and how to use it and the difficulties experienced while using this content. It checks the content accuracy and also the quality maintenance. The last phase is evaluation phase. This helps to satisfy the e-content and its effectiveness. This phase considers feedback from both learners and instructors. After the feedback reactions, the e-content is designed against the post-production for effective delivery of e-content. There are some pedagogical issues in the e-content. The challenges of pedagogical issues in e-content are to make knowledge visible to learners, to make the teachers thinking visible to learners, to make learners thinking visible to themselves, their peers, and their teachers. The pedagogy has evolved largely as a product of pragmatic constraint, for example, time, class size, linear textbooks, and so on. The planned e-content packages have overcome many of these constraints, including dictionaries, references, and the links. The effort spent in content preparation should be reusable across various learning management systems. All e-content materials focused on cognitive perspective, as it focuses on cognitive process involved in learning as well as brain works. Second is emotional perspective. It focuses on the emotional aspects of learning like motivation, engagement, fun, etc. Third is behavioral perspective. It focuses on the skills and behavioral outcomes of the learning process, role playing, setting of job, and so on. Then fourth is contextual perspective. It focuses on the environmental and social aspects of which can stimulate learning. Now, when you talk about characteristics of e-content development, as per UGC guidelines, they have given certain categories: home, objective, subject, mapping, summary, text and pictures, animation, video and audio, assignment, quiz, tutorial, references, glossary, links, case studies, FAQs, blogs, contacts. But these categories need to be arranged sequentially by subject experts along with technical supporters to the development of e-content material. The quality of learning depends not only on the form of how the process is carried out, but also on what content is taught and how the content is presented. This approach of teaching has become an answer to complicated problems and unidentified areas. In classroom technology, this stimulates. Yes, ma'am. I'll just take 2 minutes. And classroom technology, this stimulates learners to get learner involved in the learning. Books are, as we can see, an extension of brain. Video is an extension of eye. Audio is an extension of ear. Audio conferencing is an extension of mind and vocal cord. Computer is an extension of fusion on mind, hands, and eyes. Satellite is technology is an extension of human reach. Computer network is extension of human cooperation. So we would expect the key content that it should stimulate the learner in such a way that it utilizes maximum of its potential in learning. Now, coming to the best practices, the 5 e-learning cycle leads to strength through 5 phases. First phase being the engagement. This is mentally engage the students with questions or activity, picture observations, video clips, demonstrations, and activities again. Then comes the exploration. When you say exploration, these provide students with a common phase on hands-on activities. These activities help the students use prior knowledge to inquire, generate new ideas, conduct preliminary investigation. This phase of the learning cycle usually incorporates the mainly inquiry-based experience, which nurtures the students' understanding. This students carry out hands-on activities to make sense of a concept. Then the third is explanation. The students explain their understanding of concept and teacher corrects the students' misconceptions. During this phase, the teacher may provide a formal definition, notes, and labels. Then comes elaboration. In this phase, students may conduct additional investigation, develop
Sorry to
share
interrupt, Dr.
information.
Nagalakshmi. Kindly wind it up.
Yes, ma'am. I'll just take a minute. Okay, I'll skip this. Then I'll just come to the basically the challenges in online education. So the definition, I will just quickly talk about that how physical distance between the teacher and learner, the ICT has the potential to help the teachers. Here, I would like to basically focus on the feedback versus feed-forward technique. That is what I want to focus on. The feedback gives a suggestion to improve the observed process in retrospect by telling learners how they can improve the assignment that has been concluded. Research reveals that students hardly revisit their assignments to check the teacher's suggestions and comments. Feed-forward model is future-focused technique. This includes ideas about what learners or teachers can do differently. And also inform the learners what is expected and subsequently mark them accordingly. A valuable outcome of feed-forward technique is learners constantly reflect their output and make self-assessment. So feed-forward process would ensure better learning outcomes in online mode as the teaching time for teacher is at a premium. So I'm skipping all other parts, and some of the practice that we follow in our institute is like on the first hand, we give all the details about the introduction, and we give them how this, what are the rule of the game, and we give them their modules, how it is distributed. This is all given in the first lecture itself, that how we are going to process it. Thank you so much for giving me.
Thank you, Professor Nagalakshmi. Thank you so much. So now, thank you for the presentation. Now we can have another presentation from Dr. Pallavi Majumdar. Dr. Pallavi, are you around?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah.
A very good evening to respected Vice Chancellor Madam and all the esteemed colleagues. Thank you, Sunita ma'am, for this opportunity to share the best practices on e-content development. And I'm requesting sharing rights for Dr. Piyashi.
Actually, you have to unshare. Yeah, you have to unshare. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Piyashi Datta, are you able to share?
No, ma'am, the rights are not activated yet.
I'll request the IT person to kindly give the sharing rights to Dr. Piyashi. IT, sir, please give the sharing rights to Dr. Piyashi, please. Thank you very much. So this morning has been quite an eye-opener for all of us because, you know, I have personally been quite, you know, very, very interested to see how colleagues from across the university are using technology and tools to make teaching learning very, very interactive. So communication as a discipline is very dynamic, and even as I speak, the technology is really, really transforming, communication. And for us as communicators, it is imperative that we incorporate some of these new approaches to our teaching learning practices. So, here I would be very briefly talking about the best practices of e-content development before inviting our counterpart from ASCO Lucknow, Professor Sanjay Mohan Johri, to share his perspectives, as well as Dr. Piyashi Datta, ASCO IQAC, to also briefly talk about how we ensure quality in our e-content. So like a lot of other departments, we have created video-based lectures, but what we have done is also try to intersperse the video with a lot of textual and visual content to make it very, very dynamic. Here's a very quick sample. Can't hear the audio though, Piyashi. But that's quite okay. I think the idea was to just share a very quick sample. On to the next slide. So just like the video lectures have been made very, very interactive, even the PowerPoint presentations are visually very enriching, and the textual component has been kept to a minimum so that the interest levels of the students are there, and they engage with whatever e-content is being uploaded by the faculty. In terms of the reading material, there's a wide gamut of reading material being shared with the students, and that includes not just the e-books and the encyclopedias, but also a lot of research papers. As Dr. Rai was talking about, we do try to utilize the Scopus database to provide, very interesting, the knowledge component to our students. Next slide, please. We've been using very, very actively all the interactive tools. Answer Garden Coot and Menti are very popular amongst our faculty. And we are also using breakout rooms very often. We're using a lot of quizzes to make sure that, we know that the students are present in the class, as well as incorporating some of the knowledge and understanding. Next slide, please. We know that in the past 1.5 years, the access to some of our facilities, including the state-of-the-art studio, has been a little restricted for the students. So we've found a way out. The faculty members have been doing a lot of live demonstrations from the studio, not just of the equipment, but also the production processes, especially photography, filmmaking. So that has been very, very useful for the students, as well as a lot of students have been organizing online live events. The gaming event was done by the students, and more than 150 students participated in it. They were very excited, and that's how the organization skills, even though on a virtual platform, have been learned by the students. And case studies and presentations are a normal part of our classes. And with this, I would like to invite Professor Johri to also share his perspective about the innovative pedagogies at both the Lucknow and the Noida campus. Meanwhile, there are links that are here available for the live.
I think there is some problem with the bandwidth.
Yes. Yes. Johri sir, would you?
Yes, now we continue with from where Dr. Pallavi left. We are engaged in this best practices, and one of the example, or rather a couple of examples which you can see here on the screen, that we have been involved in the innovative pedagogy. And like some of the publications which are shown here are actually done by the students, because we are using a different kind of softwares which are explained to the students, like the page making, which is through the different softwares, and students are given assignment. They are asked to design a page, and I believe this some sample which is from Noida, the students have done. So in the writing, I mean, how they should write, how a design is done, that is taught as part of the e-content. Now, this pen tablet and figurative form, this, I think, Piyashi, you have some example to show here through the demonstration? You have some video clip which you can show?
Yes, sir. The video is playing, sir. Yeah.
Right.
Yes, sir. It's playing.
Yes. So this is how the faculty teach students by using those softwares, and they're made to learn on screen. The students, they do those sketching things in the design class, the short videos also, both at the AUUP Noida and Lucknow campus. We have engaged students in different small video clips, and they have done it by using those technologies. And is there a, you are going to play something, Piyashi?
Yes, sir. It's playing.
Yes, right. So
it will take some time to come through. Yeah, we can.
It will take some time
yeah.
to come. The purpose is to show that these technologies are being used, and the faculty, while taking the class, is explaining these softwares. So, should we move? I mean, is it?
Yes, sir. So, no, sir. I think it's taking some time to get through, so we can continue with the presentation. Yeah.
Okay, so we can come back to the presentation. Slide here is not visible. Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Video is taking time, I think.
Yes, sir. I'm just going back to the slide itself.
There was one very interesting clip which we wanted to show from the studios, how the students were taught.
Yes, sir. So that video will not play right now. Yeah. So that video we have to skip, but we have kept the links. Yeah. So anybody is interested, they can see.
Those links are there, and we can definitely pass it on if it is required by anyone. And we can move to the next slide.
Yes, sir. It's on the next slide, sir.
Right. In our case, we just try to have some clips which we can show here in the presentations to prove the point that these softwares are being used by the faculty. And all those links can be provided if required. I think it is not coming again.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. We are on this particular slide, sir, now. Yeah.
So you have to conclude in the, I think.
Yes. Can you move on to the next slide, Piyashi?
Yeah. So in terms,
yes, you can carry on with this.
Yes. So in terms of the e-content, in terms of e-content, we have given a demonstration of the kind of e-content that has been created. And in terms of the quality assurance, there is a multi-layer process. Now, one is the pre-commencement activity and the post-commencement activity. Now, in the pre-commencement activity, there are again 3 layers. One is the peer-to-peer interaction, wherein the faculty themselves, both the Noida and the Lucknow campus, coordinate among themselves to create the different content, keeping all the quadrants and the assessments in view. So that is one layer of quality assurance that starts in the pre-commencement phase itself. Then we have the second and the third layer, which is the quality assessment of the course content created by the chief course coordinators and the stream coordinators, followed by the heads of institution. Now, after that is the post-commencement evaluation and quality assurance that is done through the existing peer review processes of the e-content delivery and the classes. And also there is a feedback mechanism that is done through the mentor-mentee system and the CR meetings, from which there is an assessment done through understanding from the student's perspective about the e-content and the delivery of classes. So these are some of the best practices that both ASCO Noida and ASCO Lucknow campus has been undertaking. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
acknowledging-
Piachi. Thank you, Sunita.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you so much for a nice presentation. But I think because of the paucity of time, we could not play the video, but
Yes,
I can
those
see it.
videos, yes.
Yeah, thank you. So now I would like to
Thank
call
you, ma'am.
upon Dr. Nidhi Chaudhary from AIB. Nidhi, are you there? If you can share your slides.
Yes, ma'am. Sharing rights are
Dr.
not
Nidhi-
there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Munazir
I
ji?
think can you give, yeah, Munazir ji, can you give sharing right to Nidhi? Hello?
Yeah,
Okay.
I've got, ma'am. Just.
Yeah. Nidhi, you've got only 5 minutes. You have to complete.
5 minutes. Okay. Is it
Yeah,
shared?
Because
Is it
yeah,
shared,
it's
ma'am?
shared. Yeah, it's shared.
Okay. So, namaskar. A very good evening to Honorable VC ma'am and my fellow colleagues. I'm representing biosciences and biotechnology domain, and the topic of my talk is review and assessment process towards effective learning. I have tried to connect the review and assessment pattern in teaching learning process to the behavior of human brain. The biggest challenge in teaching learning process is retention. We teach or facilitate the student or learner, and after some time nothing much is left in the brain, or the recalling process is very slow. So it's none of the fault of anyone. It's the behavior of the human brain, how it works, and it is good in other aspects. So this is the forgetting curve of human brain given by scientist Hermann Ebbinghaus in 19th century. And it says that if 100 is the point where we give any new concept to a learner, it at once it starts going down, memory goes down. And so much so that in 1 hour, it's only 44%, almost half left. So half is gone. And in 1 day, it is 33% left. And finally, it slows down. And on 6th day, only 25% of the memory is left. So what we teach on first day of the week, only 25% is left after a week afterwards. So normally, if we see the courses, the pattern of our courses, then the minimum credit of course is 1. 1 means that the second class will come after 1 week. So when the second class comes after, says on the 7th day, the percentage retention is 25. So what is required that we give a spark here. We give a pulse of repetition or revision, which we do give. But if the credit is 2, then we get the opportunity of giving pulse at two places. And in 3, of course, the frequency increases. But are we recalling the first topic, which was taught on the very first day? That matters. So the point is that if we want the retention of the student to be at higher percent, then we need to repeat or recall the topic. So we, all of us, recall the topic in the next class. Always we do that. But after that, what? After that, we move on to the next topic and on to the next module. So let us see the semester system. Our semester system spans to 15 weeks, or say 110 days roughly. So in these 110 days, we pass through quadrant 1, 2, and reach to the final summative assessments or the end examinations, passing through the internal assessment, of course. So internal assessment, if we take average of 2 class tests during the semester, along with certain other components like presentations, quiz, discussion, etc. The actual, which gives the concept which is in parallel to the summative assessment, is the written test. So we take two written tests during this semester. So see what happens. If we see the retention curve again, it goes to 21% at the end of 1 month. So if we want to retain it, means we need to repeat. But this repetition doesn't mean that the facilitator or teacher has to revise the concept himself or herself. It could be in any way, maybe a quiz, but incorporate the previous first topic, important key topic in the quiz, which is taken later on. Say in the third week quiz, when the ultimate topic was taken, include 1 or 2 topics from the first week also. So in this way, the key or important topics will be repeated. And if they are repeated, the pulses are given. Let us see what happens. See, we follow Bloom's taxonomy, and it has 6 tiers of level of learning. If I take an arbitrary example of a course having 6 modules, starting from remembering and going to the level of creating, so we can see that even if this pyramid formation excludes some chunks of each and every level, then also there is a point, topmost point, which if we join at the bottom, there is a thread, there is a link. If we teach first module and then go slowly to say 4th module without making the link repeatedly, we are teaching, but if the link is left repeatedly, then the concept goes down to 21, then 20%, and of course goes to lower percentage if we do not touch it. We touch it twice in internal assessment, but not in between. So the point is that we move from first module to second module and then pick up the thread from the first and put it here in the second also by ungraded quiz. Do not grade, no need to put pressure on the student. Have ungraded quiz or ungraded discussion forums or recalling somehow or the other. Just the point is to repeat the first and then first and second in third and then first, second, third in fourth in bits. In bits, maybe one student is presenting from first module during the 4th module time. So the point is that this link, which becomes weak, that gets strengthened. So see in this graph, we can see if blue is the normal forgetting curve, which goes
Dr. Nidhi, though it's very interesting, but you have to
just one slide left, ma'am. Just one slide left.
Yeah, please.
So if we give first repeat in 1 week, see the retention has increased up to roughly 20%, 25%. In second repeat, in second week, it has gone up to 40, 45%, and so on and so forth. By the time we reach to 4th repetition, it is 75%, and that is the target. Before more than that, it's the ideal situation. So here we can see that in ideal situation, if the repetition is done and the review is done properly, we can also retain more than 90%, but that is ideal, not humanly that much possible. And so by the end of the semester, when the student reaches to the final examination, the result would be that all the levels of the questions the student will be able to deal with very easily without much pressure, and the long-term learning will be there because it has synced into the system. So finally, I would say the humble submission is that if the strong connect is made between all the modules repeatedly by repetition or threading method, there'll be enhanced retention. We can defy forgetting curve, and there'll be effective learning. It has been shown pillars are just like modules, just we need to strengthen the chain. So the best practice, the humble submission would be to resist curve of forgetting of human brain through reviewing and assessment pattern for effective learning. So these are the references. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Nidhi ma'am. Very apt to your core domain, that is AIB. It was an interesting presentation. Thank you. So next we have Mr. AP Singh from ACBAS, Business Management, Commerce, Finance domain.
Okay, good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. And sir, I would request you to please keep the timings.
Yeah, it won't be more than 10 minutes, ma'am, I can assure you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So, very good afternoon to VC ma'am. Very good afternoon to the deans, batch wise, and all my colleagues. Yeah.
Sir, I need a right to share my screen. Dr. Kamal.
Yeah, can I request the IT support team to give the sharing right to Dr. Kamal Gulati? IT support team, please give the sharing right to Kamal.
Munazir, please give it to Dr. Kamal Gulati.
Already spoken to him.
Yeah, sir. Sir, now it's there. Give me a minute.
So before I come to slides, the e-content development is at the heart of teaching learning process. Although content development plays a key role in e-learning, it's undoubtedly not an easy process. It requires expert knowledge in the subject area, patience in creating the necessary objects that make up quality, and a high sense of creativity in structuring and sequencing the topics to make it loop complete. From this, we can predict that e-content production enriches the e-learning in a dynamic way. It is said that people are visual-minded. They retain 20% of what they hear, 50% of what they hear and see, and probably around 100% of what they hear and see and do. And this is what the e-contents are poised to do and what e-contents are intended for. So, Kamalji, kindly show the slides.
So it's there on the slide one.
Okay, I'll be confining myself exclusively to not only ours. The first step towards the content development is that we hold IQAC meetings at the institutional level where the plan is prepared. Now the question arises as to who prepares the plan, what, how, and how much, and when. So coming to the who part, the course coordinator normally does this job, but there are certain courses, like in Asiba's, I won't be taking the faculty, the single faculty is there for teaching general insurance, but he has to take 4 subjects, and everything will got to be done by him. So with the result, there is a tremendous pressure on him. But the sort of pressure will not be there in those courses. There are many faculties, particularly the common courses. The chief course coordinator there can take care of this who part. Now coming to the what part, and so this coordinators have to sit together along with the faculty members. Decide as to and the issue arises by when. Because our academic session starts sometimes around the beginning of next month, that is July, so we have got hardly 1 month left. And so come what may, we have to finish this job before the academic session starts. And work is to be allocated by the chief course coordinator in consultation with the faculty. Consultation is very important because unless it is there won't be any ownership. So our approach has been that it should not be imposed from top down, rather it should go up, it should be a bottom-up approach. But everybody is involved in the discussion and decisions are taken collectively. Now coming to the how part, the tools, the platforms to be used are to be decided by the IQAC, and these to be done again after proper brainstorming. Now the question is how much? Here normally in year gone by, our experience was that there was an exclusive reliance on the free access source material, on account of which our dependence was too much on the internet. Looking at the account that the personal imprint of the personality of the persona, the imprint of the personal persona was not there, which could not provide the distinctive flavor to the content. So this year, on account of our having learned in the past, we have decided that due consideration should be given to personal efforts so that the e-tutorial becomes more rich, more varied, and more distinctive. Now, coming to when part already I have already discussed, it has got finished before the onset of the academic session. Now, timeline for e-content development, timeline we have already discussed, it is to be self-devised. As far as possible, it should be devised by the faculty member himself. And then identify the best resource available. We have identified the best resource available within the department, the faculty which has got an expertise on the e-content development. And that the responsibility of the faculty is that to be the troubleshooter, to be the facilitator in case somebody gets stuck up with the content development. There are certain issues. That particular resource person, and we have got plenty, we have got at least 30% of our faculty members have become the resource persons because of expertise that we have acquired over the last 1 year. Their job is they constitute the committee, and such faculty members are better with peers or the team coordinators. So they ensure that there is no hiccup, there are no glitches, and things are facilitated to the logical end. Now, Mr. Kavalji, next. Yeah, IEQC.
So you have to be crisp.
Oh, sorry, ma'am, I'll take 2 minutes more. There are multiple teams, depending upon the number of faculty members, because they're not many in Azivas, so we have got only one team, but in the larger institutions like ABS and ASD or IBS, they can have multiple number of teams. The program auditors are members of the team. The senior faculty members are also there. And 1 or 2 faculty members having expertise in e-content development also can be there. This team has got a different role. The peer review of the e-content shall be the responsibility of this IEQC, ensuring that so as to ensure the content authenticity. And the role of this IEQC shall be continuous monitoring, first ensure timely completion of the e-content development. And lastly, they have to ensure the timely uploading of the content. Coming to this role of IEQC, the IEQC would be presenting the status of e-content development in various meetings, like faculty meetings, IEQC meetings, AAB and BOS. And internal quality assurance cell, this would conduct audits to check the quality and quantity of e-content development. Last year, at the institutional level, we could not constitute this team, we could not conduct this audit, but we have found, previous slide, Mr. Kamal, previous slide. But this year, we have already constituted this institutional audit committee, which will be checking the quality and the quantity of the e-content developed. Next. Next, Kamal. Here, now the best practices that we are resorting to is, and that is, we have ensured the quality and the participatory management. Everybody is heard, everybody is encouraged to talk, nobody is allowed to dominate the proceedings, and people are not allowed to sit on the fence. They are able to come out. Purpose is, it should be a team effort. And when the team effort is there, as the VC madam was driving home yesterday, on the day for Sunday, she was talking about DLPCA. The discussion and collaboration happens, which are integral to the blended learning. Then next slide. Next, the workshops are held at the institutional level. Last year also some workshops were held, and again we will be having internal workshops very soon. One of the workshop will be also to handhold the weaker, those faculty members which are particularly from the industry side, because they might not be very comfortable with the technology, and these handholders are known as the body developers. And we will be sharing the best practices in those workshops among our peers, and we will be deciding which tools are going to be used for the domain in the subject area, so as to save time and so that as to do it expeditiously. Next.
So you have to conclude.
Yeah, there was going to be the last one, ma'am. And the role of the HOI becomes very important because the continuous monitoring is to be done by the HOI only. He has to discuss the status of e-content development in the various meetings like IEQAC, faculty meetings, and IQAC meetings. He has to ensure that the workshops are held at the institutional level, and audit reports of the IQAC regarding the quality and quantity of content developed are presented, and peer review of e-content, peer review of class recordings, online classes, and industry experts take place. Thank you. And this because repeatedly we are pointing out in case of permit move, I'll be talking briefly about the ADDIE model. This ADDIE model we have already adopted. It's very useful, as we all know that we analyze learning needs, the context, learners, academic levels, and the attributes, the purpose, and the content outline. Then the designing part happens, which is concerned with defining the learning objectives, structuring the content logically, specifying the instructional and evaluation strategies, and preparing for visual and technical design. Then the development stage comes, where we develop a blueprint of the course with each and every detail along with the content notes. And then the implementation happens, where everything is uploaded to the LMS for being accessed by the students, by the learners. And lastly, the evaluation happens. The material is to be revised at all stages based on the feedback received from the stakeholders. Next.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, ma'am. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, sir. So next we have the presentation from Dr. Alka Muthil. Ma'am, are you there? So you can share your slides.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I would request you to kindly complete your presentation within 6 minutes.
Yeah. Are you able to see?
Yes.
Nice, right? Okay, right. Thank you. So I'm going to keep myself very short and very precise to what you have asked me to do. And first of all, my greetings to Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am and all my colleagues who are here. And I feel, in fact, I was delighted to see the kind of efforts everybody, like all the faculty members from all the domains have put in for this workshop. It is commendable. I was really, really happy. But then, when quality people, Rajeshwari ji and Mohit ji were talking about, the flaws and the shortcomings, we do accept it, and definitely, we are working for improvement, and that is what quality assurance is all about. So when we are talking about this workshop, the best practices of quality assurance and e-content development, we all are working to improve upon ourselves. So whatever e-content we are developing, we are trying to improve upon it. So how at AIE, Amity Institute of Education, what we are doing, what all practices we are following, I'm just going to highlight those. The first thing, when we started, on the onset of this pandemic, we started with rigorous workshop from the university side, and we all were there, a part of it. We all, attended those workshops, but still, I believe that all the faculty are not at the same platform. So what we did was we had internal faculty development workshops for our own institute teachers, because some of our faculty, they are very expert in it because they have been developing content for SWAYAM, for IGNU, and for NIOS, and for NCRT also. So some of the faculty are very well skilled to develop these e-content. They know it. So these people, they had conducted workshops for our own faculty. So that was basically the idea behind it, and we tried to handhold those faculty who were not expert in developing the e-content. In fact, some of the faculty were not at all aware of it. Then we come to the planning phase. In the planning phase, we just talked about, I'll just show you how we started with this. It's the hyperlink, so it will take a little time, or otherwise I'll show it in the end. So the planning phase also, we just decided how to go about it, what all e-tools to be discussed, because we wanted from, to take the faculty from simple to complex. So we started with the planning phase, and in the planning phase, we started with very simple e-tools, and then we went to the complex. And then we had constituted this LMS review committee, wherein all the faculty who are very well equipped with the coming up with the e-tools, how to go about it, they knew already about the LMS. So we constituted a committee, and they all then came up with the assessment criteria, and we started that last year only. So we had developed this criteria, and then we tried to assess each and every faculty. The LMS review committee then had audited all the faculty members. We had seen each and every faculty's LMS. We had tried to see the e-content also. As per the criteria which we developed, it was evaluated, and then we had tried to give suggestions to those faculty how to improve upon. This was for the odd semester. And now, once we are, so the user report, I'll show you, how we have conducted, all these audits, and then we have tried to, try to give suggestions to each faculty that how to go about it. Yeah. I'll just show you a sample. Like this is for Dr. Anshu Mathur. So how many videos per module she has, uploaded, PDF, ebooks, everything was actually scrutinized, and by this LMS review committee, for each and every faculty we have done that. And then we have
sorry to interrupt you, ma'am, but only the PPT is visible. The document is not visible, ma'am.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
Madam, you may have shared the file only. Please share the screen, and even if you change the screen, that would be.
Okay. So that I'll do later on. And then, another FDP was conducted. Just a minute. FDP was conducted in between this even semester also. And after the FDP was conducted, depending upon whatever was the gap, after that, we are going to evaluate the faculty members, later in July. So this is a plan of action for 2021-22. So recommendations for attending the FDP, which we are going to have. And then in July, we are going to again audit the e-content, which by the review committee. In August, the presentation of the e-content by the faculty. After the gap analysis, we are again going to have the PDPs or the FDP. So this is how we are going to, go about. So I'll just try to show you. So here we can see, how it has been done for each and every faculty. So this LMS review, are you able to see now?
It's loading, ma'am.
No, ma'am. It's loading.
Okay. I think it's taking time.
Yeah. Ma'am, I think we can continue with your presentation and we can leave this part because it's
okay. Fine. Now also it's not visible?
No, ma'am.
Okay, then I'll leave this part.
Ma'am, I have the backup open as you have asked me. So
yes, I have unshared it. You can do that.
So I need the sharing.
IT people, please, allow Dr. Rasna to share.
And I'll show all the documents.
And the kind of e-content, our faculty is developing has been showcased in the morning by Dr. Rasna. So I have not tried to show, those things here. Yes, Rasna, are you able to?
Yes, ma'am, I am doing that. I hope the user report is visible.
No, yes, now it is.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is basically, how we have pointed out to each and every faculty that this part is missing in your LMS. So we have tried, and this is for the odd semester, and now for even semester they have improved upon their LMS. They have improved upon their content also, and we'll be going through another audit by the LMS review committee, and then we'll be, just looking at their performance. So this is basically the audit for the LMS content upload. So this is how we are trying to maintain the quality of e-content which has been developed, and the LMS also. So here, these are the few, minutes of the meeting, and the links which are available. How we have, tried to handhold this, each and every faculty for improvement. So this is what is the plan of action. Yes, thank you, Rasna. Thank you, Dr. Sunita, Dr. Rai.
Okay, ma'am. Should I stop sharing?
Yeah, please.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the nice presentation. Now we can have Dr. Deepti Mehrotra from ESET. If she's here, she can share her slides.
Thank you, ma'am, for inviting me. I will need the share rights. Yeah, I got it. I hope my slides are visible.
No, ma'am, you've not shared yet.
Oh, just 1 minute.
Yes, now visible.
You can do full screen.
Yeah, I'm just going for it. So good evening, everyone. I would really like to say it was such a brainstorming duration of this FDP. We have learned so much good things that other departments are doing, and it's really giving us insights at what next we can do to improve the quality. And I have just kept a very brief review of what we are doing at the asset level, how we are assessing and what the quality contents are being prepared. And so in this regard, that very first thing that we do is that we find we do the faculty allocation, and the course distribution is being done. Then for each course, a course coordinator has been allocated. Then there is a meeting between the course coordinator and the faculties who are going to teach the subject. And then we do the preparation of the lesson plan. And then we do it in the different stages. Quality checks we do in the different stages. At the very first stage, there is a first presentation of the session plan before the HODs and HOIs, before the start of the conduct of the session. And we ensure that all the quadrants are being there in the session plan, and that the faculty has really given the complete deliberation to the course, and all the modules have been as per the course curriculum being covered. Once this has been done, our sessions have been decided and being freezed. We go for the next thing we do is that we prepare there's a meeting conducted by the chief course coordinators, and all the faculty in charges who are teaching that subject sit together, do the course content preparation. And then again, this quality of e-content is being analyzed. There's again a meeting done by the joint HOIs and HODs of the department, where all the faculty members are asked to share their e-content. The quality of e-content has been analyzed by the committees, and whatever the suggestion points are being there for the improvement of e-content are being given to the faculties. We ensure that we ask all the faculty to prepare their first lecture on the distribution, how they are going to teach, what they are going to teach, what is the distribution of the session, and all those things are being instructed to the faculties to be present in their first presentation. Apart from that, whenever we are checking the contents of the faculty, we see that the presentation should be in the Amity template. The presentation should be more informative and impactful, having the images, examples, rather than having the text. The presentation should be clean, so font and size, other things should be maintained. Presentation should include more of the flowchart, because we are in the engineering domains. We need to describe the students how the concept has been formulated and been implemented. So keeping that thing, we emphasize more on the implementation part of it than on the text part of it. Then again, the PPTs, what we are preparing, we check that the PPT should cover the topic of the day. It should also include the learning outcome. At the end of the session, the faculty should have the concluding remark. There should be something which they can say that yes, the students has achieved it. For more of the interaction, there should be some part should be quizzes. A lot of technology tools which we have discussed in morning are being used by the faculties as per their requirement. And it's mandatory that every faculty should include the reference material which the students can use for their learning. Once the course coordination meeting is not the course coordination meeting is being done for just making that course content, we regularly check with the course at the course level that all the faculties are moving in line with each other. So course coordination meetings have been regularly conducted. The contents which each one of them is preparing, we are sharing so that they are in which line with each other. Then for the quality checks, there is that the quality supports have been asked to regularly go into the classes of the other faculty members, monitor that the classes are started from the right time. They can enter the class within the time, middle or in the end of the class. Should check the hygiene factors, that the camera is on, recording is on, and other small things. And technical factors and examples are there, how the description is there, that has been included. Then we joint HOIs are regularly visiting the sessions of faculties. They are giving their inputs to the faculties, how we can improve it. So at every stage, we are in the process of improving ourselves. We are making this regular practice that the class recordings are being done and being uploaded on the Amazon. E-contents are uploaded on the LMS. Assignments, quizzes being done, MS Forms, and Teams may regular with the help of the e-learning tools. They are being being done, and timely submission has been achieved. We are conducting regular the industry and alumni sessions for all the courses, so that we can say that we have that industry linking with linkage has been there. And all the courses, because we have for the industry 4.0 content, we have included the industry and advanced topics. NPTEL series are there, so these case studies, advanced topics are also being checked that they are the part of the curriculum which is being designed and delivered to the students. There's in the sessions we see that the students have been given an opportunity to give the presentations, and so that there can be brainstorming sessions can be done for the advanced topics. Because engineering is more lab oriented, we are using the virtual labs in a very great manner. There are many open source tools that we are also using for our students, and during the classes we always ask the students to share their screen because this helps us to understand that yes, the student is also involved, and then also they can also check that where they are doing some wrong coding or some mistakes which have been there. In the end, we follow the concept that yes, we have to be collaborative because this is a new scenario for all of us. Although we are in engineering domain, technologies are being with us for a long time and we are well versed with it, I may say that, but still there are so much of contents are there, so much of tools and facilities have been increased with this e-learning environment. So we always have that brainstorming sessions and e-sessions where the faculties are encouraged to share their innovative ideas, what technologies they are using, what tools they are using, which tool they feel more comfortable and more involving for the students, especially for the purpose of demonstrating the concepts of engineering. We have identified the tools, and the faculties are asked to share those tools so that every student can understand it, so that we can really prepare the students in for the industry. And this is the main objective of our course, is that we have to prepare the students for the industry. So we want them to get that it's not that only the simulated environment, it's a complete learning packages they are getting. So this is the quality checks we are conducting at our institute level, and I think I have completed very fastly. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for keeping within the time limits, and thank you for the nice presentation. Yeah, now next we have Science and Technology domain, Dr. Ashok and Dr. Christine. Can you share your screen?
Thank you, ma'am. Can I request for the sharing rights?
Yes, IT, can you give the sharing rights to Dr. Ashok Kumar?
I hope my screen is visible now.
Yes, visible.
Yeah, you can do full screen.
Hello. Am I audible properly?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So I will be enumerating some of the best practices in science and technology domain. Myself, Ashok Kumar, I prepared the key aspect that I would like to discuss here with Christine Jasilan, the HOD of Chemistry Department. And I would like to be succinct because in the morning, the Dean ma'am, Professor Sunita Rattan ma'am, have already discussed some of the key aspects. Let me go in this slide sharing mode. Yes, I would like to be more concerned with the challenges that we face here and how we ensure quality in science and technology domain. As we know that we all are trying to maintain the quality in all the 4 quadrants, and in science and technology domain, we are just a minute. Sorry. Yes, we are more concerned with how to use the technology, how to use the tools. We are learning a lot many tools nowadays, and all the 4 quadrants. I will pick up some of the key challenges that we are facing here in our domain. Science and technology domain faced its own exclusive set of problems that I will enumerate one by one. And most important one is that we have to deal with virtual platform for conducting our labs. And all the innovative components that we would like, we have already added, was covered by Dr. Rohit in pre-lunch session. In the last academic year, we also faced hybrid and blended mode of teaching at the same time. We also faced technical glitches in creation of a very quality video. Some of the digital materials and gadgets were very constrained because of copyright issues. And students also face problems mastering the pre-contents. That is our biggest concern. I would like to enumerate that. So the first aspect that I would like to discuss here from quadrant 1 is regarding video. The complaints were many from the student side. The students were expected to watch the video before coming to the discussion in the 3rd quadrant, but many of didn't cooperate. And we had to take some counseling sessions, and we took into account all the shortcomings, and I would like to improve our video quality and the presentations so that the interest of students is duly maintained. At the same time, we didn't want them to bombard with a lot of information, which actually resulted into digital fatigue. That is the complaint students are making. In physical mode of learning, students were physically fatigued, but if we are bombarding with a huge amount of contents, they are complaining about the short times that they are having to prepare for the next class or for the next day. So we use so many tools. There were technical FDPs conducted in the department to train our faculty members how to maintain the quality of video that we are sending in quadrant 1. Condensing the key ideas converted into that short time is a very difficult aspect. In fact, a lot of committee were created to look into the matter, and now we have the PRTs to monitor that the video which is reaching to students are limited in time, length, and quality, so that they are not losing the interest. Another key aspect that I would like to discuss from quadrant 1 is that the best practices that we are trying to do is students are cooperating, but some of the material that are related to science and technology domains are very lengthy, and technical derivations are very difficult for them to follow. So we have to identify and maintain, and all the identified students are discussed prior to the delivered the video. Faculty members are trying to inculcate the habit of flip mode learning in our students. Partial success has already been achieved, but we would like to maintain the 100% cooperation from the students, where some of the students who are not prepared can disrupt the quadrant 3, which is very important, the discussion segment. Another key aspect in quadrant 1 is a huge amount of materials that is being provided. Maths and physics, we have very in-depth derivations, and for that we are trying to use different tools so that students are additionally supported. Experimental demonstrations, yes, virtual labs are good. They are equally equally good in delivering the concepts, and we are using it more innovatively to impart the quality education. Yes, some of the experiments are not available, so we would like to maintain the complete quality in by compensating it with the video we prepared in our own physical labs. And our own efforts are being uploaded to the MS stream, and we would like to link it through the session plans so that the students are able to access it in time. In quadrant 2, yes, we are also facing the same problem. The textbooks and reference books are all copyrighted. We are trying to get access to e-library and avoid infringement of copyrights. And some of the innovative components what our faculty members are already introducing. Periodic check of all these files are being done by the HODs and the committee created therein. And however, there are shortcomings. We would like to improve the quality of systematic checking from the next academic year. Another aspect that where quality needs to be improved is another complaint from the student side. All the students are not well equipped to handle large number of digital files. So for a faculty member, it is easier to arrange all the files for themselves. But a student has to collect files from 6 or 7 faculty members differently, and they are not properly synchronized. And even the poor naming of the e-content files create a lot of anxiety in students, and that is undue. We would like to improve the quality, and a proper culture of file naming is to be adopted at institutional level if it is not possible at university level. We would like to have the complete recommendation of CRC and PRC and get everything is linked here. It's just an example that ma'am has already described, that the subject code or the course code is very important, and the module wise or lesson wise linking, if the files are there, it will be easier for the students, and they can even cooperate with other fellow students too. Quadrant 3 is the most difficult aspect for science and technology domain, because if you look at the left part, such a slide is a terror for students. Now, quadrant 1, 2, and 4, they can be in automated mode. There can be artificial intelligence where they can that can be taken care of. Students have access to YouTube, they have access to Google, all sort of materials they can get, but one-to-one interaction where they are discussing in depth and dealing in depth is very difficult. And that problem was raised by a number of students, mathematics people, mathematics faculty members. You can see the kind of equations that they are dealing with, even physics faculty members, chemistry faculty members. Whenever they are dealing with the scientific concepts, we always face unexpected discussion directions. And at that time, we really need we lack the Blackboard experience, the Blackboard etiquettes. For that, some innovative solutions were created, and digital gadgets such as pen tablet, which is described here, is very handy here. One can see here that we can discuss with various aspects on this. I'm sorry that it is in this node, it is not working. The pen is not working here, but in online classes, it is very, very useful and very, very handy. So this domain is, again, we are ensuring the quality through online video checking. And apart from the IPC,
we have to conclude.
So this is the last aspect. Again, here we had some concerns raised by students that they got heavily overloaded during the end part of the semester. some of them didn't get the minor or the quiz marks in time. So all these are now automated, and we are trying to maintain the full automated control here through various committees. And that's all from my side. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am, for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you, Dr. Ashok.
Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Dr. Pradeep. Yeah. So next, yeah, Dr. Pradeep, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Now we would like to request Dr. Christine and we would like to request now Dr.
Jasubanta
Sethi from the Health and Allied Sciences to share their experiences and learnings. But I would like to request everyone to stick to time. We are running short of time, Dr. Roy.
Sure. Thank you.
Yes, sir. If we have to be on time, so we have to stick to the time.
We are running a bit late, but
So request everyone to come up in 6 minutes, and that will help all of us.
Am I audible? Most respected Vice Chancellor, Madam, my faculty colleagues, I believe I am audible as well as my slide visible. I request IT team, could you please respond that am I audible and my slide visible?
Sir, now you are audible, but PPT is not visible right now.
Please open the PPT, sir. We could see your
Yeah.
folder.
Yes, I opened and it's there with me.
you have to open before sharing. So unshare, open, and then share.
Is it visible right now?
So as of now, it's not visible.
सर शेयर करके स्क्रीन क्लिक करिए अकेला जो कोने में स्क्रीन ना
Okay, sir. Now it's visible. I'm clicking on that screen.
Sir, at firstly open your document, then go to the share. On your down tab, you can see the share option. Just click on that and then share your screen.
Shall I unshare it and again share it?
No, it's okay, sir.
By my side.
Please try it. Just go to the share option. Have you opened your document, sir?
Yes. Then please go to the share option and then share it. I'm sorry, it is taking time. Is it visible right now?
No, sir, not visible. Sir, do one thing. Just please open your PPT at firstly.
Yes, I opened.
And
Shall I
open
open my PPT first, then only I will share?
Yes,
सर आपने फोल्डर ओपन कर रखा है पीपीटी कहाँ ओपन है आपके स्क्रीन फोल्डर दिख रहा है
एक्चुअली सर मेरा एड में तो पीपीटी दिख रहा है
Dr. Rai, can they email it to IT team and meantime we can take up next one?
Sure. Can I get this address of that email address of IT team?
Sir, I am unable to share right now because I have another work also. So I am unable. If anyone has.
Sir, if you want me to share and you can share it to me if possible, I'll be sharing on your behalf. Yeah.
Sure. Please give me a moment.
Meanwhile, Joshi sir, we can call next person.
Yes.
Now, meantime, can I request Dr. Shefali Raizada from the ALS to give the perspective about the law? Dr. Shefali Raizada, please.
Shefali ma'am, unmute.
Good evening to all the Chancellor ma'am, all the domain heads and the senior colleagues and HOIs. I just want the sharing rights first.
Munazir, please Shefali ma'am को दे दो sharing right.
Is it visible, sir? May I know, is it visible to everyone or no?
Yes, ma'am, it has come.
Okay, so we are on the platform of the best practices which are used. So we believe in that studies are not based on
Presentation
the fruitful effective. Yes.
Ma'am, presentation mode कर दीजिए.
I'm not finding this.
Present
Oh, yes. Slideshow.
Ma'am, on your down tabs, you can see the minimize and maximize option 73%. After that, there is an option for slideshow.
Okay.
Square box.
नहीं, ये नहीं आ रहा.
Square box, ma'am. Square box.
ये देखिए एक माइनस के जस्ट पास में एक आइकन बना हुआ है. माइनस के जस्ट पास में, माइनस के जस्ट लेफ्ट में, माइनस के लेफ्ट में.
लेफ्ट मैम.
प्लस में नहीं मैम, माइनस के लेफ्ट में देखो, माइनस के लेफ्ट में.
अच्छा, माइनस के लेफ्ट.
हाँ, इसको तो.
हाँ, yes. So always there is law we follow ki based on the books. The studies are not based on the books. It is not exactly the rule of law, but fruitful and effective learning, it's only by doing. So as I've been listening all the morning sessions where the innovative practices were being presented by many of the faculty, it was really wonderful. And
Hello.
they participant must have expanded, means must have understood how the scope for improvement in the e-content are expanded, and more of the options how to improve and how to take on the best out of the all innovative ideas we can put into our e-content. Now we are focusing in this session on the best practices. So I have taken the best practices, what I understood, what our faculty have done and incorporated up till now. But certainly I'm sure after this workshop, they must be doing more in a more fruitful manner, and more innovative ideas would be using by them. So digital teaching learning process in itself is the best practice and the great practice, because what we are not able to provide or bring here in the mode of the class, we are able through this e-content and to provide our students in a best holistic manner. So now our task to how to develop the best things in our content for the more of the understanding to our students to explore, to elaborate in a more relevant and complete manner. So that is what the e-content requires right now, to incorporate the best things for the more understanding, for the more relevant and interesting creative manner. So what, firstly, the activities are very much important, because for the law students, very important, because so law is a social phenomenon and we have to update our knowledge. And the students should be well versed what is going on right now on a daily basis, even day and night, what is going on, what the enforcement of the law, because the law is everywhere. So we have to develop our content not only to provide the text, but to provide them the application-based understanding of the law. So that is what the activities, various activities are required. Earlier we used to have the major events, but now we have brought, our faculty have brought all these activities in the form of the mood problem, memorandum, preparation of the memorandum under the mood practices, legal aid clinics, or various NGOs visits and the villages to bring them online with all activities. So these activities are brought into the e-content form in a very by using the simulation, by using the audio visual and the videos. So these are the tools we have incorporated, our faculty, they have incorporated in their e-content. Firstly, the role play in the projection and procedure laws through the pictures, collages, and even the movies, short movies, web series, illustration, and various social media. Social media gadgets are also used to update the knowledge, to analyze, to handle what is wrong, what is right. So these are all tools, the role play, illustration, the audiovisual gadgets, and the other tools. And apart from this, the academia industry interface also, the lecture series, the foreign professors are available online through this. So e-content, what the faculty is including all these things, including to make the content more understandable, more relevant, interesting, and practical based. So these are the forms of the I have included that these are the different components which must be there, must be incorporated while the case law techniques, presentations, access to the e-courts, tribunals, various e-books. So these are the major, but I'm thinking there would be more components to, or ideas would be very fruitful if more things would be coming by that time. So blended mode of teaching, these are the parts, how we understand the laws through the case landmark judgments, through the filing of, the practical filing of petitions, or the drafting of the letters, drafting of the legal notes. So in e-content, we can provide them through the legal research engines. These are the another tool, the research engines, online, LexisNexis. These are the research engines we can provide through e-content to the students, and we can include all these gadgets, all these information with the help of the search engines. So certainly our aim to develop the e-content with all relevance, with all interest, so that the student cannot lose the interest. We have to make in such a manner, and certainly the understanding of the law. Like some of the subjects are very procedural based. CRPC, evidence drafting. So in law, various branches of the, or various subjects of the law, the mode of teaching depends on different subjects. It's not the one mode or the two modes we can be applicable on all subjects. In the criminal, the procedural laws, we need to have certain videos, we have to have the another tools to provide to the students, and we have to show them through these gadgets. In some of the subjects, in substantive laws, we need the different gadgets like the collages, or the landmark judges, or the provisions, or diagrams, or pictorial forms. These are the other tools what our faculty have incorporated till now, what the e-content they have developed. Just to give some inputs, how I divided into the 4 quadrant 1 to fulfill the quadrant 1 requirements, where the e-tutorials, so the case discussion techniques, my faculty has included, because the case discussion method is the most important, most popular, I can say, the most popular method to teach the law. So case discussion techniques, brainstorming, the quizzes and clipping based, landmark judgments, case discussions, and usage of various videos, movies. The movie clippings are very important, which are based on, we can learn, or the student can learn the court proceedings, lacunas of the legal practices, or maybe some analytical or critically analysis is very much required. So these video clippings, these short movies, or the demonstrations, drills, these are very important tools to fulfill the requirement of the quadrant 1. Now the quadrant 2 is the e-content. So that means continuously providing some material to students for their support, for more understanding, like the diagrams, short films, web series, presentations, reference links, journals, and news channels, access to the e-courts, e-books, and the social media, even the Facebook. These are very helpful to understand the legal perspective, the application of law. Where is the law is applied, where not to apply, where the amendment and modification is required. So these are the supporting content for fulfillment of the quadrant 2. Now the quadrant 3 again, where the discussion forum, where the enforcement of the law and the application based learning is very much required. So again, when we day to day we discuss the proceedings, the access to the e-courts, the newspapers, news channels, serials, court structure and functioning, all these are we can provide through in content to discuss in the class. So many things without going anywhere, the student can get into these channels, get into these helping and supporting gadgets, they can understand the content. So that is what very much required, very much essential for the faculty to incorporate, to include all these things. So in a very informal way, or maybe the formal way, they could understand the concept. So these are the media, the channels and the newspapers, and they are very, very important. So e-content development, because we don't have the mode, means kind of the practicals, but we have the virtual mode practices or the legal practices to show to the students how the law works. That is what very much important. And the quadrant 4, obviously the assessment. So there are the various tools which are little bit fixed, like the quizzes, projects, research paper writing, and the event competition. The students are motivated to participate in the virtual mode. Various competitions in the last year have been designed so the students could participate and could also develop their skills. So these are the some approaches of the board. Okay, so this is what my presentation, what I understood. I have to highlight the practices in a best manner, what my faculty in the law department, they have developed their e-content, but certainly they would be doing much more after seeing this workshop, and they are being trained during these days. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aizada. Can we request Dr. Sethi from the Health and Allied Sciences?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Could you please, I'd like to request IT team to give a right to Dr. Kalpana Nagpal on behalf of me.
Dr. Sethi, my request is to be brief, please.
Sure, definitely.
Yeah.
You please make it in the F5 mode. Slideshow mode.
Yes, sir. I have done it. Maybe it takes a few seconds. Is it visible now, sir?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Welcome, sir.
Respected Vice Chancellor, Madam, other fellow colleagues. Very sorry that I took a little time and it could not be done through my laptop. And I thank Dr. Kalpana is helping me at the other side with the help of my team. On behalf of Health and Allied Science, I just take the opportunity to present the best practices in the e-contents. And here in Health and Allied Sciences, we are mostly stress on this lab-based as well as the patient-based and model-based educations as very much required for our domain and our profession. Many of us are in different specialties. They really took long time and very hard work. They did it after getting good training from Central, from this Amity, this faculty training college, and they could do and could deliver the better one past 2 semesters during this pandemic. Dr. Kalpana, could you please go to the next slide? As per these 4 quadrants of this E contents, and this in our Health and Allied Science, we just no, please come back to the first slide, previous slide. Yeah. So we have taken a very good and rigorous study as well as the discussion, the meetings with all the faculties, and it could come across giving the best to our students during this pandemic time, and we'll be doing the same thing in the future. But at the same time, I would just give a remark from my side on behalf of Health and Allied Science. Our students will be there in the field. At the same time, we'll be giving a hybrid type of education. So be in this quadrant 1 in the tutorial. We have just given this recorded lectures, practicals in video mode through our Zoom platform. And we depended on this lecturio.com in our medical and technical skill related videos, as well as this clinical advisor, Physiopedia, Oxford Medical Education.
Hello.
Through
मैम
this,
आपने सुना मेरा क्या?
we got good
आपने सुना
kind
मेरा?
of videos, the study
Hello?
videos, and could give
अरे
to
तो
our students.
उसमें कुछ क्लियर था कि नहीं? आपसे असेसमेंट करा
Practical
रही हूँ
guidance
ना?
on the skills and the students on their models. Of course, our students, they do have the models at home, and many of them purchase the plastic and this fiber bones and the joints at home, because this was the instruction given, as well as the charts from the different medical this bookstores. So e-study materials and freely available, we have been able to upload it by getting from the web, which is very useful for them. Of course, this lecture videos from the web in form of the YouTube. Madam, next slide. Coming to this quadrant 2 in content, we could do it very well, and will be doing the best in the. Please come to the quadrant 2, madam. And from this pharmacy department side and physiotherapy department side, they have dependent on this Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, this virtual lab, and they be from this Mayo Clinic and Stanford Medical University. The study videos, especially the case studies, we could upload it, and on that we could discuss the case studies very well. This pre-recorded demonstration videos from the pharma industries, the review and research articles in the relevant courses in the PDF form collected from this PubMed, Scopus, and Web of Science indexed journals, and the pre-recorded case and problems on a section-wise in the different module as per the specialty. Of course, this 3D animation and this 3D medical videos, it's easily available from this 3D medical and 3D rehab, 3D videos, and that could help us, and we'll be going to the same thing. And the gait and the movement analysis videos, relevant videos available on the webs, that was very beautiful, helped. As well as in the lab itself, we had called a few of our faculty members, and they could do it with a few patients, making the proper this sanitation, as well as this keeping the space, that little distance during this pandemic phase. Madam, could you please go to the next slide? Thank you. So as I said earlier, just be dependent on the hybrid mode, the teaching learning practice during this pandemic time, past to semesters, and especially in this semester, with the permission of Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam, our this interns, as well as this postgraduates and this final year the undergraduates, they were there in the clinical the postings, along with this in the laboratory, and it was very easy to have the case discussion as we get this live cases from the hospitals directly. The practical guidance to the students using demonstration on the models, group activity, assigning different real individual problems in different groups has been practiced in the pharmacy, in the public health, and other departments of the domain. This content discussion, the explanation of the contents with related examples, it was very well discussed with the students, and the recent advances, of course, recent advances in the lab, as well as the clinical setups and clinical cases, with very well discussed doubt clearing sessions, the review sessions, reviewing and clinical ethical aspect of this cases, discussion on relevant research review articles also. And here these two photos we have kept it. Our the faculty members, they are coming and doing this demo in the lab itself, and simultaneously students could observe it from their home. And one of the students in the top itself, along with Dr. Pooja, I could say it in the picture, that she is showing the different one, the muscle assessment and one clear sign there. Madam, could you please go to the next? Coming to this quadrant 4 assessment, and especially the quiz, the synopsis, after every module has been uploaded in LMS, and could do it in the Google and Microsoft form in the entire the domain, all the departments. The assignment of this creating videos and practical skills, and the topics already covered in has been given in the assessment, the assignment or assessment form. The demonstration of the practical skills with vivas. Of course, every class itself is being done at the last moment of the class, the few minutes before completion of the class. The real-time case studies, case presentation, discussions also given in the entire the domain, all the departments, and the assignment based of the real industrial lab problems also been discussed. And we'll be continuing this.
Sunita ma'am, we have
Madam, could you please come to the next? This would be my last slide, and I would request Dr. Kalpana to play that how we could do it and how the students from their house they were responding it before. Could you please click it? The video. Please come to the display mode, and hardly just 10 seconds left. And this is the student who are just doing this analysis of the gate, and we could just check it how much the curvature and they used to have the question answers with the faculties to have the discussions that to have the doubt hearing has been discussed. So thank you so much. It was from our side on the behalf of Health and Allied.
Thank you, Dr. Sethi. Thank you. Now I would like to request Dr. Tanu Jindal to speak about natural resources in the environmental sciences discipline. Dr. Tanu Jindal, please. I'll request all the speakers to restrict to 6 to 8 minutes because we still have 4 presentations left. So I request everyone to be restrict to 6 to 8 minutes and concentrate only on the broad learnings which are required to be done at this stage. Dr. Tanu Jindal, please. Dr. Jindal, are you there?
I think we need to call it.
Okay. If Dr. Tanu Jindal is not here, then we can request Dr. Jayanti Pujari to speak about the rehab sciences. And meantime, if Dr. Tanu Jindal joins, please let me know.
Yeah, good evening. A very good evening to one and all, and respected Vice Chancellor Madam and my esteemed colleague. I'm very thankful that I am being given the opportunity to present the best practices in domain of rehab sciences. I think I can be given the right to share so that I can share my very brief PPT. Yeah, just a minute, I'll just share. And coming the 2 days is a wonderful learning situation, not only for me, for all my faculty also. Share, it is changing something, share content. I have to share them. Is my PPT is coming? Now some change is there, I'm not. Is the PPT is coming? Am I audible?
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You have to put it on this full screen mode.
I have put, it will take to 1 second. Faculty of Rehabilitation Sciences has 2 institutes. One is Institute for Mental Health and another is Institute for Special Education. And is it in the presentation mode, Dr. Sunita? Dr. Sunita, is it in the, yes. And we have only 2 institutes. One is IVAS, which has postmaster programs, that is they deal with all MPhil and PhD and PsyDs. And our AIRS, ours is a teacher training institute. We prepare teachers. And the e-content development is very, very helpful to prepare the future teacher. We have included in how we have imbibed them to prepare the e-content also. And we follow the syllabus of Rehabilitation Council of India, and we cannot change. And so we have not changed after this e-content, after this online mode of instruction, teaching, learning has started, we could not change the LTP also, but anyway, we have developed the e-content. First of all, I would like to tell you about IVAS. IVAS is they have clinical postings and their mode of instruction is different. And so therefore the teaching or more emphasis is given on discussion mode. The students give seminar presentation and other presentation they have. So for them, for IVAS, the online teaching learning is not much feasible for the students at IVAS. Nevertheless, assignments are given to all the students in the morning and their reports are collected towards the evening. However, they have having some, when it is relaxing, they are sending for placement because it is a practical based course for the MPhil clinical psychology and all. Coming to AIRS, Amity Institute of Rehab Sciences, we have, as I told, we train teachers for different disability. Our faculty we are 8 faculty with 2 teaching assistants, and faculty are specialized in different disability. Some are for specific learning disability, some are for autism, some are for intellectual, some are for sensory disability. We integrate the learning and we do it. And the process, and I would like to share here the course curriculum offered by Rehabilitation Council of India is a total integration of theory and practical. Like we teach suppose for an example, we teach the characteristics of a certain type of persons with intellectual disability. Like suppose we are going in the classroom, the characteristics, nature and need of a autism spectrum disorder child with autism spectrum disorder child. The same practical will be there. The student is required to go to a school and observe the characteristics and report to us. We used to do in that way. But when the online mode has started, it was very difficult for us. But I am very highly thankful to our Vice Chancellor, Madam. She has advised me that you can make it online. And the first of whole of India, I think only Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences has completed the rehabilitation program in time. When our students were going to next semester, when our students were passed out and searching for career progression, other students, they have not even joined. Other NGOs, other universities, they have not even joined. So we have attached our student with our MOU school. We have 21 schools. So with the teachers, we have attached our students. So along with those teachers, they have done their theory and practical. And when it comes to the best practices, our department, I am sure that whatever today and Saturday's learning, next time we will definitely improve a lot. But our process of monitoring is as such: first assigning the courses to the faculty, then faculty prepares the lessons and prepare the materials for quadrant 1, quadrant 2, quadrant 3, quadrant 4. I am not going to very detail because it has already been elaborately discussed by the resource persons and my fellow colleagues who has presented. And then the review by HOI, when we review, we see the content, whether the content is appropriate to the point or not. And disability is an evolving concept and it is a dynamic concept. So every day there are new research are coming. So that is a very important area that we should include the recent updation of the whatever upgraded version, we check it. Then example, references and intellectual property right. We see that it should not be copied from something it is in original. Then we discuss, after review, we discuss in the weekly meetings along with my other colleagues, and the final approval is given and random checking by HOI is done to know the assessment, measurable outcome and classroom experiences, all these things, and on and off we go to visit the classes and we make the checking. The best practices, like to ensure quality, we act as a planner, motivator, promoter and supporter in the process to ensure quality online education. To ensure the quality of online education instruction, we plan and manage online educational program by supporting the faculty. Suppose the faculty is not having enough content, we support them. Suppose the faculty is stuck here, we support them. To balance between their research and teaching of online classes, how they can manage. Then facilitate quality of learning. We examine and evaluate online educational programs of all the faculties and courses for to construct knowledge, not just transmission of the information. And we give training and support, and copyright and intellectual property, we take care of this. And also we are, because it is a very specialized field and they are going to be a teacher trainer for the less privileged, so we make them in such a way, we train our faculty and we tell our faculty that you should organize your class in such a way that the students will be waiting for your class, the tomorrow next class what my teacher is teaching, so the students will be motivated to want to learn. And like that, because and then learning activities appropriately we match the students learning styles, because we are working with the persons with disability diverse needs, so we focus on more of the learning style, auditory learner, visual learner, and all these things, and we match that, and we give the faculty to prepare the e-content in YouTube and other material. In a prior learning, if inaccurate prior learning is identified and corrected, suppose they have not prepared, the preparedness also is being guided to the faculty. Spiral learning provides for revisiting and expanding prior lesson. Our department is a very healthy atmosphere. We learn from each other and we develop with each other, and by that I ensure the quality of the e-content. And the HOI is able to guide the overall learning process. My presentation is very, very brief because I thought I'll be given 3 to 4 minutes. And so this much only from domain of rehab sciences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pujari. Thank you very much. Whether Dr. Tanu Jindal is here?
So we can go to, yeah.
Okay, then we can take up next, I think so that she's not in. I was just checking. Now we can take Dr. Ritu Chakravarti from MIT Lucknow campus. Again, request to be brief.
Yes, sir.
And Dr. Sunita, I think so in the end, after Greater Noida, we can again see only one is remaining, that is Dr. Tanu Jindal. So we can check it out in the end if she's there.
So one more, Dr. Anubhuti Gupta is also there from AUGL.
Yes,
Okay,
yes, I am here. Yes.
Okay,
So,
okay.
So I just wanted to confirm that my slide is visible.
Yeah, visible.
Yes, visible.
Okay.
Ma'am, please be very brief because we are running
Yes,
very
ma'am.
much.
Yes, ma'am. Sure. In 4 minutes, I'll finish. Very good evening to Vice Chancellor, ma'am, dear respected directors, heads of the different institutes, and my dear colleagues. I'm here as a faculty of education.
Ma'am, make it presentation mode, ma'am.
Yeah, yes, sorry. I'm from Education Department, Lucknow campus. And the main objective of this today's session and today's my deliberation is to develop the e-teaching materials in a creative way without IT expertise. This is all which as a teacher we have been dealing, and then also to evaluate at how to integrate technology. Technology assimilation is very important. So that is the objective, to learn and also to evaluate how we have been doing it. And of course, to have a conformity with the guidelines which has been given to us by the different agencies like NCT, NCERT, and UGC. So to begin with, the philosophy of learning, and we all are learning. The essence of philosophy is the constant movement without a fixed point. And with this, I would like to start my presentation. And we all know that today's learner is a digital competent learner, and we have to take care of his life skills so that he could navigate in digital world very efficiently. And he is, of course, a big collaborator, and therefore it is a challenge for the teachers how to be as per his needs. We have shifted to online education from the last 2 years, 1.5 years, but the need was there before that also. And therefore, we need to have quality explorations that has the need and necessity to match them with the industry readiness and also in their development as a holistic person. And I would like to just brief on the quality things and things which we are doing in a department. We take care because it is a teacher education department and we are having students who are pupil teacher. So we have to take care of their practical needs, and the lab is the real life situations in the classrooms where they have students looking up to them and learning. So the target audience where the students content has to be taken care of. The content has to be very much creative, common, collected, and it has to have intellectual property rights, and everything has to be taken care of, and that was taken. Pedagogical considerations were very important because in our domain, we have to teach them how to deal and how to be expert in teaching methods. So in online mode, how they are going to do it, that has to be taken care of, and that was a challenge. But students were taught ICT lesson planning, and they did their action research. They collaborated with community, and they was doing online community work. They did awareness programs on COVID and many other things also. So all these things were taught to the students. Presentation part definitely matters. The content and presentation makes an excellent learning engagement. So they were taught, and we all are also in the process of learning how to present the content very efficiently. And for that, we need to have a technical feature. As we say that we were not expert of technology, we are not a person from IT, but still we have managed. Teacher was a leader and a manager, but now he is also an IT officer where he can now collect the pictures and put it and make it into presentation mode. So all these things were also taught and were in the process of learning. And there are also the administrative considerations for a quality check, how the things have been delivered. So for this, the HOI, the program leaders and faculty, everybody was in contact with each other, and they just tried to see what best could be delivered and how the professional development through online of the students who were probably teachers, for futuristic teachers, can be done. So this I can skip this one. And we all have been talking about Bloom's taxonomy. We always focus on the cognitive level, but the affective and psychomotor level is very important during the time of online learning. Because unless and until a child is associated with the teacher and the classroom, because he's sitting alone in the room and there's so much of disturbance around, he has to be very much psychologically interested in a class. So affective domain, because Bloom taxonomy also talks about affective domain, which was developed by his students, and psychomotor domain. It is a real challenge to develop the skills during the time of online classes. So all these things were taken into consideration, and the videos, the PPTs, the interactions, the quizzes were taken care with these needs of the learner, and it was prepared. Like I am here presenting my Facebook classroom. I have to talk about how I can connect with my students, and I have to first of all take in the need. But my learner is in continuous pursuit of questioning, and that questioning has to be encouraged by proper readiness and the reinforcement. And that the teacher can only do by if he is very connected in the classroom. And as a teacher, like we say, the teacher is a student throughout the life. We have to learn every day new things which are coming in our way to make our students go for sustainable learning. So our flipped classroom has to take that this need of the students, and also make us understand that we have to make students ready, and we have to give them timely reinforcement. So these are the one way is interactive video which were created. So I would like to it is a 2 minutes video where I would like to show how interactive video taking all the 4 quadrants and the 3 domains can be matched. So should I play it? So it will take just 2 minutes.
Yes, Ritu. Yes. Please go ahead, Ritu.
It is not going to this. I think.
You have to reshare the screen then.
Okay. Okay. I'll share from the. How do I share it? This is something. Sir, right now I'm not able to.
You'll have to
this
unshare
screen.
this. Ritu, you'll have to unshare this and then share that one.
Ma'am, I'm not able to unshare my screen. Just a minute.
On the top of your tab, you can see the stop sharing option. Top of your screen, middle of your screen.
This bar there, taskbar there.
My taskbar is not visible right now.
You can share this link on chat box. We'll see later on.
Okay, so right now I want how to go back.
Otherwise, this link you can share on chat box. We can click and see by our own.
Yeah, I think so. Since we are running short of time,
Please
I request you
unshare and
to
do
just
this.
conclude it if possible.
Yeah. So that video played on the how to make an interactive video, and it would be very. I would have really felt nice if you could have shared that video, but it
Yeah.
is not playing right
You
now.
should put it on chat box. We'll see it.
Sir, something is there on the screen now.
No. You can share on chat box. We'll click and see as and when we are free after this session.
So this was all from our department, and from my side, I wanted the video could have been played. There I have showed how to put quizzes in the between and how the discussion can be taken up, and then how the assignments and discussion is taken care of, and how the child is made ready for learning. I'll after my screen is unshared and I'm not in a presentation mode. Maybe it's there I can.
Monazir, help her to unshare. You just take sharing rights.
It's unshared now.
So, ma'am, I'll just put it in the chat box, and that can be seen by everyone.
Yes, yes, you can do that.
So, thank you so much. I'm just going to put it in the chat box just 1 minute.
Dr. Joshi, your last speaker is left, I think, for this session. Dr. Anu.
Yes, ma'am, I am facing some technical glitch. So I have already forwarded my PPT to Kalpana, ma'am.
Rajeshwari, are you there?
Requesting.
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Yeah, please give Monazir, give sharing rights to Rajeshwari.
Yes, ma'am, my
Meanwhile,
is there, it can be seen. Yes, sorry to disturb.
Meanwhile, there is an announcement. Post this, we have the address of VC ma'am.
Technical glitch. My
Post
Wi-Fi
this session,
connection.
we will have address of VC ma'am, and post address of VC ma'am, we will have the quiz. So quiz time will may change little bit, but it will remain for 15 minutes.
So I will be adhering to 5 minutes only.
Rai sir, please also announce for filling that survey form because only 207.
Yeah, we will announce it later on. Now.
I haven't received this share.
Ma'am, whom I have to give the rights to share?
Sir, Kalpana, ma'am, I have done.
Kalpana.
No.
Rajeshwari, please give it to Rajeshwari.
Give it to Rajeshwari.
Okay.
Over Rajeshwari. Over Rajeshwari.
Yeah.
Anji.
Done, ma'am.
Sorry, my that Wi-Fi is weak, so sorry for that. So, yeah, I will be. I am Dr. Anbhuti Gupta, representing MIT University Greater Noida campus. So I will be focusing on the quality assurance through student engagement for the virtual classes. The main aspect of quality assurance of online classes is student engagement. If the 100% learning outcome is not there, if student is not engaged fully, so it is of no use to conduct online classes. So here these online classes are here to stay, whether we love it or we don't hate it, but this is the new normal. So what we are doing, tools which we are utilizing besides the regular tool for effective presentation, tools for video making, tools for quiz, and tools for technical classes, what we are adhering to, I will be elaborating in next 2-3 minutes. Next slide, please. Tools, please move to next slide. So I will, it's not moving, but I will be elaborating to that. So tools for effective presentation making, we are utilizing PowerPoint. Here the third slide, sorry, not this one.
Do I move back, ma'am?
The third slide. So the effective presentation, the third slide, not can.
Just hold
So
on.
it's
not
okay.
moving
I
and
will be
share
elaborating.
again.
It's okay. I will be elaborating the things for effective presentation. We are utilizing the design templates and given by hello. So the screen has been unshared. Yeah. So sorry. So we are utilizing PowerPoint presentation for effective presentation, because effective presentation is a tool for keeping student engaged. And also we are utilizing Canva. Canva is a site where you can get free templates on every topic. You can get, whether it is management or biology or math. So it's free and you can utilize all the templates to make your presentation effective. Next slide, please. So Canva templates, as I already said, that there are various templates on every topic, be it Instagram story or digital tools. You can just download and incorporate in your PPT. So we are doing this practice to keep our students engaged. Next slide, please. We are also, besides various tools are there for video making, we are utilizing Loom. It's very good tool. It captures your screen and convert into videos that you can make a video case study with Loom, or all the video you can make beautifully. So we are utilizing Loom very much to ensure student engagement. Next slide. Tools for quizzes. Quizzes, we much focus on all the things, because there is a concept given by Harvard University that is called HITT, High Intensity Training Program, which is taken from the weight training program, that after 15 minutes of serious teaching, you should involve students in some quiz or poll or something like that. So we have in MS team, we are utilizing poorly, but still some good quizzes are there. The site is called quizzes, where you can sign up, and then various quiz on every subject will be available, and you can just send the link to the student, and the students will be filling the quizzes, and they will be getting the marks also. The marks can be reflected on the screen, that how much marks they are getting out of quiz. Next slide. So the screen is reflecting that how much marks will be given in quizzes. So it can be just motivation for the students to for the class engagement. Next slide. The other one for the tool which we are using is Kahoot. Here also we can create some animated video case studies or some quizzes. It's very helpful. Next slide. The tools for technical classes. We are teaching business stats, operations research, operations management, and all engineering classes where various numericals are involved, various figures are involved. So one tool every faculty is adopting is the digital tablet. Digital tablet is a tool. Next slide. Digital pen tablet. Next, yeah. Digital pen tablet, you can just attach to your PC or mobile, and then whatever you write, it will be visible on a screen. So in Blackboard are given, but in Blackboard, digital pen don't work properly. So every teacher at my institute, my campus, are having, though it's a bit, I mean, it will be, you have to purchase it, but it's a very good tool for the effective teaching and learning outcome. Next slide. So how does it look like? Just I want to show that you can write on this pen. I am not marketing it, but I am recommending all my fellow colleagues for this, those who are teaching technical things. It's very helpful for student engagement. That's all from my side, and all the best to all my fellow colleagues for the next academic session. Thanks, ma'am, for sharing slide. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sunita and Dr. Pradeep Joshi, for managing this session. Now I request Honorable VC ma'am for her address and concluding remarks. It seems ma'am is on some other.
Shall we conduct the quiz before that? Because there are few things which are, the madam might be busy in them.
She's free. I think you can
I
call
think
her.
she's coming. Yeah, she's.
Try, sir, you have to call her again. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can call ma'am again because she was busy when you were calling.
Honorable VC ma'am. Ma'am is on some other meetings, seems
okay.
on other laptop. In the meantime, we can conduct the quiz.
Fine.
So we opened the quiz. You can start the quiz. It will remain there till 1831. There are 18 questions. So the quiz will remain there. Ma'am, you were on other meetings, so we've started the quiz.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Because I was in the University Research Council meeting.
Yes, ma'am. We saw you were on addressing on some other laptop.
Yes. So you finished the quiz.
Yes, ma'am. It's for 15 minutes. Quiz link is pasted in the chat box. I'm pasting it once again.
Yes, Deepshikha.
Please don't write private chat message to me. Where is the link? The link is here. I pasted it 4 or 5 times. It's once again pasted.
Deepshikha.
It will remain there till 1831.
Is Deepshikha not there?
1831, 01 second, it will disappear. So don't write, we are not able to get.
Hello. Hansi ma'am. नहीं मैम अभी
सुनीता मैम म्यूट करिए. सुनीता मैडम म्यूट.
Yes, safe sir.
Dr. I unmute yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. आपकी आवाज कट रही.
I said you were saying something, but you were muted.
मैम डॉक्टर मोहित से बात कर रहा था फोन पे. Esteemed faculty members, once you have finished the quiz, I have posted a survey link also. Please fill that also. Till now, only 210 people have filled. I will repost the survey link once you have finished the quiz. It's a short survey. There are many faculty members who have written, can we be provided with the video link of 2 days session and PowerPoint slides? Let me tell you, I've spoken to IT team. We will get the video links and we'll get the PowerPoint slides from all speakers and we'll send it in a day or two to everyone. We have 6 minutes more. This is 6:25. The quiz will go till 6:31. Please don't look at your laptop timing and quiz timing, because a few seconds here and there quiz will stop, because that will go as per server timing of Microsoft. Exactly at 6:31 it will stop. So try to submit it about 10, 20, 30 seconds earlier. This is the last minute. Please now submit, because few seconds here and there it will not accept. Okay, the time is over. We've received 438 responses. Now I request VC ma'am for her concluding remarks.
Dr. Rai, just give me 2 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
So I made a Dr. Rai small PPT.
Right, ma'am.
To share with you people.
Do you have share rights now?
No, so I'm transferring from my one system to another system. So because in another system, I'm having a meeting with the with my faculty of one of the centers of Amity Institute of Biotechnology. So I have requested them to stop in between so that I can be with you people. So Dr. Rai and Dr. Alpna Kakkad.
Yes, ma'am.
It has been really wonderful 2 days workshop.
It's all your guidance, ma'am.
We have such a wealth of experience, but this need to be captured.
Yes, ma'am.
This needs to be captured. So, can you give me the sharing? Yes, there the sharing rights are there. Is it visible, Dr. Rai?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Yeah, okay. So wonderful workshop coordinated by Dr. Alpana Kakkar and Dr. Rai. And for this workshop success, the credit goes to all the resource person, especially our faculty, because the faculty are the heroes of the workshop, because they are the user, they are the creator, and they have created for them, for their own effective teaching, learning the e-content, and you use the various tools. So I'm very happy and delighted to see, and which has increased my, desire to learn more about what have been the practices used by the faculty of various domains, and how we can capture, and how the other faculty, the faculty of their institution, or the faculty of their domain, or the faculty of other domains, or other campuses can also, other campuses can also learn and make their teaching learning more effective, and be well prepared, better prepared for this academic session than the earlier. So we captured many things. We talked about the that blended learning is going to be the way of learning in future. It's not only that during the COVID time, but forever. Because of the industry 4.0, where the disruptive technology is one side, and the digital platform, even if you open the university for 100% student, but we know the 100% students are not going to come. So there will be a double blended learning, teaching learning on the campus. National Education Policy 2020, so where we are implementing all the recommendation of NEP we are implementing from this academic year. So many things are going to come. Focus on higher order cognitive skills. We have conducted so many workshops for the students on the skill development, whether it's entrepreneurship, whether it's analytical ability, problem solving, all kinds. So I think more than 50 workshops in last 1.5 months have been organized by the various institutions, and still a large number of workshops are planned. And we have seen that refresher programs are being organized by some of the institutions. Focus is going to be more on self-directed learning, or the supervised independent learning, or the personalized learning, or the flexible learning. So therefore the project-based, or the case-based, or the application-based learning need to be more focused. Though earlier the case-based learning used to be only at the law domain or the management domain, but now it's going to be across all domains. How do we really bring? It has to be, the class has to be more a discussion based than the monologue, where the earlier faculty used to go and present the 10, 15, 20 slides in the session, and then give the copy of the slides to that. Those are the gone are the days, because all that material is coming now the e-content in the quadrant 1, e-tutorial, and therefore the integrated assignment for holistic and multidisciplinary education need to be part of the all education. That means all faculty of the semester, they have to sit together, design the integrated assignment, and then brief the students. That course learning outcome based assessment has to be there. So it should be very clear which CLO will be assessed by which component. And that's where then you have to have the order of, in your master session plan, CLO 1 to be assessed with so and so assessment tool. And this is what will be the weightage of of that CLO, and that will be the weightage of the assessment tool. You can use more than one assessment tool for assessing the learning outcome, but that have to be defined, and the student should be having the clarity, on day one of their class when it's being started. So the e-content development, when we are speaking, we need to see the because the e-content development is the heart of the blended online remote mode teaching learning process. So therefore, the use of the appropriate ICT tools for creation of the e-content in 4-quadrant LMS is extremely important. So therefore, this time, if you have not created the e-content, we are developing a system, and if you have not uploaded the recording of your class, you will not be able to mark the attendance of the students. And the quality check, the institutional IQAC has to submit the report that 100% e-content of all the sessions, all the sessions, we say 1:15. If it is the lecture, or 1:20, if it is the practical or the studio based, or if it is a, so that also you have to have that many e-content lectures topic wise have to be defined. So therefore, that's very, very important. Collaborative approach for the e-content development as per CLOs and detailed master session plan has to be there. And the peer review of quality of e-content through institutional IQAC. So institution have to, because this is what, that's why we had the last session was the quality assurance, domain wise, so whether the HOI or Dean, one of them can make a presentation. So you have some practices, some processes, but those need to be refined, and we would like to hear from that how you are going to make your complete quality review at every stage, right from the course planning, the e-content planning to the examination. At each stage, how the IQAC is going to play very, very important role. This time the IQAC has to be extremely active. So there will be one agenda point will always come for the IQAC, for the institutional faculty meeting, and for the CR meeting. So the agenda will come from the university level for the examination committee. These are the 4 committees which are very, very important: the examination subcommittee, the institutional IQAC meeting, and the institutional faculty meeting, and the mentor-mentee meeting. For these, the party agenda will come from the university. So Dr. Rai will be sending the agenda for the institutional IQAC from the QA. Dr. Alpna Kakkad will be sending the agenda for the CR meeting and for the faculty meeting, where the QA will also play a very important role. What should be the agenda point? So that means RPSS, QA, and the student support and academic affairs department. Maybe the academic office also sometime. Maybe the examination department. They all have to sit together or prepare an agenda point for the monthly faculty meeting, for a monthly IQC meeting, and for monthly CR meeting, and monthly mentoring meeting. They have to be the agenda. One at the university directed, and another one is the institution initiated. And the minutes of the meeting, if we have to have the quality, minutes of the meeting must be uploaded on the Amazon within 48 hours of the meeting held. Therefore, Dr. Rai, you have to see that how we are able to create that system on Amazon. Dr. Alpna Kakkad, both of you have to look at, we create this system, because when we are talking about the digital platform, when we are talking about the remote mode of working, or the digitalization, so these are all part and parcel of the digitalization which we need to look at. Quality audit by QA, we will be that also. QA, Dr. Rai will send the list in advance. Which month, which kind of the audit will happen. So some will be announced audits, some will be unannounced audits. So all of a sudden, QA can plan that this is the audit, surprise audit we have to do, or so those will, so both will be the pre-announced and unannounced. So Mohit will also be, Dr. Rai will be part of when you people are deciding working. So there has to be, work out the what all kind of audits you people will do. So the identify, so also the immediately when you are conducting the workshop, you need to identify, or the faculty have to identify at each institution level, you have to identify and mastery of the appropriate ICT tools. So many ICT tools are there. Faculty have seen, HOIs have seen, deans have seen all kind of the tools which have been used by various faculty. Now, please do a survey at your institution level, which all the tools your faculty have used, and then have a demo or presentation of your faculty, so the other faculty can learn how easy or difficult is to use a particular tool. And then you can have hands-on experience on those tools also, so that the faculty can have the real exposure to those tools, and then they decide which tool they will use, what tool will be more appropriate for them to use for effective teaching learning. That has to be done. So the these tools have to be for e-content, teaching learning, number of faculty people have you create those breakout sessions, and you are able to have the discussion in the smaller groups for more effectiveness. You have to identify the ICT tools also for the assessment of the course level learning outcome, and how you can engage the students for the self-directed learning or the supervised independent learning, and the use of the virtual labs. I was really amazed by Dr. Mukesh from AIB when he presented about the virtual lab. So there is so much power of virtual labs, and there's so many virtual labs. Free sites are available. So that means you have to each technical institution, the technical institution have to put their team to search the various virtual lab sites. Like I'm being the HOI of Amity Institute of Biotechnology. I have already advised my team in AIB that please identify the faculty and see which all the labs, so we can conduct a workshop of full day for life science and biotechnology domain for both the campuses, as well as health and allied sciences domain. Similarly, science and technology domain can also identify the workshops, the virtual lab sites and all those things, and they must conduct. Engineering and technology must also conduct the workshop, so that the faculty are at the ease in using these virtual labs, and what kind of the experiments they can do on those virtual labs. And so the faculty have to prepare a manual, and also the list of experiments, the course-wise, session-wise, those things have to be done by the faculty. And then also, how can over a period of time Amity University can also create its own virtual labs, because some virtual labs are already created by Dr. Sodhi, but how we can create more discipline specific virtual labs, we need to start thinking on that. And I would like to hear from all the HOIs and Ds, maybe in a 3 weeks, 2 weeks time, that what plan they have made to create our own virtual labs. So you have to start working on that also. Each domain, the way forward is that each domain must organize a workshop on the e-content development, and finalize the team of faculty for the e-content development after consulting with the Lucknow campus and the Greater Noida campus, or Tashkent campus, or the Dubai campus. And periodic review of progress of e-content development and quality check by the peer team through your IQC. So therefore, you must define who will be the peer team. So this means that it has to be from the same stream. That if it is a stream is electronics and communication, so it is the electronic communication will be able to see whether the right examples have been given or not, right e-content in reference material has been given or not. and then uploading the same e-content in 4-quadrant on Amity LMS on Amazon is must before the commencement of the classes. That's very important. And so Dr. Rai, you also have to sit with Senthil and Alpna, both of you, and develop the whatever the system for e-content uploading already is made. From that, the generating the report, which can be visible to HOIs, which can be visible to individual faculty, which can be visible to RPSS, QE, and domain heads, and to deans, student academic affairs, and to everybody, so that we are able to, so that they can see that what is the progress, and also link that the faculty should not be able to upload the attendance till they have uploaded the e-content, and they should not be able to upload the attendance till they have uploaded the class recording. If it is the online mode of classes, if it's a face-to-face, and if it's a blended mode of learning, then again it has recording of the class has to be uploaded. I have today requested Oxodhi also that he will be working out the system, how the faculty can conduct the double blended mode of teaching learning from the classroom, when half the students are at their home and half the students are in the class, and the faculty is using the writing board also, as well as the LCD projector, as well as the laptop, how that has be worked out. So Dr. Sodhi will also be coming in with some solution over a period of time. Create a manual. We want 2 level of rather 3 level of manual. One manual will be, which will be at the institution level, how to conduct the e-content. From there, we will take the best of the practice at the domain level. So my request to all the deans and the HOIs of each domain, please create a manual of e-content development using the best practices adopted by their faculty in the academic session 2020-21. And then also create, within that manual, create a manual of quality check of e-content, plus the teaching, learning, and assessment by, for each course. So you have to develop that also. Create a manual of blended teaching learning using ICT tools. That which all the tools, so that manual also. So faculty will have, okay, that this is how it has to be done. One, we conduct the workshop, recording of the workshop, but at the same time, using the ICT tools. So this will be from the two perspective. One perspective will be from the faculty. Another perspective will be from the students' perspective, that how this blended mode of teaching learning will be done and what is expected from the students to come prepared in the class. So that we would request and then create a manual of use of virtual labs for the effective teaching learning. That we would like to see. Then we'll make maybe the 2 parts, one exclusively for faculty, another one exclusively for students. So while you are preparing the manual, you have to keep your target audience in mind. The one side the faculty are there, another side the students are there. Therefore, the manuals have to be developed accordingly. So that's very important. This is the first stage. I think the 2 days workshop. Dr. Rai, I would like to understand from both of you and Alpna, how many faculty have attended this workshop, and the faculty who have not attended, if they were engaged in proctoring. The examinations are also going on. If they are engaged in proctoring, that's fine. If they were not engaged in proctoring, then why have they not attended this workshop, where else they were busy? And I would like to understand that, because this is so important, because no faculty will be given any relaxation in not loading the e-content. It is the mandate, and the quality of e-content has to be of very high standard. They can see how the Stanford has created the e-content, how the other universities have created the e-content, and Amity faculty should be creating very high quality e-content, so the students enjoy going to Amazon and taking the e-content, using the e-content to come prepared in the class. for the more discussion. Some faculty was saying that, some students feel shy, they don't want to discuss. It is the responsibility of the faculty to develop the, discussion skills, communication skills, discussion skills, debating skills, because debating skills are going to be, this is the one of the UGC, that graduate attributes. So debating is one of the, that skill which not only the UGC has mentioned, even the when the recent survey which has been done of more than 20 industry bodies, where they are talking about the debating skills are going to be extremely important in the industry 4.0 and beyond, and especially in the VUCA world, when you are sitting in the on the digital platform, either you are participating or you are not participating. If you are not participating, that means you are no good, whether you are physically present there. So therefore, the discussion and debating is extremely important, and this skill can only be developed if the faculty is able to engage all the students in the discussion. You may have some weak student, weak because their communication skills are weak, or they are shy, or they have a fear of, that the what their batchmate will be thinking, or their, so this fear of anxiety, all that is faculty has to take care. That how the faculty can bring even the the weakest student or the most shy student also to come and start discussion. So that means the faculty have to give those kind of the topics to the student where the student can come and present and discuss. That's why we said the class has to be a discussion, and then you can have the breakout forums on the MS team, and you can create the discussion forums on the Amazon also, and for the student to deliberate and discuss. And with this, I would like to congratulate Dr. Alpana Kakkar, Dr. Rai, all the resource persons, and Dr. Bandyopadhyay. I especially want to thank Dr. Bandyopadhyay and all those people who were engaged in finalizing the program schedule. I remember when I sent the initial program schedule, then we had so much discussion, deliberation, and we could come this wonderful program schedule at the end. There was so much value addition by Dr. T.K. Bandyopadhyay. So with this, once again, have a great learning. University campus is opening from 1st of July. My advice and my request to all the faculty that please have the vaccination. It's very important for your safety and well-being, and it also is important for the safety and well-being of your fellow colleagues on the campus, faculty and staff. And this already Kochaji has sent an email that people will be allowed to come to campus only who have the vaccination. There's an issue of so therefore please update your vaccination status on Amazon. There's a case of the way that if you have got the COVID, that you cannot have vaccination for certain period. So even if that is the status, you please update the status on Amazon. Then HR will examine it, and will see that what decision to be taken regarding those cases, and whatever the provision will make for such cases, that will also be communicated well in advance to all the faculty. So my request to all the HOA and Dean is please ensure that all your staff, all your faculty are vaccinated. Even that you start encouraging your students. We will be making the separate guidelines for the students that they can come to the campus if they have got at least their first dose of vaccination. Whether we will have on-campus teaching learning or we'll have the online teaching learning, that decision also will take in due course of time. But our first and foremost priority is that every member of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh is vaccinated. And that, again, my request to all the deans, all the HOIs, all faculty mentors, deans, student welfare, everybody, that please communicate to the student, encourage the student that they should also go for vaccination. We know the 18 plus, it's taking time for them to get the slot, but they should try to get slot as soon as possible so that they are vaccinated. And first we have to protect ourselves, then we have to do the rest of the activities. So once again, congratulations to all the team. But before we close, I want to hear few words from every dean, starting with Dr. Bandyopadhyay ji. Each dean, they have to give their views, how they feel about this workshop and what is their plan. What is their plan after this workshop?
Thank you, madam.
Ma'am, before that, I would like to report to you 3 faculty members particularly. Right now in this quiz, Kunal Raheja and Dr. Shazia Rashid have scored 100% score.
Very good.
Kunal Raheja is from Amity School of Hospitality. I don't know, Dr. Shazia Rashid is from which institute? And in the morning,
biotechnology.
Right. HY can speak, please. And in the morning, in the first attempt, we had the top scorer was Ms. Tuti Gupta from Esibas.
Very good.
In the first attempt, and then in second attempt, it was Dr. Anup Kumar Shukla, Priyanka Narad Sen Gupta, PS Manikupudi, Vikas Deep, Ankur Chaurasia, and Abhilasha Singh. So their choice, may please tell
Asset.
about their institute.
Asset.
All 4 are of S.
No. Abhilasha and Deep.
Because Deep.
Dr. Anup Shukla from AIA.
AIAS, then Esibas, Asset, and
इसके और सेंटर हेड्स के चेहरे कैसे चमक जाते हैं, मैं हमारी फैकल्टी ने इतना स्कोर किया.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, thanks for all your inputs. It's a great workshop, ma'am.
This workshop is great because of faculty.
Yes, ma'am. Good experience sharing.
Not my presentation or Bandyopadhyay's presentation or Raya's presentation or plan.
Yes,
it is the faculty who presented, who made this workshop what this workshop is.
Dr. Jacob Rai is writing in chat box. He is from Asset ECE.
Yes.
PS Manikupudi.
So Asset is a trophy winner.
कहाँ से टॉप विनर हो गया?
Trophy winner,
sir. Trophy winner is hospitality and AIB. They have 100%. Morning वाले का 95% marks.
देखो ना. देखो.
Silver trophy.
ASH and AIB is the trophy winner.
And Asset runner.
Now I request the deans as VC ma'am has suggested.
Yes.
May I start?
Yes, sir.
VC ma'am.
Sir, please, sir, you are the senior most.
Yes, sir.
अरे वो तो नीचे से आना चाहिए ना ऊपर.
सर आप ही का नाम क्या था मैम ने सबसे पहले?
Nevertheless, I think so quickly the way the program has been designed, all my kudos goes to Rai. First of all, VC ma'am, Dr. Rai, Alpana Kakkar, and all others who are present in the curriculum design. I mean, I'm not specifically taking anybody's name, but my kudos are for them, because so quickly and up to 9 o'clock in the night, 9:30 in the night, it was discussed and it was formulated. Lots of changes took place, and finally it got a shape. That's first observation I have got. Second observation I have got, now the VC ma'am's strategy, I would say strategy, in making the faculty to speak about the way they have developed the different e-content. That was a very good decision. Now that will make the faculty also feel elated that whatever work they are doing it, that has been recognized, and from their work, the other person can also learn. Now, whether they are able to develop so many content or not, that is to me now secondary. But the primary thing is that the way they have picked up the different ICT tools and they are able to position them in the 4 quadrants, and that is highly appreciable in some of the institutions, the way faculty members have done it. The virtual labs, the way we have started using the Ministry of Education side and also other side, that is also highly appreciable, and the faculty members have started doing it, and it's highly commendable. I must tell it. And third thing, I just tell the way he presented the content development and set the ball to roll is highly appreciable, and then followed by lots of other good presentations and good experiences, and finally the presentation of the HOI and the deans in terms of sharing their unique experiences or the best practices, whatever you call it, in terms of the content development. Now, what we need to do, the last point I try to mention, I am totally in agreement with BC ma'am, that what you need to do, that we go back to our respective department or the domain, and then we start conducting the further content development and making initially, maybe we identify 7, 8, 10 faculty members which will be able to use the ICT tools, and then develop each lesson wise e-content. Each lesson wise e-content, and that e-content should be essentially in the lower two levels of our Bloom's taxonomy, and other 3 levels should be in a blended form, which can be discussed through the class deliberations. And after that, when the 7, 8 faculty members are trained, they essentially will be given the responsibility to train another 7, 8 faculty members, so that it will be covered parallelly and within 8 to 10 days. And in that respect, whatever help is needed, and I would request the person who have been using the ICT tool, they should extend their help. So all my congratulations to Dr. Rai, Dr. Kakkar, then others who actually managed the deliberations, and finally all credit goes to BC ma'am. Thank you very much.
And sir, also to attendant. Attendant, sir.
किसका attendant? तुम्हारा?
Who are attending, sir. Listening.
Certainly, it is for them only. It is for them only. You see that we are discussing e-content for whom? E-content for the students. And who is going to interact with the students? It is the faculty members. So the faculty members, those who are attending, essentially, it's a high appreciation.
Next Dean, Dr. Sunita Ratan. I want every Dean to share their thoughts.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for conducting this 2020 so we conducted for the creation of e-content, including all the some of the words even heard like cosmetic, MC.
Sunita, तुम्हारा लग रहा है ये है?
Yeah. Yes. Voice is breaking. Dr. Ratan, the voice is breaking.
Now it's fine. Now it is fine.
Better.
Yes.
Yeah. So thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts. We have seen a huge jump from 2020 to 2021 because in terms of learning by the faculty, we have been talking about the learning of students, but 2020 to 21, it is the learning of the faculty. In 2020, we were talking of learning of the development of key content. The words like Kahoot, Mentimeter, quizzes were very new to us. But now some of the faculty members have mastered these concepts. Some of the faculty members, and including a number of most of the faculty members now, they know what they are doing. And now 2021 is more of refinement of our e-content. It is more of the improvement of the quality of the e-content. So workshop has done entirely justice because we were facing some challenges. Number of faculty members from different domains, they shared their experiences, and it was such a nice experience sharing that we have learned. All the faculty members have learned from each other, whether they were doing excellent work or not work, and we have already started thinking in our minds that, okay, from here onwards, I will use this. From here onwards, I will try this. So it was a complete, like the workshop has done great wonders for the refinement of our content, and especially for assessment tools, which we have discussed, and then the video lectures which are being made. So quality is the main, I think, is the theme of this workshop where we are going to improve much. Thank you so much. Thank you for conducting this. Thank you, Rai sir and Kalpa ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Sunita. I think because madam is busy parallelly also, I would request next dean to please share their comments.
You write down the Kalpana, you write down the names of the person, and we call one by one.
So we can start alphabetically with agriculture.
Yes.
Yes.
Alpna, you and Dr. Rai invite one by one all the deans. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
After that, HOIs, if any HOI want to share their experience.
Yeah, agriculture and allied disciplines.
Right, let us not follow any hierarchy.
Then I request applied arts, fine arts, performing arts, visual arts.
Pradeep.
Dean or any HOI. Architecture, planning and interior design. Arts, humanities, social science and journalism. कहीं सब लोग URC में तो नहीं है सर?
URC खत्म हो जाना चाहिए.
Sir,
Biosciences and biotechnology.
Sir, if I'm permitted to say, I think it's a great
Yes,
learning
yes, please request you.
So, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, I think it's a great learning experience, and we benefited a lot. Some of our faculty, mostly they were in doing proctoring, but we've ensured that at least some were here who were not in exam duty. So I've been in constant touch with them that way. So it's a great learning experience. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Pradeep Joshi is there in the list. Dr. Joshi, are you here?
Biosciences and biotechnology.
Yeah.
Dr. J.K. Srivastava, sir, you can.
Okay. Right, sir. Right.
Yeah.
Good evening, ma'am, and good evening, sir. This is really a learning process for all of us, and especially I must say that I learn a lot with the young faculty members, because they have developed so many things which is new for all of us. So with these resources, I hope that we will learn and we will develop certainly these tools of the learning process, and the Lucknow faculty will also be benefited from this workshop. So the workshop is really a great success and a great contribution of the young faculty members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Management domain. Dr. Bansal would be in URC. AP Singh, sir, you were there.
Dr. Bansal is in URC.
Education domain.
I can see Dr. Kalpana Sharma in the list. Dr. Kalpana Sharma, are you here, please?
ENT. Dr. Harish is speaking. Okay. Dr. Harish, please.
Yes. First of all, good evening to
Sir,
all.
unmute.
Yeah, good evening. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening to all of you, those who are involved in this workshop, particularly Rai sir, Alpna Kakkar ma'am, VC ma'am. Really, it's Mohit sir. Really, it was very commendable job because we can't explain in the words, because whatever we have done in the past, so we have shared our experiences in this platform. So definitely we have learned a lot, and in future also we would like to have such type of workshops so that we can enrich our knowledge and we can transfer our knowledge also. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Harish.
ENT domain. Dr. Bansal sir, you can represent.
Thank you, VC madam, and thank you, Dr. R.S. Rai, Dr. Alpna ma'am, for organizing such a wonderful workshop. At engineering level, we organize many activities, many things have been used by faculty, but doing at university level has given us a lot of new idea, new concepts, and new technology used by another faculty of another domain. I'm sure it will definitely improve our teaching and learning process. And thank you, VC ma'am, because through this workshop, VC madam has also got confidence on our faculty that they are in right direction and they are doing good. Alpna ma'am, it's a good activities because VC madam confidence is always required that whatever our faculties are doing, it's a good activities. As VC madam mentioned that these things which are all the 4 quadrant to be monitored by HOD and quality control team members. So I'll be requesting separately to VC ma'am that if they can also be given facilities by which they can be given rights and they can also monitor, because right now these rights and links are only with HOI. So we want it to be decentralized, and if we can give those names, so they can also be given rights so that on a regular basis, these monitoring can be done and best practices among institute can be created. So thank you very much for this wonderful workshops. And we will also do such workshop at institution level, which we always do, and see what content faculty has developed. And now we will see in 4 quadrant what are their preparations, and could be, if we get an opportunity, we'll ask faculty to upload their content well in advance so that before start of class, we can ensure that content in all the quarter has been uploaded by each faculty and they are doing collaborative teaching and ensuring the best learning experience of our students. So thank you very much, and we look forward many more such workshops from university level. It was really great learning, and thank you, Dr. Mohit and Dr. Bandapadhyay sir, everyone who has contributed towards the success of this unique workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bansal. Progress is not possible without the support of HOIs taking interest in whatever was covered here. Thank you so much.
SNT domain. Meanwhile, Munazir, please upgrade Dr. Shalini Sharma. SNT domain, Sunita ma'am has already spoken. Health and Allied Sciences. Is there any HOI or Dean here?
Good evening, sir. So good evening.
तनवीर जी आप आइए, बिल्कुल दवाई की ज्यादा जरूरत है हमें फार्मेसी में.
दवाई dose.
Very good evening to respected Vice Chancellor Madam. At the outset, I would like to appreciate the effort of Dr. Rai and Dr. Alpna Kakkar and all other members of organizing team for this wonderful 2-day sessions. And to be honest, as a faculty, I have learned a lot because it's a great time to introspect each faculty that whatever has missed out, it's okay, but there are a lot of things to come, and the new session is about a month, just after a month it will be start. So it's a good time to learn all the things and incorporate in our teaching learning. And I also assure that as Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam has mentioned that for the health and allied sciences, the usage of virtual lab is quite essential. So this time we will ensure that everything will be done on time, and also the regular quality checks of the e-content as well as the peer reviewing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Law has already spoken, sir. Shefali ma'am, if you want to speak separately. Nutan ma'am, please speak, please. कमेंट बॉक्स मत लिखिए नूतन मैम, आप अपने रिप्रेजेंट करिए. डॉक्टर नूतन मैम.
Dr. Rai, if you have taken my name, so Am I
Haan ji,
audible?
haan ji.
Only one
Yes,
sentence
ma'am.
I will say here. Initially, it was look so very heavy kind of how we would be learning so many things. But now at the end, we are very much confident. I think on behalf of the faculty and other parties, I can say we are all confident, and certainly in the leadership or under the leadership of VC ma'am, we can't deviate. No, nothing is there we can't learn. It means we can learn everything if it is in a right way. So I think ma'am has given this opportunity. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, can I request Shalini Sharma, ma'am, from Architecture and Design?
Ma'am, sir, I have joined.
Nutan ma'am has come. Please, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. It was really a wonderful workshop, but I'm really sorry that a few of my faculty could not attend it continuously because of the examination duty and other supervisor duty and the ODC and so on. So I would request if the video recording link is shared with everyone, so that they can go through this the entire presentation and then learn, because this is really a very good resource for us now for the future as well. Many new things have been learned, and I think faculty can really develop a lot if they go through the entire video in peacefully. That's my submission. This is a really wonderful exercise which as VC ma'am has done, and this has really proven that we can do a lot together. Thank you.
Ma'am, definitely we'll get the link from IT team and we'll send it to everyone, and we'll get the PPTs from the speakers and we'll send all of them to everyone, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
We have Shalini madam representing architecture planning and interior design.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. I would really extend my gratitude and wholehearted thanks for this very enriching session. This is, I think, 2 days of this extensive workshop. We all have learned a lot, different variations, methods, how we can actually reorient ourselves and get back on redeveloping this e-content. So I'm sure all of us will adapt to it. This is a new way of doing things. Secondly, sir, as ma'am said, I would request again for the session links so that all the faculties who were not there, who were there in the examination duties, could just take the data and details from there and include in their e-content. Thank you so much, all of you, Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am, Alpha ma'am, for all this wonderful coordination that we've had. Thank you so much, everyone.
Natural resources and environmental science. Rehabilitation science.
Yes, good evening, ma'am. And first of all, my hearty appreciation to the organizing team and such a well organized and wonderful deliberation of 2 days. It is really has given us a new idea for the next sessions. And first of all, that we highly appreciate, I highly appreciate the best practices sessions. It was really a very good learning opportunity for all the faculty, even for us also. And also one more thing, madam is told to create the manual. That is a really very good idea, which is we can institutional level also we can create, and that will be really helpful for the young teachers also. And because of the proctoring duty and examination duty, few of our faculty have not able to attain the total thing. And I also would request that if any link is there, and our future plan will be, because as madam told that what is our future plan in the domain, we would be having series of institutional meeting for this e-content development, and then we will try to strengthen our faculty to have a very perfect e-content and teaching learning situation very successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
And appreciation to Dr. Rai and Dr. Alpana Kakkar.
Thank you,
Dr. Pujari. In fact, everyone who is, Dr. Rai, everyone definitely is asking for links, and you have already announced that we will collect the link from our IT team and will circulate also. Very sincere request to all HOIs and domain heads that after circulating this to the faculty members, you are requested to take multiple quizzes at the institution, level, so that, it is that how clear is the concept. So in case there is any kind of issues, they can come back to us.
Anyone from Lucknow campus? Though Srivastava sir has already spoken. Greater Noida.
Dr. Rai, invite Provisy, Lucknow. Invite Provisy.
Provisy sir, are you there? Lucknow campus?
सर तो मुझे नहीं दिख रहे हैं इस लिस्ट में.
Dubai campus, is there anyone from Dubai? We had Professor Mohasis. Yeah, we have Dr. Anil Kumar from Lucknow, sir, if you want to speak.
Thank you very much, Professor Rai, sir. Thank you very much, Honorable VC ma'am, for giving this opportunity. Though we had an FDP, AICT approved FDP on data sciences going on, but I was parallelly on with all the proceedings, and I was really enjoying each and every moment in the workshop, wherein the faculty from Lucknow campus, Dr. Sachin, Dr. Vivek, Dr. Tripathi, were also participating. It felt so good that ma'am, I remember yesterday evening, she made it categorically clear that in the morning session we'll not leave anything, we will again have. So that was really very, very motivating, ma'am. Thank you so much. And you have at the end set the ball rolling for all of us. You have said that we must organize at our institute level workshops wherein we would train each and every faculty. Like everybody else said, that faculty was busy in examination. Yes, we too had, but we had nominated a nucleus faculty with senior professor and faculty from each program so that they don't miss out. But still, it would be a great help if we could get the links, if we could, like Professor Dr. Alpna Kakkad said, we could expose them to repetitive tests to increase their level so that we can reach to the expectation level of Honorable VC. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. Anyone from ADTOE? All have spoken, VC ma'am. Now I request Dr. Alpna Kakkar to.
I think let's take permission from ma'am first. Before vote of thanks, let's take madam's permission for that.
So Dr. Rai, I think all have announced. All have shared their experience.
Yes, ma'am.
And some were missing. Anyway, so we can close the close this meeting.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, after proposing vote of thanks, we will be closing the meeting. So shall I start, Dr. Rai?
I'm listening to you.
Okay, because we should thank to the community connected with us. So good evening to one and all present here. Let's get ready for the future and embrace the digital tools to be fit to teach in the blended learning model of modern higher education system of 21st century. As we all know that HEIs are transiting from traditional face-to-face teaching in physical rooms to the virtual classrooms and online courses, pedagogies are changing from teacher-centric to student-centric, from teaching to learning model. We need to develop techno-pedagogical skills and make our students lifelong learners. New concepts of flipped classrooms, MOOCs, hybrid and blended learning model of education is emerging, and MIT has always led other universities. So let's do it. Our role is changing from teachers to facilitators. We need to fastly acquaint ourselves with the tools to develop e-content and online courses. Hope this workshop will help you for the same. Two-day workshop theme has set the tone. The roadmap to be the leaders in this new normal digital world of Education 4.0 is laid down by our respected Vice Chancellor, Madam. And now each one of us have to be conversant with this new normal DNA of blended learning, improving master session plans according to the requirements of the UGC quality mandates and NEP 2020 multidisciplinary and apprenticeship approach.
Lesson plans are to be designed and created from student learning perspective. Class hours are to be utilized for more and more knowledge sharing, doubt clearing, and enhancing the competency skills of the students of AUP. We express our gratitude to all senior colleagues and faculty of AUP for being the excellent speakers in the two-day workshop and for their enthusiastic support. Thank you very much. As you have shared your knowledge, experience, and practices, I would request you to make your video recordings, that is the e-content of your topics of the workshop, with additional content which you could not share here because of the time constraint, and submit to us for preparing the reference material, a manual for all other faculty members who have not attended the workshop or who have not used any ICT tool in last 1 year. From the same data, we will be extracting and designing a digital manual for students for how to use e-content, which will be available as an Amazon link. My heartfelt thanks to respected Vice Chancellor Madam to lead and guide us at each step. We learn from you each minute, and you are the source of inspiration for all of us. Thank you, Madam. We all are there with you to take brand amity to greater heights. My sincere thanks to Honorable Chancellor Sir for providing all resources, infrastructure to accomplish the path of success for AUP. Sir, your positivity, empathetic actions encourage us all to do our best, not only for the students, but for humanity at large. AUP will surely lead and implement NEP 2020 before any other university. Student-centric approach was the baseline of this workshop, and we all commit that student learning, engagement, and support will be the first priority for all of us as teachers of AUP. Each faculty, HOI, dean, and campus head will think and implement innovative ways for quality education, student engagement, and holistic growth of students for enhancing employability. My heartfelt thanks to Honorable Founder President Sir for giving us the vision and mission. So, with this 4-quadrant approach, faculty will have more time with students to discuss research, case studies, and students' innovative ideas about the subject area. Research work and patents of the students shall be one of the objectives in the next academic year 21-22. We all commit to fulfill your mission of nation building through education and beyond. Each one of our students will be a success story in the times to come. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. My vote of thanks will be incomplete without thanking the audience, all the faculty members who have joined the 2-day workshop and had taken notes to implement each word of guidance given in the workshop. You are important pillars of AUP. All commitments given to competent authorities are keeping you all in mind. That is, each one of you present here as the best workforce of Amity University. Today, it was observed that the faculty resource nominated by HOI had used many ICT tools, and on this very platform, I would like to repeat Madam's direction that it should not be a ritual, but practice to make yourself effective teacher and best in teaching community. Let's introspect ourselves and learn from each other for the implementation of effective teaching, learning, and assessment. Feel free to reach to us for any problems you face in uploading your creative e-contents on ALMS. Talk to us about your more creative and innovative ideas for developing these 4-quadrant using ICT tools. Share your practices by sending your digital copy of steps used to include in the manuals referred above. A big thanks to our team for all support provided for successful conduct of this 2-day workshop. Thank you all. Stay safe, stay blessed. With permission of Vice Chancellor Madam, shall we close?
Thank you. You want to say anything last word?
I missed what you said.
Chancellor has joined. Joshi sir, आप कुछ कहना चाहते हैं तो?
She is also audio is not properly.
Ma'am, I want to say
Sir, your voice is cracking.
We need to invite the experts who can guide the people
we need to take the guidance and help from the experts. What can be done, how it can be implemented, like so everything cannot be immediately, but yet from last year onwards, everybody is working towards it. I hope that we will be able to make a big success now.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, we close the meeting, ma'am.
Has everybody shared, Dr. Nutan Kaushik, or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.